This is Audible.
Farewell to Dreams, a novel of fatal insomnia. Written by C.J. Lyons. Narrated by Sarah Naughton and Chris Ruin at Brickshop Audio, Inc.
The earth is heavy and opaque, without dreams. Anais Nin. Chapter 1. I'm Angela Rossi. I'm 34 years old, and this is the story of how I die. I'm an ER doctor and victim's advocate. Make that former ER doc. And this is the story of how I live. Most of all, it's a story of redemption. I hope. Guess it all depends on your point of view. Even if it's a rainy Thanksgiving night, with the ER's waiting room overflowing and all of our exam rooms filled, cops and firemen will always get first dibs on our attention. They may have to wait if others are closer to death, but they're going to get seen, and seen fast. Here at Cambria City's Good Samaritan, the only trauma center still standing in this corner of Pennsylvania's Allegheny Mountains, we know how to treat our friends. And when you work on the front lines in the ER, first responders are more than friends. They're family. So when I grabbed the next chart stacked in front of the overflowing rack and saw a cop's name there, I was surprised. Like most of my colleagues, my job encompasses more than simply working shifts in the emergency department. I'm also medical director of the Cambria Advocacy Center, in charge of forensic evaluations of victims of violence. More than collecting evidence and assisting the police with their investigations, we also provide support and counseling to victims. Matthew Ryder's name had come across my desk as the replacement for the detective who had been working with us. Poor guy had driven off an icy bridge and died. But I hadn't expected to first meet our new detective as a patient. I glanced at the registration time on the chart. 17:02. Ryder had been waiting almost 3 hours already. "Why didn't you guys tell me there was a police officer waiting?" I asked the clerk at the nurse's station. I could have eyeballed him between the MI we sent up to the cath lab and the guy stabbed with the drumstick. Drumstick guy had made our night. ERs are like that. Our fun begins when yours ends. He didn't want to bother you. Said he was in no rush. Great. Despite what he said, no cop would take kindly to waiting 3 hours. Especially not with the ER as crazy as it was tonight. Trust a family holiday to bring out the worst in everyone. I did put him in front of the minor cares, especially when I saw all the blood. His words were underscored by the wailing of yet another ambulance arriving. My shift ended an hour ago, which meant the ambulance was someone else's problem, but the least I could do was take care of Ryder and check out the detective I'd be working closely with starting next week. Scanning Ryder's chart, I wove my way around 2 patients parked in wheelchairs outside of X-ray, and a family member pacing as he talked on his cell phone. Amazing what a triage note can tell you about a person. Scalp laceration, good vitals, 37 years old, no meds, no allergies, 182 pounds, single. I pulled back the curtain to Ryder's bed space. Instead of lying on the patient bed, Ryder straddled the rolling office chair meant for physicians, watching the next bed space through an opening in the curtain, his back to me. "They're scared," he said without turning around. His voice was pitched low, but had no trouble carrying to me, its intended target. It was that kind of voice, more like a bullet, direct and forceful than an invitation. His posture was relaxed, yet commanding, perfect for a cop or soldier, as if he owned the space, the room, the entire emergency department. The area beside him was occupied by a family gathered around an elderly woman, wringing their hands, arguing with each other in English peppered with Hungarian. Back when the Pennsylvania Railroad was in its heyday and the coal mines still producing, Cambria City's diversity once rivaled Ellis Island. We're still multicultural and multi-generational, but in the current economic plight, the majority of our citizens now speak the same language. Welfare. Ryder turned and glanced at me. The chart hadn't mentioned his blue eyes. So blue they couldn't be ignored. Blood seeped through the towel he pressed casually against the side of his head. Scalp lacs are like that. Bleed like stink. You should talk to them. Tell them she'll be all right. He didn't give me a chance to argue. Seemed to assume we were in agreement and that he was in charge. I'll wait. I washed my hands and gloved up, choosing to ignore his presumptive attitude. I'd spent most of my 12-hour shift helping the Kawatzes, arguing with their HMO, negotiating with my fellow doctors for space, kissing the charge nurse's butt when the entire clan descended upon us. She won't be all right. She's dying. Damned undignified way to do it. Can't you give them some privacy? It was impossible to ignore his stare or the force behind it. If I hadn't been so exhausted after the long day, I might have given in and let loose my anger at his impertinence. Instead, I broke free from his gaze and yanked the curtain closed. Best I can do for now. A sudden tremor in my left hand distracted me. Damn it, not again. I'd had problems for the past few weeks, on and off, but chalked it up to overwork, stress, and exhaustion. It had been since before summer that I'd had a full night's sleep, or done more than toss and turn, my limbs restless with the urge to move. Fatigue I could handle, one of the many skills any ER doc masters. But even a slight tremor could be a problem. A twitch or a shake at the wrong moment, say, with your hand holding a scalpel, could be devastating. My best friend, Louise Maida, is a neurologist, so I'd promised myself that if my tremor continued, or if things got worse, I'd let her check me out. Clenching my left hand at my side, I willed the spasm away. If I could make it stop, then things weren't worse, and I could continue to ignore my symptoms. The tremor wasn't cooperating, much like the patient before me. Why don't you lie down on the bed so I can examine you? No, thank you. I'm fine here. He pushed the chair out of reach, preferring a confrontation to an examination. Why? Now both my hands were fisted at my hips, and it had nothing to do with any tremor. Why what? Why use the patient exam bed for an examination? Why is that the best you can do? His tone wasn't judgmental, quite the opposite, as if he genuinely cared about the Kawatzes or my problems. But it had been a hard day, and Ryder was unlucky enough to become my last straw. Because I'm a sadistic, heartless bitch who could give a shit. Why do you think? Maybe because there are no open beds in the hospital, and even if there were, we have no nurses to staff them, and even if we did, the Kawatzes' insurance doesn't cover hospice or end-of-life care. He held my gaze during my tirade, steady as an anvil absorbing hammer blows, finally blinking when I stopped to take a breath. Feel better now? My sigh turned into a chuckle as my mood lightened. My tremor disappeared as well. See? Nothing to worry about. Yes, I do. I'll feel even better if you tell me what happened and let me examine you. It's stupid, really. He removed the towel to reveal a 2-centimeter gash above his temple. His flannel shirt and the t-shirt beneath it were splattered with blood. You know when you're microwaving those frozen dinners and they say remove to stir halfway? I left the door to the microwave open and hit my head on the corner when I went to put the dinner back in. Did you burn yourself or black out? I explored the laceration. Superficial. A few staples would close it nicely. No. It's Thanksgiving, and you were home alone having a frozen dinner? I poured betadine over his wound, releasing the sour scent of iodine into the small space. Now who's wasting time with questions that have nothing to do with medicine? Just checking your mental status, seeing if you have any psych problems. Despite my exhaustion, I enjoyed the banter. He was easy to talk to, a plus for a sex crimes detective. Interesting that he hadn't played the policeman card. I was relieved to see my fingers completely steady as they guided the hair-thin 27-gauge needle along the edges of his wound, infiltrating it with lidocaine. Before he could answer, the curtain flipped open, its cheerful rattling a sharp counterpoint to the chorus of coughing coming from the hallway beyond it. "Angie, we need to talk." If Ryder's voice was one of quiet command, my ex's was gentle persuasion, smooth and warm enough to make you turn, as if searching for sunlight to bask in. It was Jacob's strength, both in and out of court, the one thing about him I could seldom resist. "I'm a little busy." I glanced up at Jacob, then immediately forced my gaze away, knowing what he wanted. Despite being divorced for 4 years, we're still close, and usually fall together again around the holidays. Two lonely people who share a past and know how to comfort each other. He stepped into the room, the curtain whishing shut behind him, blocking out the chaos of the ER. Tall, lean, with a mop of curly dark hair and a gaunt, narrow face, Jacob radiates intensity. He makes you want to listen to him, look at him, agree with him. A snake charmer, his cohorts at the DA's office call him. I concentrated on filling my irrigation syringe, as if the simple 4-second task required all my attention. "Your mother sent me to bring you." That got my interest. It isn't often that Jacob lies, although, for a rabbi's son, he can do it surprisingly well. Learned how in law school. When he does lie, it's never self-serving. This time it was easy to see whom he was protecting, and it wasn't me. My ex-husband is closer to my family than I'll ever be. To tell the truth, he's closer than I ever was. At least, not since I was 12, and my father died. Killed. In a car crash. My fault. My dad, Angelo, I'm like him in every way. Same dark Italian looks, same incessant fidgeting, unable to sit without tapping a song out with my fingers or toes, unable to walk anywhere when I could be running, restless, unable to just be. Those qualities had made my dad the life of the party, loved by everyone. And me? I killed the man who was my mother's entire life, the man who could make her laugh and cry and laugh again, all in the space of a single heartbeat. Every time my mom looked at me, that's who she saw. It's been 22 years since my dad died. I glanced up at Jacob, wishing he was telling the truth, that my mom did send him to ask me to join the family, that she wanted me, there, alongside my sister and cousins, and the laughter and joy. Silly, wistful thinking. You'd think an ER doc would know better. No, she didn't. He didn't waste any breath with a sigh. All right, she didn't. But everyone else did. My shoulders hunched in regret. I turned my back on Jacob to aim a stream of sterile water at Ryder's laceration. "Hey, that's cold," he protested. But he didn't flinch or move away as I doused him and his shirt. That's what he got for insisting on sitting up in the chair rather than lying down. "Your shift was over at 7, and it's now 12 after 8. Jacob tried again. He's almost as stubborn as I am. "Come on, it'll be fun. The whole band'll be there. Besides, you look tired. Play a few sets with us. It'll work the kinks out." By that, I knew he meant we'd work some kinks out, after my uncle's bar closed down for the night and everyone went home. Usually, I enjoy playing fiddle in the Cayley band my father had founded, just as I usually look forward to the physical intimacy Jacob offers. But not tonight. Jacob knew me far too well. My secret wasn't safe from him. If he noticed my night sweats or tremors, or the sudden stumbles as my feet forgot which way was down, he'd be pounding on Louise's door, holiday or no holiday, and insist I get a head-to-toe checkup. I didn't need a checkup. All I needed was a good night's sleep. It had been so long that the idea of sleep was more appealing than sex. How sad is that? As I turned to grab the stapler, Ryder mopped the water from his face with his shirt sleeve. "Matthew Ryder," Jacob said, showing no embarrassment over exposing my family's, dirty laundry to a coworker. I didn't recognize you under all that blood. Hey there, Vorsanger. Minor cooking accident. The kitchen is in worse shape than I am. Heard you're taking Harrison's place on sex crimes. You up for it? His voice held a challenge. I glanced from one man to the other, wondering if there was a reason why Ryder might not be ready to take over Mitch Harrison's caseload, particularly the string of sadistic sexual assaults that had plagued the city the past few months, all tied to one assailant using a street drug nicknamed Death Head to subdue his victims. Harrison had been frustrated as hell by the case, chased down every lead, but at the time he'd spun out on that bridge 2 weeks ago, he'd gotten nowhere. Ryder didn't answer Jacob right away. Instead, he held his gaze steady, meeting Jacob's dead on. Yeah, I'm up for it. Soon as the doc puts my scalp back together, that is. Taking my cue, I wielded the surgical stapler, breaking up their touching reunion. Jacob, I'm sure they're waiting for you back at the bar. My Uncle Jimmy's bar hosted all our family holidays. And you. I pivoted Ryder back into place and planted a firm hand on his head. Hold still. The sharp clack of the stapler firing snapped through the room, making them both jerk. I'll figure out something to tell your mother. Jacob spoke as if granting me a royal boon. Call me when you're done here. He left, the curtain rattling shut. I was surprised the blood hadn't scared him off earlier. Like I said, stubborn. Then he poked his face through the curtain again, beckoning me to come closer. I leaned toward him. You sure you're okay? His low baritone was for my ears only, as was the concern on his face. Go. Have fun with my crazy family. I'm fine. He gazed into my eyes, effortlessly read the lie there, and brushed my hip with his palm, an open invitation. Right. Just checking. Call me. Then he was gone again. I turned back to the job at hand, ignoring Ryder's amused look. So you and Vorsanger? Ryder said as I finished stapling his laceration. We're married. Once. A long time ago. It wasn't a secret. You do know I'm medical director of the Advocacy Center. Actually, you never introduced yourself. I covered my chagrin by hastily clearing away the suture tray. Had I really not introduced myself? I snapped my gloves off and turned back to him, my chest and neck flushed with embarrassment. I'm not used to tripping over little things like simple manners. It's usually bigger things that get to me, like my fight with the HMO that had deteriorated into a shouting match and still left Mrs. Kowatz stranded in my ER instead of in hospice care where she belonged. I apologize, Detective. He pushed out of the chair and turned to me with a full wattage smile. No problem. Let's start over. I'm Matthew Ryder. I took his outstretched hand and shook it. His hand was large enough to swallow mine whole, but he didn't squeeze too hard. Instead, it was a brief, firm contact. Angela Rossi. Nice to meet you, Angela Rossi. If what Vorsanger said was true, he jerked his head at the curtain Jacob had disappeared through. And your shift is over, then how about joining me for dinner? I hesitated. Something I hardly ever do. Usually, I'm the first to leap into a situation, trusting my instincts and my ability to tap dance my way out of problems. But even I know better than to date patients or coworkers. Ryder fell under both categories. Still, something in me wanted to take him up on his offer, and I hesitated. Hesitation is never a good thing in the ER. Moments of doubt are when patients die. Things happen at lightning speed during those moments. Things you can never take back again. Before I could answer Ryder, the curtain was thrown aside and 2 security guards rushed in, carrying a woman's body between them. She was dumped out of a car, bleeding everywhere, one said breathlessly as they heaved her onto the gurney. Christ, Doc, do something! Ryder jumped back, startled. I slammed the code alarm and reached for the woman's head, checking her airway while controlling her C-spine. She was pale, her complexion almost matching the gray hair matted to her scalp. "Hand me that oxygen mask." He placed the non-rebreather mask onto the woman's face as I wrenched her shirt open, exposing 2 gunshot wounds to her chest. A nurse jogged in to see what was going on, took one look, and shouted for someone to call a trauma code. She grabbed the monitor leads while I jammed a 14-gauge angiocath into the woman's arm and hooked it up to a bag of saline. No pump or anything. Just let it pour in. "Sats are dropping," Sherry, the nurse, said once the pulse ox was hooked up. "Bagger. Heart sounds are muffled. I have to needle her." Before I could try to drain the blood collecting around her heart, the monitors alarmed. "No pulse." "Chest compressions." Damn it. This woman needed to be in an OR, now. Instead, she was on a bed in a suture room with no surgeon in sight. "Ryder, hand me that bundle, the one labeled vascular." He spun around and rummaged through the shelf behind him, finally reaching the sterile vascular set. "What are you going to do?" He handed me the instrument tray. I wrenched the sterile sheets open, exposing an array of clamps, sutures, needle drivers, scissors, and a scalpel. "I'm cracking her chest." Sherry's hands stuttered in their rhythm, and I saw the question in her eyes, but she knew we had no choice. She scooped up a bottle of betadine and flooded the left side of the woman's chest with the brown surgical soap as I snapped on a pair of sterile gloves. Ryder took over chest compressions without being told. "Damn it, where is everyone?" I asked, holding the knife, poised for a skin incision. I really, really didn't want to do this. It was a last-ditch effort, doomed to failure. But the woman was already dead. It wasn't like I could make her any deader. "That MVA coded up in the ICU. They were rushing him back to the OR." Sherry answered. "Hold compressions." Ryder eased back, his face dripping sweat onto my semi-sterile field. Least of my worries, or my patience. I sliced through my patient's flesh. I had to put some muscle into it, pushing my way through the tough connective tissue that held the rib cage together. "Pull that apart and hold it." I used Sherry as a rib spreader. Sliding my hands between the ribs, I pushed the spongy lung tissue aside. I held my patient's heart in my hand. It felt boggy, like a half-filled water balloon. Pericardial tamponade. Fluid built up around her heart, strangling it so it couldn't beat. From the amount of blood, there was probably a major vessel torn as well. One thing at a time. First, I clamped the aorta. Next, I needed to release the tamponade. Cutting a simple flap in the membrane covering the heart would do the trick. Except for one thing. I knew what I had to do. In fact, I could see the steps of the operation to create the pericardial flap and then repair any holes in her heart or blood vessels. I could see it all, like a dizzying, complex series of textbook pages, flipping through my vision in 3D color. But I could not move. My body was locked into place, rigid, unresponsive to my brain's frantic commands. "I know her," Ryder was saying. His voice sounded normal, as if there was nothing wrong. "It's Sister Patrice. She works over at St. Timothy's." "She's a nun?" Sherry said. In my head, I was cursing, screaming. This woman was dying under my hands, but Ryder and Sherry were too distracted to notice I was frozen, unable to move or function. Panic surged through me. Had I gone crazy? Was this really happening? How could they not see me standing here like a zombie, my patient dying right in front of me? Then I realized it wasn't only my voice I heard. There was music. Gorgeous, angelic chords so crystal clear they made my heart ache. Women singing. Ave Maria. The notes swirled around me, lifting me up beyond my body. Soaring and dizzy, I was looking down on the scene below me. Yet at the same time, I was tethered to the earth, totally paralyzed. Panic and disorientation flooded me even as the music seeped into every cell of my body, bringing a sense of harmony and peace. The paradoxes tugged at my senses, leaving me reeling. Then everything stopped, the world as frozen as I was. "I forgive you." Who said that? It was a woman's voice, each word sparking golden notes, shining bright and perfumed with honey. But I couldn't move or respond. "Help the girl! Save the girl!" The voice dropped to an urgent whisper, becoming bruised indigo blows against my flesh, strained with pain, copper heavy with blood. A dying gasp inside my head. This was no time for a detour into the Twilight Zone. I was this woman's last chance, her only chance. Anger sliced through my panic. Rage, fury, whatever it was, it burned hot. A fire raging inside me, out of control. My vision blurred. I couldn't blink, couldn't focus, couldn't speak. Hell, the things I couldn't do were infinite, starting with saving my patient. A shudder roiled through my body, and suddenly, I could move again. My hand spasmed, squeezing the woman's heart, but no one knew except me. In fact, Ryder and Sherry didn't seem to have noticed that anything was wrong. But I knew. Something was terribly wrong. Shoving my fears and questions aside, I grabbed the scissors and sliced a window in the pericardium. I milked a blood clot out, did internal compressions, waiting for the heart to fill and start to beat on its own. It never did.
Chapter 2. Devin Price had spent the drive from Philly barricading his memories. From the town car's back seat, he watched as the mountains turned to concrete and brick, ribbons of fog and rain obscuring derelicts and despair. The town car slid to a stop. Devin stepped outside and glanced up at the weathered 7-story concrete slab with its 1970s utilitarian design. His childhood home, Cambria's notorious gang-ridden housing development, the Kingston Tower. All the hopes and fears and pain and guilt that had driven him away hit like a sucker punch. Except he wasn't a sucker, not anymore. Reining in his emotions, he took a breath. Despite the rain, the air stank of urine and unwashed bodies. Some homecoming. He didn't wait for his driver, Harold, to bring the umbrella, forcing the larger man to jog through the rain after him. Devin ignored the puddles of icy water and kept his focus on the walkway and stoop that guarded the tower's entrance. "Become the change," he muttered, taking in the tower's graffiti-covered concrete walls, the scattered trash, the broken windows patched with cardboard, plastic, plywood. Still, it was a definite improvement over when he was a kid and junkies shot up on the tower's stoop, creating an obstacle course to negotiate on the way to and from school. Devin had grown up here with the other invisibles, the wished they had work less than poor. Kingston Tower, his playground, his school, his prison. When he'd left Cambria 11 years ago, he'd vowed to never return. He'd broken that promise. Had to. She'd called. A pair of shiftless gangbangers huddled in the entranceway, eyeing Devin and the town car with suspicion. Tyree's crew. He'd noted them when the car pulled up to the curb. There had been 3 of them to start with. "Word's gone ahead. There'll be a welcoming committee," he told Harold as the taller man opened the umbrella and held it over Devin's head. "Fair warning, Tyree will not be inviting us to Thanksgiving dinner." He'd be lucky if the gang leader didn't greet him with a Mac 10 on full auto. Devin glanced at the car, wondering if it was a mistake leaving it here. Back in Philly, the black town car had become his trademark, differentiating Devon from the dealers with their white Escalades and the runners with their jacked-up rice burners. Thanks to his partnership with the Russians, Devon had moved beyond the street gangs. He now controlled his own operation, his own people, his own destiny. At least he had until she'd called, bringing him west through the Pennsylvania industrial wasteland, switchbacking over mountains and through his past until he'd finally arrived back where he'd begun, Cambria City, the Tower. The prodigal returned home. No, that guy was greeted with feasting and parties. No one would be throwing a party for Devon, although some wouldn't mind throwing him a funeral. More like Hamlet, except that hadn't turned out so hot. Devon stared at the tower, squaring his shoulders, stretching the Italian silk of his suit. Hamlet was a whiny-ass pussy, not a street fighter like Devon. "Everything's ready," Harold assured him. Devon's second-in-command had a mind like a CPA, always calculating, collecting details, and the body of a WWE wrestler. "Remember, no guns." "The men have their instructions." Harold nodded to the SUV pulling up behind them. A Yukon hybrid. Dima and Alexei had scoffed when Devon wrangled his way to the top of the waiting list at the dealership. Russians. They'd pinch a penny until it cried, then waste $1,000 on imported vodka. As thoughtless and greedy as the gangbangers, but twice as ruthless. Harold stepped forward as 3 more from Tyree's crew appeared from the shadows in front of the building's entrance, flanking the 2 already at the door, lining up on either side of the crumbling concrete stoop. Devon waved Harold back and faced the men. Time to run the gauntlet once again. "Tyree says to go up to his penthouse," one of the original 2 said, holding the glass door to the tower open. Devon waited, his gaze targeting each member of his welcoming committee. They were a ragged bunch, even by Cambria standards. Unlike Philly gangs, these bangers crossed racial boundaries. Cambria was like that. Progressive, leading the country in poverty for all. Tyree had gotten one thing right. Silly to squabble about ethnic divisions when you could band together and rule. At least that was the line of bull he'd used when Devon was a kid. An equal opportunity exploiter. The men, boys really, lined up, some with fists ready, others assuming cocky postures modeled after hip-hop vids. The requisite gold caps and bling revealed their relative rank and worth to the Royales, Tyree's gang. A variety of handguns, stuck into the waistbands of lowrider 2-baggy pants. Eyes cold, hard, bleak, and empty. Despite their posturing, these punks wouldn't have lasted a minute on any Philly street corner. Less than that going up against the Russians. Devon made certain his smile made it to his eyes as he strode past them, Harold on his heels. The doorman blocked their way, arms crossed in front of his chest. "Just the runt," he said, nodding to Devon, using the label that had followed Devon throughout his childhood, back when he had worshipped Tyree and been a wannabe. Devon hated the name. So innocuous. As if Devon was powerless. "We'll see about that." Devon paused to take the umbrella from Harold and folded it closed as he crossed the threshold. Didn't want anyone getting seriously hurt. Not until he saw what Tyree's intentions were. Harold didn't slow as he grabbed the punk by his jacket lapels and lifted him to the side. "Where he goes, I go, and it's Mr. Price to you, bitch." They kept walking, ignoring the sound of a slide being pulled on a semi-automatic. Didn't bother to look back, although Devon appreciated Harold's bulk between him and the punk. Behind him, he heard someone muttering to let it go. What was a skinny-ass runt and one fat white guy against Tyree's army? Army? Devon rolled his eyes. He'd seen better organized Cub Scout troops. As he crossed the lobby, he did notice a difference. Despite the outside appearance of the tower, inside, things were decidedly better. There was still graffiti, but no garbage. No junkies passed out in the corners. The floor could pass for clean. Was this the work of Tyree's so-called army? Or had the women of the tower finally been able to make a difference in their environment? He hoped it was the latter. After all, that's what his mother had devoted her life to. Before Daniel Kingston, owner of the tower and most of the souls who resided within its concrete walls, had destroyed her. Devon grabbed hold of the old anger and used it to bolster his resolve. Last thing he needed was for anyone, especially Tyree, to see exactly how difficult it was coming back here. Too many betrayals. Too many people he'd betrayed. Maybe this was a mistake. 11 years was a long time. She would have changed, built a life without him. Stupid to return here, trying to reclaim a fantasy. But she'd called. How could he not come for her? 2 more soldiers waited at the elevator, one to guard the door and the other to join them inside and punch the button to the 7th floor. The elevator had also changed. Used to be it worked only sporadically and was a great place to get jumped. Urine, feces, and used condoms had once littered the floor, and blood had seeped into the cracks in the fake wood-paneled walls. Now it had walls of mirrors, shag carpet on the floor, and smelled of pure 50 cologne. Surprised Tyree didn't add some Muzak, Devon said. The punk manning the buttons nodded. Had it rigged up. Man, it rocked, shook the whole damn building, but the speakers blew. He shrugged. What you gonna do? All the elevators like this now? Hell no. This is the only one running. Tyree's private ride. You're lucky he didn't make you walk up the stairs like everyone else. The 7th floor is his, penthouse? Oh yeah, for him and some of his top dogs. We have rooms up there. The hoes as well. Gotta put them somewhere we can keep an eye on them. Devon restrained himself. He couldn't abide drugs or prostitution. The Russians had mistaken that for a weakness, at first. Until he showed them how to turn a higher profit for less risk. His financial savvy was the only thing worthwhile that he'd inherited from his father. How about Tyree's sister? She get to stay up in the penthouse? Nah, man. Sister'd have none of it. The punk turned to look at Devon for the first time. You really gonna buy this place from old man Kingston? That's the plan. It was a hastily constructed lie, a convenient excuse to cover the real reason for his visit home. If Tyree knew the truth, that Jess had called Devon, he'd kill them both. While he'd cruised the block, taking stock of the situation, Devon couldn't help but notice that every storefront had either a going out of business or a for sale sign on its door. Real estate prices, what they were, Daniel Kingston had to be taking a huge loss. Devon had cash to burn. Well, launder, technically. What better way to solve everyone's problems than to buy not only the tower, but also the rest of the block? The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea's sheer audacious poetry. He'd have to make the offer anonymously. Mr. Daniel came over on the Mayflower Kingston would never sully the family name by selling to a former resident, most especially Devon. And even though Tyree and his royales ran the tower as their turf, Devon was certain Daniel Kingston's lily-white ass still controlled Tyree. No way in hell would things have changed so much that Daniel would have ever relinquished his hold on the tower. Devon had carved a niche for himself in the Russian sphere of influence. Surely it was time to declare his independence. Return home and finally make good on the dreams his mother and the women who'd raised him had had for him? They had wanted him to become their champion, had told him he had the power to make a difference in the tower, their world, before Tyree had run him out of town with a death price on his head. Back then, when Devon was 17, he'd been a reader, a lover, not a fighter. A runt. 11 years had changed all that. The elevator doors opened on 7. Two more of Tyree's men got onto the elevator, and one pushed the button for the roof. The roof? Now Devin was intrigued. Growing up, the roof, with its all-too-optimistic playground, basketball court, community garden, and Victorian-style greenhouse, the tower's pride and joy back in the day, had been off-limits unless you were looking to score drugs or get a beatdown. They arrived, and the doors slid open. Tyree's men lined up, one on each side of Devin, the third hanging back with Harold. Devin paused before exiting, taking it all in. What had once been an open-air basketball court was now enclosed, not very well from the draft snaking around Devin's ankles, to form a reception hall with a wall of windows at the far end. Red velvet drapes hid the walls, but Devin caught a glimpse of unpainted drywall. The roof was sheets of translucent corrugated fiberglass perched on 2x4s, the rain creating a thrumming undercurrent as if a wild animal paced above them, while the floor was cracked concrete with a stretch of red carpet extending from the elevators to a large executive desk. Exquisite, handcrafted mahogany, perched on a plywood dais in front of the windows. A single leather chair stood behind the desk, Tyree's throne. An impressive way to greet visitors, and to control who came and went. As Devin approached Tyree, he immediately scanned the area, noting exits, strategic positions, the number of bodyguards, 4, and the number of guns, at least 6, since Tyree always carried 2, had ever since a cheap semi had jammed on him in the middle of a firefight. A firefight that had involved 2 teens hopped up on crank, an unpaid tab, and an unarmed 16-year-old prostitute. The prostitute had been the only casualty. No great loss, Tyree boasted whenever he told the story. He'd gotten his money from the teens, and the hoe had been costing him more in rock than she'd been bringing in. Of course, Tyree never mentioned that the hoe was his own cousin. He hadn't changed with the years, still the same unpolished, braggart bully. Devin could see that in the way Tyree leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers, smiling as if he were royalty granting an audience to some lowly peon. Cunning, wily, street smart, but with little wisdom. So the runt finally grew into his big boy pants, Tyree said, crashing his chair down onto all 4 legs. He was 8 years older than Devin's 28 and had several inches on Devin's 6 feet, plus about 40 pounds, all of it the bulging muscles that came from steroids and heavy lifting. In other words, all show, useless in a real fight. Since fleeing Cambria and working his way up through the Russians' organization, Devin had been in more fights than he could count, physical and mental. The physical ones had been by far the easier. Before the Russians had totally accepted him, after he'd shunned Philly's black street gangs, he'd killed 2 men with his bare hands. It'd been a while, but he could do it again. Might even enjoy it in Tyree's case. "Happy Thanksgiving," Devin said, wondering if Jess's message had been right. She'd left him a voicemail this morning at 7:28, either dodging talking to him directly — she knew damn well he never got up before noon — or because it was too urgent to wait. Probably both. Her voice had been panicked, a whisper begging him to come, that she needed him, and not to say a word to her brother Tyree. He sucked in his breath, drawing oxygen down into every fiber, the memory of her final words, that she needed him. Him, the outcast, the runt, singing through his mind, repeating until he could block out the panic underlying them. He and Jess, they were meant to be together, make a family together. Now, finally, maybe, they could. He'd initially thought he'd swoop in, bluff his way past Tyree, rescue Jess, and escape. After seeing this place, what Tyree had done with it, the decay and ugly filth, he was tempted to stay. claim his birthright, defy both Tyree and Daniel Kingston. With Jess at his side, he could do it. Hell, if Tyree didn't wipe that shit-eating grin from his face, Devin might just do it. "Here you want to buy the tower," Tyree said, absently snapping his fingers. Instantly, two women emerged from the shadows. Both wore sheer negligees, a throwback to the 1970s like the rest of the cheap bordello decor. Tyree had obviously seen Shaft one too many times. One girl bent over to insert a cigar into his mouth. The other lit it for him as he puffed, his lips pursed like a fish, teeth clamped down. "I reckon it's better to work with you than that white mofo Kingston, so..." He blew out a lopsided smoke circle. "You have my permission." Devin held back his laughter. He didn't need anyone's permission, and the more he thought about taking over the tower, massacring Tyree and his crew, sticking it to Kingston, the more he liked the idea. Thank you." "Yeah, I think it's fine. You kick back 10% of the rents you collect, and my boys will continue to provide protection and other services." Services like mugging old folks, terrorizing women and children, selling drugs and sex. "That's mighty kind of you." Tyree narrowed his eyes. Not so dumb after all. He'd caught Devin's edge of sarcasm. "You want to see my sister while you're here, I suppose?" He chuckled. "Bitch is gonna drop a cow if she hear you back." Typical of Tyree, after their royal audience, he wouldn't let Devin and Harold use the elevator. Instead, sent them down the stairs to the third-floor apartment Tyree had once shared with his grandmother and sister. The apartment had been Devin's second home while growing up. He'd pretty much been raised by the entire collective of the older generation of women in the tower. Cece, Jess's gram, had been one of the best of the bunch. Would tan his hide if he cracked wise, but also was quick to encourage his natural abilities, got him reading, learning about money, how the real world beyond the tower worked. After Jess's accident and everything that followed, he'd promised Cece that he'd take care of them. And he'd tried, sent back money after Tyree ran him out of town. Enough so Cece and Jess could have left the tower. But they hadn't. Even after Cece died last year, Jess still wouldn't leave. He was certain the fault lay with Tyree, who'd never relinquish control over his family, allow them to escape. Jess had made Devin promise to never come back. At the time, Tyree had vowed to kill them both if he did. He'd also sworn to protect Jess if Devin stayed away. Yet, she'd called Devin this morning, not Tyree. And she'd been terrified, sounded afraid for her life. Tyree wasn't a man of his word, unlike Devin. If he shook on a deal, that deal was done. If he said he'd come through, he came through. If he said you were a dead man, you'd best pick out an outfit for the casket. After a business associate had defaulted on a loan and Devin had inherited a laundromat and its contents, that had become his calling card. Sending a nice suit, compliments of Devin Price. Your first and last warning to make things right before the funeral. Even the Russians got a kick out of that. As he strode from the staircase down the dimly lit hallway toward Jess's door, he wondered, not for the first time, if Tyree was setting him up. Forcing Jess to call him home, making him break his vow, only to find a funeral suit waiting for him. No red carpets here. Just bare concrete floors trumpeting his approach to residents huddled behind triple locked doors. Walls covered with Royale graffiti, the stench of onions, dirty diapers, and surrender. By the time he reached Jess's door, his chest was heaving. From fear, or the excitement of seeing her again after 11 years? Both. He was glad Harold was too far away to notice him run his palms against his suit jacket. Sweat gathered in the scars, constant souvenirs of his childhood here in the tower. Get with the game. Her phone call hadn't been a booty call. She'd been panicked. No, terrified. Had to be to reach out to him after all this time. He knocked on the door, stopped when he saw it wasn't latched shut. He stood away from the threshold, nodding to Harold, who sidled down to a position where he could cover both Devon and the stairs. Drawing his gun and hugging the wall, Devon pushed the door open. The smell hit him first. Not a good smell. Copper, salty, tangy sweet. The smell of death. The hairs on his arms stood at attention as he edged a glance around the doorframe. A single light bulb burned in the room beyond. It was more than enough to show him what he didn't want to see. Jess lay on the floor, arms sprawled toward him. She could have been welcoming him home, except for the blood.
Chapter 3. No one knows how long it takes to die, not even us doctors. We know that once blood stops flowing to the brain, it takes only a few seconds to lose consciousness. But that could mean a faint, a coma, or death. If it's a faint, then gravity helps out, and once the brain falls below the heart, blood rushes back to it, and you wake up. If a coma, all bets are off on when or if you'll regain consciousness. And death? Well, much as the surgical hotshots might argue, there's no cure for death. Dead is dead. Science's best guess is that it takes around 4 to 6 minutes without blood flow and oxygen for a brain to die. Which means that when the nun spoke to me, she wasn't quite dead yet, only in a coma. Her heart might have been stopped, but her brain still had some electrical activity. Neurons gasping their final breaths, firing off random impulses, hurtling down synaptic connections. Figuring that out didn't make me feel any better. The surgeon arrived in a breathless rush, swearing at the primitive conditions inside the suture room. He shoved me aside to explore the mess you made, and found a gash in Sister Patrice's vena cava. Then he stripped his Tyvek gown and mask away, told me to call sooner next time, and stalked out. "Jesus," Ryder said, the nun's blood mixing with his own on his clothing. Who would want to shoot Sister Patrice? I had my own cosmic questions. Why had I frozen like that? Where had that voice come from? Staring down on the ravaged body of my patient, I didn't think I was going to like the answers. Then it was only Ryder and I left in the room, and the dead nun, the one who shouldn't have been talking, especially with me being the only one who could hear her. Ryder surprised me by taking her hand for a brief moment. Technically, once there was a corpse and foul play was suspected, the cops weren't supposed to touch the body, only the medical examiner. But he wasn't a cop right then. He looked down, his lips moving as if praying. Then he dropped her hand and stepped back. His shirt and jeans were covered in blood, as were his hands. Ribbons of it streaked his face, but as his gaze scoured the scene and his posture straightened, I could tell that Sister Patrice had now become a body. Evidence. "We need to secure this room until the medical examiner gets here. I don't care how busy you are. I'm not taking any chances with losing evidence." He didn't wait for me to nod. "I need to talk to those guards. Check out the security cameras." He stepped past me to leave, but I stopped him with a hand on his arm. His muscles bunched tight beneath my touch. "You knew her?" "Yeah. She was a good person. Worked with Father Vance over at St. Timothy's." He shook his head, as if shaking away the memory of the nun as a person. "You'll get someone to stay with her?" "I'll stay with her." He met my gaze, nodded solemnly, his lips tight. "Thanks, Doc. I'll be back." He strode out of the room, leaving me alone with the corpse. I stared down at the dead nun, wishing I could cover her up, embarrassed by her nakedness. But she was evidence now, less than human. The only thing that marked her as a nun was the small cross around her neck, stained with blood. Her eyes were open. They were brown.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Chasing the ghosts, the fears I bred, caught in the cracks where memory fades. Between hope and sorrow, my spirit sways. The truth feels distant, slipping through hands, lost in the chaos, the shifting sands. Yet here I stand, as worlds collide, fighting to find what's buried inside. Between the shadows, I search for peace, caught in the fire, belonging, release, where sunbeams move, where silence resides, a place to rest from the storm inside. Between the shadows, I search for peace, caught in the fire, belonging, release, where sunbeams move, where silence resides, a place to rest from the storm inside. All this chaos, my tortured man.
Despite her short-cropped gray hair, she didn't look very old, maybe mid-40s. But I remembered that when I was a kid, our priest had never appeared to grow old, never had the worry lines and fatigue that made other adults seem used up before their time. I stared at Sister Patrice, and she stared back, saying nothing. That was good. A step in the right direction. I was half tempted to rap on her skull with my knuckles. Knock, knock? Anyone home? Instead, I wrenched my gaze away and began cleaning up at the sink. My scrubs were ruined. I'd change into my regular clothes as soon as the coroner's folks or a police officer arrived to stand guard. But right now, it was just me and the dead nun. And my maybe, sorta, could be crazy head. Stress. That's all it was. Cracking a chest is the biggest adrenaline rush you could ask for. Holding someone's heart in your hand? That had to be it. Overworked, overtired. Same excuses I'd created for my other symptoms. The not sleeping for months, the occasional stumbling gait, the unexplained fevers, the new, more worrisome tremors. Stress. Nothing a vacation wouldn't cure. Except with not quite dead nuns talking to me, I had to wonder if any vacation plans should include a trip to the psych ward. I was tempted to call Louise, despite the fact that she'd be in the middle of her holiday family dinner. If it had even really happened. I held my hands out in front of me. Steady. Not a quiver or a shake. I was about ready to believe it hadn't happened. Just my imagination. Except, who was the kid who needed help? Help the girl, save the girl. That's what Sister Patrice had said. Why would my mind conjure a hallucination it couldn't understand? As the warm water swirled over my hands, I tried to recreate those few seconds when I'd been catatonic. I didn't even know what to call the episode. Partial complex seizure? Given the auditory hallucinations that had accompanied it, temporal lobe epilepsy was most likely. Except, when I had stood frozen, holding Sister Patrice's heart, it hadn't been only her voice that had filtered into my brain. It had started with the bone-aching, beautiful music, along with flashing lights that morphed into images blitzing by at super speed. Too many for me to process. I tried now to focus, to relive the episode in slow motion, dissecting it. Sounds crazy. Dissecting a hallucination. But what else was I going to do? Trapped in a room with a dead nun. If there is one thing I'm good at, it's weeding out the non-essentials to zero in on what's important. Mental triage. And right now, understanding my event seemed very important. To me, to Sister Patrice, to an unnamed girl. A single pure note pierced my soul. High B, in a warm timbre, coaxed from the G-string on a violin. My fingers curled to form the note as if I held my fiddle. But as the tone grew in volume and depth, bright lights whirled around me, and suddenly I was frozen once more, locked inside my body. Images swarmed my mind, skittering and buzzing, clamoring for attention as I strained to bring them into focus. This time, I didn't have the feeling of someone talking to me. Rather, it was like searching a musical score, notes and chords moving back and forth, rewinding, then slowing to a note-by-note replay. A girl, too skinny, with dark skin, gaunt cheekbones, black hair braided into an intricate pattern. She was a sparkling A-string glissando, maybe 8, 10, 12. Like the nun, it was hard to tell her age. The music dropped, grew low and ominous. The girl looked scared. Blood streaked her clothing as she held Patrice's hand, and they ran. I shivered, felt physically there, with them in the dark. The music faded, leaving behind only the dull thud of rain against pavement. It was an alley, nighttime, cold wind knifing through my wet clothing. Patrice's. The girl yanked as Patrice, stumbled. Then I was fumbling with a key, my hands slick with blood. Shot. I'd been shot. The key finally turned, and I opened a heavy metal door, shoving the girl inside. "Climb high," I told her, but it was Patrice's voice I heard. "Watch for Tyree's traps." No time to say more. They were almost here. Urgency scratched my nerves, a misfingered minor chord. I closed the door and turned back to face the darkness. I took 1 step, 2. Now I could feel the pain my panic had blocked. Every breath agony. I stumbled away from the door, away from the girl, toward the darkness at the end of the alley. "Where is she?" A voice screamed at me, loud and angry. I wasn't sure if it was a man's or a woman's. Too close. It was too close. Fear clouded my mind. I reached for the one thing that had always provided comfort. Prayer. "Dear God, save her, please." I, Patrice, expected an answer. Nothing came. Only the grim rain drumming on a dumpster's lid. I tried to keep running, but ended up on my hands and knees, crawling, still praying. Whispered voices came from behind me. "The girl saw us. We have to find her." A rat scrambled out of my way as I tumbled into a trash can, dumping it on its side. They stood over me, crowding out all light. "Last chance. Where is she?" I closed my eyes, denying them answers. A shot sounded, crashing through my mind. As darkness descended, a sudden calm overtook me. My fingers searched for my cross, but my body was beyond my command. All I could do was pray. "Help the girl. Please, Lord. Save her." The pound of a timpani crashed through me, along with a rush of heat that left me gasping. Me, not Patrice. But her shadow clung to my psyche. My chest burned where she'd been shot. I fell forward against the sink, the water still running over my hands. That wasn't me praying. That wasn't me getting shot. Dying. Patrice. Somehow her memory had been embedded into my brain, worming its way into my consciousness. My hands, no, every part of me shook at the realization. I could barely manage to turn the water off before slumping against the wall, staring at the nun's body. I'd somehow become the answer to her prayers. If this was real, I was being punked on a supremely cosmic level, especially as I hadn't believed in God or stepped foot in a church since my dad died. Ironic, since I'd been hoping maybe God would talk to me at Dad's funeral. I'd been praying for forgiveness, but had known it could as easily go the other way, with hellfire and damnation. No way anyone would let me off easy, not after killing my dad, even if it was a tragic accident. But I was only 12, and still believed. So it somehow all made sense in a warped Catholic schoolgirl kind of way. My family and Father Kursavage and just about everyone had thought it best if I skipped the funeral. So I had. Not because I was used to doing what everyone, or anyone, told me to, but because I'd known missing saying goodbye to my dad would hurt me more than them. And back then, hurting me had seemed more important than anything else. Would even God wait 22 years to exact payback? I was all grown up now, skeptical of who or what God was, and sincerely doubted he/she/it would take time out of his/her/its busy schedule to mess with me. Which left option B, a severe deficiency of vitamin H. H for Haldol, a powerful antipsychotic, or in layman's terms, nuts, crazy, psycho, loony, daft, insane. I glanced at the nun. She wasn't talking, which was a relief. Even if she did, how could I be sure it was really her? I sidled over, half expecting her to sit up, let loose with some pea soup special effects, and spin her head around on her neck. But she lay there, like a good dead nun should. Feeling like a thief stealing from the poor box, I grabbed her cell phone from where it had fallen onto the floor. Couldn't let possible evidence be lost, I told myself, as I flipped through the numbers stored in the contacts list. The one dialed most recently was labeled Jesselyn. The one marked in case of emergency was labeled Rectory. And the one called most often was labeled Office. I called the office number. It rang twice and went to voicemail. A woman's voice said, "This is Sister Patrice. I'm not available right now. Please leave a message." I jumped back, dropping the phone. It was her. The voice in my head was the dead nun on the table before me. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. What the hell? If the nun in my head was for real, did that mean the girl was as well? The image of the little girl filled my mind, bringing with it melancholy tones of grief and fear. Lost. She was so lost and scared. I had to help her. But how?
Chapter 4. Matthew Ryder opened the door to the Good Samaritan security office, expecting a few square badges sitting around with their thumbs up their asses. He was pleasantly surprised to see that although they were crammed into a room smaller than his first car, an '89 Toyota Corolla hatchback, and had less than state-of-the-art equipment. Videotape? Who the hell still used tape? They seemed on the ball, already pulling up footage and scouring it. Did she make it? One of the two guards who had brought Sister Patrice in asked. His uniform was streaked with dried blood, and his voice held a tremor. No. Tell me about the car. Ryder took the seat between the two at the monitors. The three of them were wedged in so tight their shoulders touched. Here it is. Walt's duping a copy for you, and Zimmerman's on the phone with dispatch now. He nodded over his shoulder to where an older man, the supervisor no doubt, paced as he spoke on a phone. We gave them the license plate. He's waiting to see if the patrol cars were able to track it. Ryder was less interested in where the car went than where it came from. His crime scene. The major crimes guys would eventually muscle in, but he was the detective on call. For now, this was his case. Show me. The guard, Tinker, his name tag read, bet those jokes got old fast, hit some buttons, and one of the screens went blank, then started up again with a grainy picture blurred even more by the rain. The ER ambulance bay. One ambulance was leaving, obstructing the view. Then, as it pulled away, a low-slung, light-colored sedan came into view. American. Looked like a beat-up old Caprice, primer patches marring the paint job. White, maybe silver or tan. Couldn't see the driver through the rain drumming against the windshield. The car barely slowed, swinging sideways alongside the sliding doors leading to the ER. The car's rear door sprang open. A man's hands, Hispanic or light-skinned black, maybe dark-skinned Asian, rolled a woman's body from the car as the driver pounded the horn. As soon as the first security guard appeared at the ER entrance, the car sped off, water spraying Patrice's body. "There's the plate." Tinker froze the frame. Ryder made a note of it. Dispatch already had the manhunt going, although if the actors were smart, they'd ditch the car. It was a good bet they weren't the ones who'd shot Patrice, not if they were risking getting caught bringing her to Good Sam. "Show me where it came from," Ryder ordered. Tinker looked flustered for a moment, rewinding the tape. "Can't see." The other guard, a thin man in his 60s, shook his head and leaned across the console. "Try looking at a different camera. If they came down Empire, they'd be on the clinic camera." "Clinic's closed. It's a holiday," Tinker argued. "Camera doesn't know it's Thanksgiving," the other man retorted. Tinker punched a few buttons, and another image appeared. "What time did that call come in?" "Call? What call?" Ryder asked. "There was a call to the hospital operator at 2023, the older guard explained. "Male, bad connection, lots of static, saying they were bringing in a gunshot victim. He hung up before she could get any details." "They record those calls?" "No, sorry. But these guys showed up less than 4 minutes later." "Call ahead seating like we're some freaking restaurant," Tinker muttered. "Okay, look here." Another blurry image. Where did they get their equipment anyway? Ryder's 9-year-old nephew had better gear than this shit. "Came from the east, down Empire." "Probably from the tower." "Or St. Timothy's," Ryder said. His stomach nodded at the thought. Would he find more bodies waiting for him there? He pushed to his feet, already heading toward the door. "One of you guard the body until my guys get here." He headed out the ambulance bay, the cold hitting his wet clothing so hard and fast that his heart stalled for a second. Shit! He swung back around and returned inside, not because of the cold, but because his phone was in his jacket pocket, and his jacket was still inside the exam room. Tinker was already there, standing guard outside the curtain. "You need something, detective?" "Just my jacket. It's hanging on the cabinet." Ryder grabbed it while Tinker made a note. The security guy was obviously relishing his role as potential witness in a homicide. "Where's Dr. Rossi?" "Went to get cleaned up." So much for their dinner date. Hope it was good for her. After all, how many chicks got to get involved in a murder on the very first date? Most guys probably waited at least until the second or third for that. He shook free of his thoughts and called dispatch. "I need a unit over at St. Timothy's." "Sam 11 is already there, responding to a shots fired call." "Any casualties?" "Unknown. Reporting witness was a Father Vance." Figured. The only person who'd dare to notice shots fired in that neighborhood would be Marcus Vance. "Patch me through to them." There was a moment of silence on the line. Then a male voice came through. "Officer McKierney." "Detective Ryder, you there with Father Vance?" "Yes." "Where were the shots fired?" "He reported them from the alley outside. Just got here, haven't had—" "You in a 2-car?" Budget cuts had left most of the patrol cars staffed by 1 cop, but they still tried to do 2 to a car around the tower. "Yeah." "Stay with Vance. Don't let him leave. Don't let him take any calls. Send your partner out to the alley. Tell him it's a crime scene. Don't know what he'll find with the rain, but he needs to protect anything he does. I'm on my way." "Will do." Ryder hung up. Vance wasn't hurt. Good. But Ryder didn't want anyone else to break the news about Patrice, which meant he'd have to do it himself. He started to pull his jacket on. "Detective, don't think you want to do that," Tinker said. Ryder had already stopped before he could smear blood all over his favorite leather bomber jacket. Damn. Couldn't face Vance drenched in Sister Patrice's blood. Death was a bitch, but she hadn't won yet. The thought knifed through Daniel Kingston's brain each breathing moment, in between the pain and the gut-wrenching nausea and the goddamn babble of the idiots invading his last days on Earth, determined to sabotage every good thing he'd worked his whole life to accomplish. Right now, the idiot causing him the most heartache was his son, Daniel Leopold Kingston II, Jr. to his mother before she'd passed, Leo to everyone else, including the leeches who'd surrounded Leo and called themselves his friends. Like that loathsome gang leader, Tyree Willard. Bad enough Daniel had to do business with Tyree to protect Kingston Enterprises' interests in the tower, but to have his son treat the gangbanger as an equal? From his position outside their rooftop conservatory, Daniel watched as one of the waitresses inside the Victorian glass structure maneuvered between tables, her tray held protectively in front of her as she tried to outflank Leo. The holiday party Daniel was hosting for 116 of Cambria's elite was to celebrate Kingston Enterprises' takeover of Narcissus, an Irish pharmaceuticals company. A takeover engineered to give Leo a position after leaving, translation, being ignominiously dismissed for research improprieties, his position with the National Institutes of Health. Not that Leo appreciated his father's efforts. No. Instead, he focused his time and energy on terrorizing serving girls. Daniel caught his son's eye and beckoned him to join him outside the glass-walled greenhouse, away from curious ears and the temptation of long-legged beauties. You know, there will soon come a time when you'll be the one hosting events such as this one. You'll be expected to represent the Kingston name. Leo didn't bother to mask his eye roll. Ignoring his father, he checked his cell phone. Leo, Daniel persisted, trying to stress the urgency. He didn't want to tell Leo how short his time was, refused to be turned into an object of pity during his final days. Tell me truthfully, are you in trouble? No, of course not, Leo lied, almost as effortlessly as Daniel himself. Just arranging to meet up with Tyree and the guys later, seeing where the parties are going to be. Parties? Leo was 31 years old, much too old for partying. When Daniel was his age, he'd already wrested control of Kingston Enterprises from his own father. Of course, he'd had Mary, his wife, a woman as voracious for prestige as Daniel was for power, to help him. Daniel sipped at his wine, the mellow Merlot turning to vinegar as he swallowed his anger and disappointment. Leo, these people are here to celebrate your new position as CEO of Narcissus Pharmaceuticals. You can't abandon them to go clubbing with a gangster. No, Dad. These people are here because they're your paid lapdogs, and you told them to sit and beg. Nothing to do with me. He waved his hand, a magician making an elephant vanish with a gesture. Sorry, gotta go. Big plans. As he watched his son walk away, fear of what his son's plans entailed churned through Daniel's gut. He turned back to face the conservatory. Inside the glass, mingling with exotic blooms forced to flower at Daniel's convenience rather than nature's, men and women sipped champagne, toasting Cambria's future, a future that depended on the Kingston family's continued prosperity. At the base of the wrought iron pillar beside the door was the date the conservatory had been completed, 1846. The crowning achievement to a house that had taken 2 generations of Kingstons to build. Daniel touched the toe of his shoe to the date, for luck. A habit ingrained in him as a child, and then later when he was barely 30 and had taken the family company from his father, a man with frivolous tastes and an even more frivolous mind. At that time, the mid-70s, Kingston Enterprises had been stripped bare, Only this house and a single, weed-infested lot on the least desirable block of the city left to its name. Now look at him. He'd gambled everything they had by building Kingston Tower. He remembered how proud he'd been when they'd erected a smaller model of the same conservatory on the roof of the otherwise squalid concrete tenement. The greenhouse, with its wrought iron and old-world charm, had done the job. Soon he'd had all the funding needed to complete the project. Funding that had been diverted into more land acquisitions, a commercial shipping company, several manufacturing plants, 2 malls, 3 high-end office complexes, and, most recently, Narcissus Pharmaceuticals. All of which combined to keep Cambria and the 100-odd citizens guzzling Daniel's expensive wine inside the conservatory from going under. When he'd saved his family's fortune, Daniel had also saved the city, a city now controlled by men Daniel had hand-picked and placed into power. He raised his glass in silent toast, across the lights shimmering through the mist, to the tower in the distance. Without the tower, none of this could have been possible. Mary had been pregnant with Leo, making Daniel superfluous as far as she was concerned. So he'd thrown himself into the project, often showing up on the job site and grabbing a tool, working alongside his men, goading them on to work harder, faster. And after, once the pitiful ragtag families had poured in, he'd personally manage the building, eking every dime out of the public coffers, and some not-so-public ones, including the gangs who coveted the tower's turf and potential customers. Tyree Willard, leader of the Royales, would say Daniel made the tower his bitch. The thought made him smile. He hadn't stepped foot inside the tower in almost 2 decades, but he still used the lessons he'd learned there in his business dealings, lessons of grit, perseverance, never surrendering. Now those lessons were all he had left as he faced his greatest challenge: cancer, testicular cancer. The irony wasn't lost on him. How many women from the tower would be howling with delight if they ever knew? But no one could know. Not now, the way the internet twisted private scandals into virtual public executions. Kingston Enterprises would be sunk, and Leo would be left with nothing. If there was one thing Daniel Kingston understood, it was the importance of legacy. The Kingston name was everything. Hominis nominis defendere, the family motto. Above all, defend the family name. Not too late for you to adopt me and disown him. A ghost separated itself from the shadows, emerging into the light. Not a ghost, but a slender African-American woman dressed totally in black. Designer suit, shirt, tie, and skin-tight lambskin driving gloves. Your board of directors would sure as fuck approve. Don't be vulgar, Flynn, he said absently. He'd groomed the girl to blend into any crowd, knew she was trying to goad him with her foul language. How bad is it? Bad. Using her gloved fingers, Flynn never took her gloves off, at least never that Daniel had seen. She selected a choice sliver of dark meat from the Limoges plate she held and, her fingers brushing his as she slid his glass from his hand, chased it down with the remnants of Daniel's Merlot. Somehow she made eating with her fingers seem elegant, yet primal, sensual, yet revolting. Like everything about Flynn, a paradox explored at your own risk. He waited, reining in his impatience. Daniel made it a point never to let the help see any weakness. Flynn was the one exception to the rule, the only living person aside from the doctors and nurses who knew about his cancer, but he'd be damned if he'd give her any further advantage over him. She licked the grease from her lips and set the plate down. They stood together, neither bothered by the chill night mist. Music swirled from the conservatory, providing a buffer zone between the idiots trapped inside the glass and Daniel's idiot son, with whom he was trapped as his only acceptable heir. Another girl from the tower has gone missing, exactly like the others. I'm still not sure where he's keeping them, but we can't have any more surviving victims. The police are getting too close. He'd been able to silence the last meddlesome detective, but another death so soon, too risky. Daniel shook his head. How had he raised such a fool? It wasn't what Leo had done, was doing, that bothered him. He'd always believed morals were for losers, the weak, so they could feel good about themselves when they ran away, tails between their legs. Rules meant nothing to Daniel. A strong man forged his own rules, didn't let others dictate to him. No, he could care less about what Leo was doing. It was the risk he abhorred. The family name must be defended at all costs. Yet his son persisted in taking foolish, senseless, needless risks. Daniel couldn't abide the thought that Leo was all he had left, and he might lose him. Find the girl. Deal with her. Sure thing, boss. Flynn blew him a kiss before disappearing into the shadows.
Chapter 5. Standing in the shower in the ER's women's locker room, hot water pummeling my body, scouring it clean. All I could think about was the scene in The Sixth Sense, where the little boy tells Bruce Willis he sees dead people. The anguish on his face, the despair, etched into my mind as deep as a scar. I don't see dead people. I said the words aloud to give them weight. I only, maybe, hear not-so-dead people. Well, okay, not maybe. Possibly. Probably. Definitely. No, that was too freaky, insane. Couldn't be true. Resisting the urge to scream. Only crazy people scream at themselves, and I wasn't crazy, right? I rinsed the shampoo and soap away, stepped from the shower, and grabbed a towel. Surprised myself when I realized it wasn't just water heating my face, but also tears. Had I just killed a patient? I sank down onto the bench in front of the lockers, hugging myself. Had my stubborn pride, vanity that I could handle my symptoms, denial that they were even symptoms at all, led me to freeze right when my patient needed me most? To hell with my delusions of hearing dead nuns. What about the reality that she might be dead because of me? I grabbed the blow-dryer, trying in vain to drown out the recriminations. Of course I'd lost patients before. What ER doc hasn't? But I'd never felt responsible, to blame for it. Like I said, there's no cure for death. But what if Patrice had had a chance? If I hadn't frozen, if I had moved faster, could I have saved her? You know how sometimes it feels like the world around you is tumbling past, too fast to see or grasp hold of, as if you're caught in a giant washer and your mind is the agitator, shouting, "This can't be happening! This is not happening!" And there's nothing you can do except accept that this is happening. That's how I felt. Numb, uncertain, scared about everything I was denying, which left me in a state of surreal calm. My hair still damp, I changed into my street clothes, a pair of cargo pants and a fleece pullover. My stomach clenched against fear. I did what I'd been too cowardly to do before. I called Louise. Louise Mehta is my best friend, a neurologist, and one of the smartest people I've ever met. Plus, she's whiplash funny. You have not heard a dirty joke until you've heard it told by a middle-aged, meticulously dressed Indian woman with a posh British accent. But Louise does have her faults. She loves routine, likes everything to follow a precise order. Her life is governed by bullet points. Not me. As an ER doc, chaos is my constant companion. Lists and practice guidelines, standard operating procedures, paperwork in triplicate. They all give me hives. I like being flexible, juggling a bunch of ideas, often contradictory, playing devil's advocate. Drove my mom nuts. I was the kid ignoring the silly coloring books and getting busy playing Michelangelo on the living room walls. But this new chaos overtaking my life, too much, even for me. I needed a sober voice, someone who could make sense of it all. Hello? A man answered on the 5th ring. Jeff, her husband. He's a biostatistician, even more regimented than Louise, but somehow still fun to be around, although I almost never understood half of what he was talking about. The price for brilliant friends. It's Angie. Is Louise free? Sounds of kids laughing and grown-ups talking filled the background. Right. Thanksgiving. A night when normal families got together and did normal family things. Don't ask me what those are. My family congregates at my uncle's bar to play music and get drunk. Turkey and apple pie, optional. She's kind of tied up, Angie. Tiff ate 2/3 of a mincemeat pie and threw up all over her favorite dress. Louise is up giving her a bath and trying to save the dress before she melts down completely. Their 3-year-old fashionista is named Tiffany. Both Louise and Jeff swear it was the other's idea. Is this an emergency? He asked. She's not on call, but... Was I really going to ruin my best friend's holiday with a crazy story about a dead nun and hearing voices? Proof. I needed proof. Then I'd have something solid to fight. No, I told Jeff. Just calling to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. You too, Angie. Take care. He hung up. I couldn't leave the ER without stopping at Mrs. Coates's bedside. I'm no saint, more like a glutton for punishment. I needed to see if I could make it, this thing I had no name for, happen again. Mrs. Coates was the only not quite dead yet person I knew. After all, muscle tremors and insomnia are one thing. Hallucinations? Catatonia? Seizures? Fits that leave patients dead? Those are symptoms that get you kicked out of medicine fast. Whatever these spells were, I was going to do it. Try to. I didn't even have a word for it. Communicate? Could I have a moment with her, please? I asked Mrs. Coates's extended family, interrupting their prayers. 3 generations gathered around her, the youngest great-grandchild asleep beside her on the hospital bed. Her children holding her hands, patting her shoulders, one granddaughter combing her hair smooth. I'm leaving for the night, and wanted to check her one last time. The eldest son, in his late 60s himself, gathered the others and shooed them beyond the curtain, giving me some privacy. Thank you, Dr. Rossi, he said as he exited. I can't tell you how much we appreciate this. I forced a smile, feeling lousy for taking advantage of them and pushing them away, even for a few minutes. You're welcome. I made sure the curtain was closed and approached Mrs. Coates. She looked like she was sleeping. She was, in a way, just wasn't going to ever wake up. Not from this nap. She looked so peaceful, I hated to disturb her. Who said I was? Maybe nothing would happen. My hand trembled as I took hers. Her hand was dry, the skin wrinkled along the back of it, tendons tough, like gristle against my fingers. Nothing. No sounds except the whistle of the oxygen through the mask on her face. If I did hear Mrs. Coates's voice, then what? I had some newfound psychic gift? Bullshit. It just meant my delusions were organized. Didn't make them any less delusional. This was a mistake. So typical of me. Curiosity outweighing common sense. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to drop her hand, walk away before something did happen. Before I found out something about myself that I really, really did not want to know. I couldn't move. I was frozen again, unable to blink, unable to do anything as the world around me shimmered with color and sounds. That damn angelic chorus again. this time humming a melody that was both sprightly and haunting. Liszt, maybe? With the music, images blossomed in my mind. Bright lights and hyper-saturated, blinding color. Sights and sounds and smells that were foreign, that didn't belong to me, as if I'd been catapulted into some bizarre 3D movie with smell-o-vision, hurtling through time and space, leaping from the pain of a skinned knee of a girl in pigtails to a gold wedding band slid on my finger, back to a knuckle-rapping piano teacher, then to a cotillion, crinolines rustling, silk swirling, feeling all jittery inside, yet at the same time calm, certain, all because of him. Then he was in a casket, decades older, worn and frayed by time. But superimposed over the old man, I saw the nervous young man who'd been pushed forward by his friends to dance with me at the cotillion so long ago. Harpsichords whirled us around in a waltz, while the entire universe held its breath in anticipation. First love. True love. 9 decades worth of living kaleidoscoping around me, moments falling away like an aria's final notes dying. But it wasn't my life. I felt nauseated, seasick, unable to defend myself from the cacophony of emotions, sights, and sounds bombarding me. Finally, that same sensation of heat seared through me, announcing my release. The music in my head faded to empty silence, a void cupping its hands, wanting to be filled. I blinked, staggered back a step. My knees shook, my stomach quivered, threatening to rebel. I sagged against the countertop, glanced up at the clock. 4 minutes I'd been standing there, all awareness of the real world banished. I shivered, even though my skin was hot and sweaty. 4 minutes lost. Anything could have happened. In 4 minutes, I'd plummeted through 93 years of living. Remnants of Mrs. Kawatz's memories crowded my thoughts. One stood out. The gold ring. Her wedding band. I glanced at her left hand, taking care not to come close enough to touch her again. No ring. "You want it back, don't you?" I whispered, fully aware that what I was suggesting was crazy, insane, career-ending, very probably symptomatic of something much, much worse going on inside my head. But I couldn't help myself. For the first time in decades, I believed. In what? I had no idea. But I believed. "Oh, fuck," I muttered, turning away from the almost dead woman. Of course, Mrs. Kawatz's son took that moment to pull the curtain back. "Dr. Rossi?" he said, frowning in disapproval at my language. "Everything okay?" "No," my brain shouted. How had I done that? Touch. That seemed to have been the trigger the first time with Sister Patrice, and again now. But then what had I done to make it happen the second time, when Sister Patrice had been across the room and I'd been able to dissect that first episode? "Just fine. Take care now." I started to leave, more confused than ever. Right, because that's what delusions were. Illogical. And yet, I stopped. Memories that weren't mine flooding my mind. I swayed, caught in both realities. This may sound funny, but did she have a wedding ring?" He nodded. "Since she got sick, it's too big for her. Kept falling off." This might be a good time to bring it. The words sounded awkward and weird, as they should, coming from a mad woman. "She'll want it. For the end." His mouth opened and closed again. Then he shrugged. "Sure. Anything you say." Not me. I didn't say it. She did. I stood there, trying to decide what to do next. Spend the night with my family, playing the fiddle, making love to Jacob after, trying to ignore the possibility that I was losing my mind. Somehow the prospect didn't fill me with excitement. "Find the girl," Yeah, right. How the hell was I supposed to find a girl when I had no idea who she was, and I couldn't tell the cops how I knew she was lost? Save the girl. Sister Patrice wasn't going to stop nagging. As stubborn as I am, it seemed. I tugged on my parka. Looked like I was headed back to church. 2 decades too late. Chapter 6. The crisp night air and the softly falling rain cleared my head as I drove the 3 blocks between Good Sam and St. Timothy's. Those 3 blocks pretty much tell you everything you need to know about Cambria. They're the difference between a kind of bad neighborhood and a don't go out at night, never walk alone, triple deadbolt hood. Especially the block St. Tim's is on. Bounded by Empire, State, Union, and Broad, that 1 square block accounts for the majority of the city's blood and tears. All because of a failed housing project, Kingston Tower, home to 1,000 souls, give or take. Census workers tend to avoid the tower, as do social services, truant officers, immigration agents, code inspectors, and the police. For the women and children who live there and have nowhere else to go, it's like living on the wrong side of prison razor wire. Life as a constant negotiation. Neutral clothing, avoiding any gang colors, stray dollar bills tucked into places a casual street thief wouldn't find easily, a baby's bottle hugger, the hem of a skirt, schooling children in the art of dodging bullets, bunker mentality. For the men who ruled, especially the members of Tyree Willard's Royals, the tower is opportunity. I can't tell you how many gangbangers I've patched up who, when I ask them why they do what they do, say it's their ticket out. Out to where? They have no idea. They all just want out. St. Timothy's itself isn't exactly a bright spot. Built of sandstone charred black by almost 2 centuries of coal dust and smog, it's as menacing in its own way as the tower. Walls thick enough to shrug off cannonballs, Gothic spirals stabbing up into the night, gargoyle sentries perched at every corner, smirking and deriding the futile antics of the humans living in the shadows below. Doors bound by iron, so massive that allowing anyone entrance would take an act of God. A fortress of blackened stone, cemented by the souls of the faithful. I sat inside my Subaru, parked across from St. Tim's, unable to take my eyes off the gaping maw of the front doors, shadowed by an overhang that arched up to a razor-sharp point. On either side of the point were twin stained glass windows, depicting some saintly action. Barely lit from lights within, they looked like demon eyes, reddened by flames. The entire building snarled, daring me to draw near. I hadn't been inside St. Tim's, or any church, in 22 years. Not since my dad died. Looking at the looming edifice, I couldn't swallow, scared spitless. I'd rather walk alone through all 7 floors of the tower, facing gangbangers and crackheads, than step inside St. Timothy's. That's how powerful childhood suggestion can be. The monster under the bed. It grows and swells with time as you cower in fear, hiding under the covers, too terrified to fall asleep, until you defy the stomach-wrenching panic that makes your pulse pound in your fingertips, and you pull back the covers, and holding your breath, dare to look. My phone rang, cutting through the noise of my breathing. Startled, I banged my knee against the dash. Jacob. I didn't really want to talk to him, but answered anyway. Delaying tactics. I'm guessing you're not coming. His voice radiated disappointment and disapproval. In the background, I heard the sound of bagpipes and a baron. You know you have a family? A real family? Not just anonymous patients revolving through the ER? Every now and then, Jacob appoints himself the voice of my conscience, which brings out the bitch in me. One of the reasons we split up. I'm sure my family is enjoying your company more than they would mine. You know that's not true. I've got to go. Facing the dark and looming church was more appealing than talking to a man I'd once loved. Still love. What's so important? A little girl. She's missing. And I think I'm the only one who can find her. I hung up. Pushing the car door open, I left my sanctuary and stood in the night, sleet slipping down my collar and clinging to my still wet hair. My lips trembled, and it had nothing to do with the cold. Icy water splashed into my shoes as I crossed the street, my gaze never leaving my destination. I knew if I looked away, I'd run. One soggy, heavy foot after the other, I climbed the steps to the church, feeling as if I should have been crawling on my hands and knees. Finally at the door, I reached out a hand. The frozen iron burnt my flesh. I jerked away. My breath came so fast and hard I thought I would vomit. Pressure squeezed my head and heart in a vice grip of pain, ready to explode. Panic attack. A stray fragment of rational thought made its way front and center. I clung to the idea, so much better than a new symptom I couldn't explain, as I turned my back on the door and ran. I made it all the way down the steps, slamming against the Subaru, out of breath. My chest tight, I gasped, but couldn't get any air. Breathe, just breathe. So simple. Did it every minute of every day. But right now, I had to remind myself how to. Breathe. In, out. In again. Oxygen pierced my brain fog as frigid air shattered against my lungs. Tiny sparks of cold that thawed my fear. I spun to face my enemy. Only a musty old church. I didn't believe anyway, not anymore. There was nothing to fear, nothing at all. These words and other nonsense repeated in my head as I hauled in one breath after another, my vision hazy. Besides, Patrice hadn't led me to a church with her thoughts, but to an alley. Idiot. I straightened, my vision clear once more. Wanted to smack myself in the forehead, but settled for taking off at a jog, circling to the far side of the church, finally back in control. The tower sat on the corner of Empire and State, while St. Tim's sprawled across the corner of Empire and Broad. Hidden behind both buildings were several smaller buildings, a courtyard, a play area, mainly used for drug deals, and several narrow alleys that ran the gauntlet between them. Patrice had been shot in one of those alleys. I just had to find the right one. I rounded the corner and had gone a few steps into the dark before I realized a flashlight would have been a good idea, except I hadn't thought to grab one from my car. The church was totally dark on this side. The only light came from the tower. Still, the alley felt familiar. I'd never been here before, but I remembered the graffiti's neon colors, visible even in the dim light, and the dumpster splashed with paint and mud. The door had been just past it. A blinding light seared my vision. "Can I help you?" came a woman's voice. Instinctively, I raised my hands. In surrender or defense, either way, I was ready. The light lowered enough for me to make out the woman's form. She stood several feet away, one hand near her hip, cap on her head, parka, dark uniform, shiny badge. "What are you doing here, ma'am?" Her voice was polite, but edged with suspicion. I suck at lying, so I tried the truth. "Looking for a little girl." That seemed to take her aback. She paused, the light dancing over me, assessing my intentions. "What girl?" "She's around 10, dark skin, dark hair done in cornrows. I was told she ran away somewhere around here." I didn't tell her who told me. How could I? "I thought maybe she found a side door into the tower." "There's an exit there at the sidewalk." She jerked her chin behind me to Empire Street. I looked over my shoulder, shook my head. The fire exit was up a flight of stairs, had a red lit sign. The door Patrice had shoved the girl through had been down several steps and had no signs. Maybe an entrance to the basement? "Is there another way in?" What's your name? Angela Rossi. I'm an ER doc over at Good Sam's. She squinted through the dark and rain, took a step closer, relaxing her posture. Dr. Rossi, sure. I remember you. You stitched up my partner's arm when he sliced it up on a broken bottle. Doug McInerney? I remember Officer McInerney. I should. That laceration had taken me the better part of an hour to repair. 4 layers of sutures. He'd been lucky there hadn't been any nerve or tendon damage. Officer Petrosky. That's me. She stood beside me, now sharing the light instead of interrogating me with it. Doug's inside with Father Vance. We weren't told anything about a missing girl. I promised a patient I'd look for her. Can we check the alley? She shook her head. Sorry, no. I can't let you go down there. It's a crime scene. Couldn't I just take a look? I won't touch anything. I couldn't hear Patrice's voice, but my insides screamed that this was the place. If I was right, and that door led down into the tower's basement, the girl could be in grave danger. A lot of my patients came from the tower, not just in the ER, but also at the advocacy center. Victims of assaults so horrendous, they made the word rape seem too small to encompass the devastation. No, ma'am. Petrosky's voice was firm. When was the last time this girl was seen? Do you know her name? I'll call in an Amber Alert. Of course I didn't have the answers she wanted. As I drummed my fist against my thigh in frustration, behind us came the sound of a car door slamming shut. What you got, Petrosky? Detective Matthew Ryder's voice sliced through the rain drumming against the pavement. Should have known he'd head here after leaving the ER. Petrosky's attention slid away from me for a moment. That was all I needed. I ran past her, skidding away from her outstretched arm, down the alley. Stop! Petrosky shouted. Too late. I ducked behind the dumpster. Patrice's last images filling my brain like a weird holographic overlay on reality. Past the dumpster, on the right, a stack of concrete blocks. Past the graffiti, there, recessed into the side of the building, a rusted railing. Slippery concrete steps leading down, no light. But I knew there had to be a door down there. The door, leading to the girl. I reached the railing, but before I could start down the steps, strong hands grabbed me from behind. A not quite tackle that spun me around, my back to the tower's concrete block wall. Rossi, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Chapter 7. Ryder stared at Angela Rossi, surprised. Her dark hair curled with the wet, sparks of light dancing from the icy sleet caught in it. She met his gaze, unafraid, despite the fact that her back was to the wall in a dark alley in a part of town where even cops didn't walk alone at night. She should be afraid, he thought. But he wasn't thinking like a cop. Not with her body pressing against his, not with those lips opening as she caught her breath. Idiot. He backed away before his mind could finish stripping her naked, shoved the adolescent X-rated images aside, and took another step back, the rush of icy water sloshing into his shoes, bringing him to full attention. You changed, she said. I hope so. But she didn't mean it that way. She meant his quick detour home to wash the blood off and throw on clean clothes. Work clothes, a suit and shirt ripped fresh from the cleaner's wrapping. So did you. He shook off the banality and straightened to his full height, giving her his best cop stare. The one designed to inspire obedience and truthfulness. Why are you here? There's a girl missing. I think she went through there. She jerked her chin toward the dark stairwell beside her. What girl? When? Was she a witness to Sister Patrice's shooting? Too coincidental to be otherwise. Except, how the hell had Angela Rossi gotten tied up in it? How do you know this? Her lips tightened with determination, giving her a look of ferocious innocence. Before he could question her further, she darted to the side, twisting down the steps with a clatter that echoed through the darkness. "Rossi!" He dashed after her, crashing into her when the stairs came to an abrupt stop 4 steps down. His weight hurtled her against a metal door. The top of her head brushed beneath his nose, overwhelming him with the scent of springtime sunshine. She squirmed beneath him, shoving him back as he tugged at the door. "It's locked." She turned to him. All he could make out in the dark were the whites surrounding her eyes and the faint sheen of rain giving her face a pale glow. "Can't you get someone to open it?" She was pleading now. "I know she's down there." "Who's down there? How do you know?" She pressed one palm flat against his chest, not pushing him away, not at all, more like pulling him closer. "I can't tell you. All I know is that she's down there, somewhere, lost." "You expect me to risk losing evidence in a homicide, call in guys from their Thanksgiving dinner, and send them to search the tower?" Was she nuts? She nodded, her gaze locked on his. "Trust me." For a long moment he gazed at her, her hand pressed over his heart, the rain surrounding them in a misty curtain. He remembered how she'd looked, hands dripping with blood from holding Patrice's heart, trying so very hard to save her. He wanted to trust her, but could he? "You need help down there?" Petrosky shouted, breaking the spell. "No!" "Yes!" he shouted back, spinning on his heel and taking the steps up to the alley 2 at a time. "I need a key to that door, an Amber Alert called in, and every man you can get to search the building for a little girl." He stalled, turned to Rossi, who had followed him up. "About 10 years old, maybe 4 feet tall, black, hair braided in cornrows, wearing jeans, a gray sweatshirt." Then she faltered. "I think there's blood on the shirt." Her voice trailed off as if she'd surprised herself. "You heard the lady. She might be injured. Let's move. Call the nearest firehouse. Get the hose jockeys off their barca-loungers and down here to help. And call in a mutual aid request to the Stadies and the county." "But detective, you can't really expect us to search the tower, especially not starting down in those tunnels." "Why? What's down there?" Rossi asked. Ryder answered her. "A cop's worst nightmare." Devon had seen bodies before. He'd had blood on his hands. But not Jess. Jess couldn't die. She was forever immortalized in his mind as the sassy, beautiful 16-year-old he loved and left behind. "No!" His voice didn't sound like itself. It was a strained whisper, too frightened to shout. Shouting might bring others, and bringing others, seeing, hearing, touching, would mean this nightmare was real. He grabbed onto the door jamb for support, his legs emptying out from beneath his weight. Even though it felt like time was frozen, nothing he did could push it backward. Could push that blood puddled on the cheap carpet, so much blood, back into Jess's body. Could push her back up to standing, could push life back into her eyes. He fell forward, onto his knees, and reached a tentative finger out to touch her face. Avoiding the scars around her eyes, he traced her jaw, touched her lips. Cold. Too cold. "There's no sign of anyone else here," Harold said after making a quick search of the apartment. "We should go." "Did Tyree do this?" Devon asked, talking to himself more than Harold. No. If Tyree had staged this, he'd be here to witness Devon's devastation. Then he realized what was missing. Jess's daughter, Esme. His daughter. Where was she? He whipped around. The hall was empty, silent. Too silent. Which meant someone knew what had happened here, had heard, seen something. Devon climbed to his feet, rage giving him strength, filling the void. Start knocking on doors, he told Harold, shrugging free of the larger man's grip. Tell them it's me asking. Tell them I want to know what happened here. Tell them I won't take no for an answer.
Chapter 8. I wasn't sure if I was more surprised by Ryder's willingness to trust me, or frustrated because I couldn't explain exactly how I knew what I knew. If I really knew anything, which had yet to be proved. The rain had turned to a foggy mist, the few overhead lights sparking off the droplets, making the neon graffiti on the walls beside us glow and shimmer. The illusion was so lifelike, as if the letters had separated themselves from the concrete to dance in the night, that my head spun, and I had to put a hand out to balance myself. "What's down there?" I asked Ryder, hoping he hadn't noticed how unsteady I was. Middle of the Cold War, the city put a huge underground bomb shelter under these streets, extending north from City Hall and Millionaire's Row. The tower was built on top of them. Tunnels going every which way for half a mile or more. Rooms stacked on rooms. Dead ends. Half the shit down there no one's seen in decades. I stared at the closed door. Someone had painted a skull and crossbones on it. A jagged crown perched jauntily on the skull. "She's down there somewhere. What about getting the people who live in the tower to help?" He stared at me like I was asking to fly to the moon. "Tyree Willard and his gang run the tower. If anyone's got the stones to shoot a nun, it's Tyree. You really want me to put the people who might be wanting this girl dead on her search party?" I craned my head up, focusing on the few lights scattered across the 7 stories of the tower, swallowed against another wave of vertigo. "How long?" 7 floors, 2 wings, 280 doors to knock on, and best guess, about 1,100 people, most of whom won't talk to us. And that's just the tower. Doesn't include the miles of tunnels down below. You do the math. What about calling in help, search dogs or something? You got a scent for the dogs? A name or knowing where she's from would help. We'd at least have somewhere to start. I felt his disappointment as I shook my head in silence. Petrosky rejoined us, frowning. "The deputy chief said he's coming down. No mutual aid request until he gets here and surveys the situation himself." She said the last in an officious, nasal tone. "The fire guys have building plans and can put together a search grid. Said they weren't going to knock on any doors, though, unless you give them an armed escort. Sounded like they've been here before and didn't like the welcome wagon." "We're not going to get anywhere without getting Tyree's cooperation." Ryder scowled at the lights blazing from the top floor. "As soon as your backup arrives, tell Tyree's goons I need to meet him. ASAP. Come on." He took my elbow to guide me away from the stairwell and toward St. Tim's. "Let's get out of the rain." "I want to help." I needed to see. He didn't slow his pace, yanking open the side door of the church, and not exactly shoving, more like escorting, me inside. His motions as automatic and controlling as if securing a prisoner in a jail cell. We were in a small alcove, an ecclesiastic mudroom. A single naked bulb overhead, reflected off of white-washed plaster walls, adorned with a large wooden brass crucifix. A collection of umbrellas and rain slickers hung on a coat stand near the exit, and a small bowl of water was attached to the wall beside the interior door. It was an intimate space, overcrowded with just me and Ryder. I felt flushed. Not a bad feeling, given that I was drenched with sleet, but none of the heart-racing, overwhelming sense of doom and panic I'd felt earlier when I'd tried to enter the church. Turning my focus away from my symptoms and back to the problem of finding the girl, I spun free of his grasp, pivoting to face him. "You can't stop me." "Actually, I can." His voice was calm, the same confident tone of command that had so irritated me in the ER. "If you know about a missing girl, a witness to Sister Patrice's shooting, then I need to know who told you. Someone came into the ER after I left. Was it a patient? Is that why you didn't tell the cops there? Some kind of doctor-patient confidentiality bullshit? My anger simmered down to a low boil as he gave me the answer I'd been struggling to find. I can't say. I pulled my shoulders back in a posture of righteous indignation. It'd be a breach of ethics. Look, he said, obviously exasperated. If he only knew how equally frustrated I was. I saw what you did for Sister Patrice. I know we kinda almost had a moment back there in the ER, but I can't let you stop me from doing my job. I need to know everything you know, and I need to know it now. I almost told him, which would have been even crazier than the crazy voices in my head, talking to not quite dead people. But he wanted to help the girl as much as I did, and he'd trusted me this far. He seemed like someone I could also maybe trust. So I was going to tell him the truth, all of it. The door to the sacristy opened. A priest stood there, a uniformed officer beside him. "Ryder, what the hell's going on?" the priest demanded. "Why are the cops stampeding my church like a bunch of goose-stepping Nazis?"
Jess was dead. Harold was at the end of the hall, knocking on doors, but Devon hadn't moved. Couldn't leave Jess, not again. So he stood in the doorway, staring at blood and flesh and a broken body. Jess was dead. It couldn't be. It was impossible. All the million fantasies about her, about them, about coming home. Those thoughts had given him strength, saved his life. Jess was life. No way she was dead. It was as if his insides had been hollowed out, raked clean by some animal wielding a giant claw. Jess was dead, and Esme gone. Thudding footsteps and the noise of a shotgun being racked spurred his body into a reflexive posture, standing tall, hands up and ready, gaze assessing the threat. Tyree and two of his bangers, scowls fissuring their features, leading with their bulldog chins, stampeding down the hall. Amateurs. It'd been too long since Tyree had been in a serious fight, a fight for his life. Mood he was in. Jess's blood stinking the air. Devon was happy to accommodate. Not waiting for Tyree to reach him, he rushed the trio, slamming Tyree against the nearest wall with a sucker punch to the gut, followed by another to the throat. "Was this you?" Devon ignored the guns aimed at him. "What did you do to her?" Tyree shook his head at his men, Adam's apple bobbing as he worked to breathe, then launched off the wall, taking Devon with him. They slammed into the opposite wall, cracking the plaster. "What you talking about? I got your guys shoving in my front door and the cops coming in the back." Devon ducked Tyree's fist, shot his own into Tyree's exposed armpit before one of Tyree's goons dragged him off. "Tyree, you got to see this." The other was pointing through the open door at Jess. Devon shook free, plowed into the second goon. "Don't you look at her! Don't you dare!" The words were an incoherent mess that matched his thoughts. Before he could pull himself together, start thinking sense, Harold was there, accompanied by a woman in her 60s. Devon recognized Mrs. Anders as he shoveled in a breath and stomped down his anger. "Jess!" Her mournful keen competed with Tyree's cursing and the screaming inside Devon's brain. Mrs. Anders sagged in Harold's arms, while Tyree swiveled his bull head away from the sight of Jess's body, his tiny eyes pierced with fury, and aimed his bulk at Devon like a bullet. They crashed into the opposite door with a force that rocked it on its hinges. "My sister! This is your fault, goddamn you!" Tyree's fists rained down on Devon. Devon pushed him off, and they faced each other with the width of the hallway between them. "She called me, said she was in trouble. That's why I came back. What did you do? You promised to take care of her." Tyree's expression was crushed pea gravel. Devon wasn't sure if the other man even registered his words. "What's going on here, Tyree? Who did you piss off? You tell me now. How the hell did Jess end up? He couldn't finish. Couldn't even glance in the direction of Jess's body. Nothing to do with me. Tyree spat the words out, laced with bitter hatred. She doesn't talk to me, thanks to you. Where's Esme? Devon didn't like the way his voice climbed to a higher pitch, then sagged on the way back down when he said his daughter's name. The daughter he'd never met, thanks to Tyree. Shit, Tyree bellowed, charging through the doorway into Jess's apartment and reappearing moments later. She's not here. Neither is the dog. Ossie's at my place, Mrs. Anders said. Jess asked me to watch him. Do you have Esme? Devon asked. A cold gnawing in his gut made him think he already knew the answer. His need and fury pushed the old lady back a step. She shook her head no. Devon reached inside the doorway, yanked a framed photo, a copy of the one Jess had emailed him last year before Cece died. Cece with Jess and a chocolate lab, Ozzie no doubt, wearing a seeing guide dog's harness. Jess's scars hidden behind sunglasses with a smile brighter than a sunbeam. Between her and Cece, swinging against their hands, a playful grin on her face, was a little girl. Esme. I told you! You ever came back here, you'd lose them both! Tyree's voice ricocheted from the walls, high-pitched and verging on mania, as if he'd won some kind of cosmic bet. Just like I told Jess, if she ever tried to leave, I'd do to Esme what you did to Jess. I'd cripple her blind. Devon ignored the urge to shoot Tyree and instead swung the cheap photo frame against the door jamb, splintering it. Yanking the photo free, he held it up to his face, needing to get closer. This was the family he'd never had. The family Tyree had denied him. Cops looking to talk with you, boss, one of Tyree's goons announced, touching a Bluetooth earpiece. Let's go. Tyree hauled his breath in with audible effort and straightened, back in control. He turned his back on Jess's body without another glance. Spread the word. No one mess with the cops, but anyone knows anything about this, they talk to me first if they want to keep on breathing. Nobody touches my family and gets away with it. Tyree and his men beat a retreat back the way they'd come, leaving Devon and his ghosts. We'd better go. Harold touched Devon's arm as if guiding a blind man. Devon shook him off. Leave me be. His words sliced through the air. Harold dropped his arm, took a step back. Devon raised his face to the heavens, his eyes shut tight, wanting to roar with the pain of it all. He had lost Jess, might lose her daughter, his daughter, their daughter. 11 years of knowing he had a daughter, but not knowing her, had grown into a twisted fantasy of an imaginary family, one he cherished in secret, like an addict protecting his stash, telling himself that family would be his someday. Instead of screaming, instead of kicking his way through the wall, he grabbed onto the image of the girl, his girl, Jess's girl. Esme. Come inside, child. Mrs. Anders's voice navigated through his maze of pain. You come with me now. Gnarled fingers latched onto his arm with surprising strength, leading him down the hall to a room painted sunflower yellow and smelling of raisins and wine. Sit down now. You've had a shock. Devon's body obeyed her as automatically as he had as a child, listening to her Bible stories told in her sing-song, lilting Nigerian accent. 40 years she'd lived here and still sounded like she'd just gotten off the plane from Africa. An old bedspread, the kind with little puffy balls of yarn hanging out everywhere, now covered her threadbare tweed sofa. But otherwise, nothing seemed to have changed. Still the rocking chair by the window, end table overflowing with books beside it, lamp with the rose-colored shade behind it. Still the Blessed Mother on one wall, and a crucifix with a palm snagged in the cross on the other. Mother and son locked in an eternal staring contest, with Mrs. Anders the implacable referee between them. He brushed his palms against his designer slacks, even the fine Italian silk rubbing his scars harshly. How he'd feared and hated Mrs. Anders and the others like her. So quick to blame him and his mother any time Daniel Kingston went on one of his rampages. When he was a child, Mrs. Anders had terrified him, but also offered him hope with her Jesus. Not just salvation for his soul, salvation for his mother. He remembered looking up at her, her face always haloed in light. But it was only a childhood illusion. She was just a gnarled old woman lost in her ways, powerless, no one to fear, not anymore. A big brown dog bounded in from the kitchen, nosing at Devon's knees as if expecting someone else to be sitting where he was. "That's Ozzy." The dog licked Devon's hand, then rested his chin on Devon's thigh when Devon ignored him. "What the hell's going on here, Mrs. Anders?" "Language, boy! Mind your manners!" Mrs. Anders had been a teacher in a Catholic school in Lagos way back when, and she still went to Mass every day, sometimes twice a day. At least she had when Devon was a kid. He figured that, just like her apartment, she hadn't changed. "No, goddammit, I won't mind my damn manners." He stood up. The dog didn't growl, but did move to stand toe-to-toe with Devon, placing himself between Devon and the old lady. Dog had good sense. "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a grown man, and I want some answers. Now!" "Only God has the answers, child. You know that. We should pray." She bowed her head, hands folded together, shoulders rocking, lips moving, but he didn't hear her words. He felt as if he were falling, plummeting down an elevator shaft with no idea when he'd hit bottom. He squeezed his fists tight, trying to grab hold of something, anything, and finding nothing. Memories sharp as broken glass pierced his vision. Jess laughing, her smile, the way her forehead got that little knot in the middle when she was angry, the taste of her lips against his, those eyes, brown, with flecks of light that danced when they made love, until the night he'd killed that light forever. Jess was dead, his little girl gone, missing, or taken. He knuckled his fists against his temples. "I need to find her." He swallowed, dared to say her name, breathing life into the fantasy. A fantasy that had suddenly become his worst nightmare. "Esme. Amen." Mrs. Anders stopped her sing-song cadence and looked up. "Take Ozzy. He's your best chance. Start at St. Tim's." "The church?" "Sister Patrice was here earlier. Maybe she knows something about—" Mrs. Anders shivered violently and avoided looking at the door Harold leaned against. So many questions thundered through Devon's head. He didn't have time for questions or answers. He grabbed the leash hanging beside the door and hooked it to the dog's collar. "Harold, you wait 5 minutes, then call in a 911 about Jess. I don't want her lying there alone. I'm coming with you," Harold protested. Devon shook his head. He needed to talk with this nun, Patrice, alone. Find Esme. Get some answers. "No. You and the others wait here. Keep an eye on Tyree. I know he's behind this somehow. Or he knows who is. I'll call you when I need you." "But—" Harold swallowed his protest, obviously not liking the change in plans. "No problem." "I'll watch her," Mrs. Anders said. "Jess, hold vigil." Devon whirled on her, her soft voice of contrition igniting his fury. "You? Lot of good your prayers ever did anyone. Worse than useless, you and your God." His words flew at her like a slap, shaking her. For the first time, He noticed how skinny she was. Her skin so thin you could see the veins and blood running through it. Old. When had she gotten so old?
Living long as I have around here, you learn not to see or hear anything.
Her bony shoulders barely creased the thin cotton of her house dress as she shrugged. She didn't meet his gaze as she spoke.
But I don't know who did that. Who hurt Jess? I don't think Tyree does either. He's been watching out for the folks here since you left.
Finally, she looked up.
He's changed, Devin.
Devin's anger spiked through his body, rooting him to the ground. Tyree? Changed? No way. Tyree was a liar, a user, a master manipulator. He'd never change. Finally, he was able to draw in a whistle of air through his gritted teeth. He nodded to Mrs. Anders, yanked on the dog's lead, and walked out. The dog whined and tried to stop when they passed the door to Jess's apartment, but Devin refused to yield. He wound the lead around his hand so tight it choked the blood from it. He had no time for distractions, no time for pain. Had to focus on what was important. Jess was dead. Esme was alive. And Esme was his. Had been his for 11 years, 11 years stolen. She was all he had left. He was going to kill Tyree. No. First, he was going to save Esme, claim what was his. Then he'd make Tyree pay, even if it meant burning the tower to the ground. Tyree was as good as dead.
Chapter 9. Like most Catholic schoolgirls, I had a crush on our priest, Father Kersavage. After my dad died, I never stepped foot inside St. Tim's again, but I still had to go to school. The kids knew the whole story behind my father's death. Everyone in the parish did, making me the center of gossip and unwanted attention. Plus, of course, I felt guilty as hell. I was only 12. Would have blamed myself for war, famine, poverty, if you gave me half a reason to. My self-involved need to feel some semblance of control over this messed-up world ranked second only to my need for reassurance that the bad things that happened really weren't my fault or in my control. Of course, no one gave me that, because my dad's death was my fault. Father Kersavage was the only person who would talk to me about Dad. Said it wasn't up to me to try to understand the Lord's plan. That would be an act of hubris. Instead, he said all I could do was accept it, ask for forgiveness for my sins, and abandon my willful ways. In other words, I needed faith more than I needed my father. All that normal Catholic guilt bullshit. We can't control anything, but we're still responsible enough that we should feel guilty even if it's all preordained. What kind of twisted logic is that? So yeah, my schoolgirl crush morphed into resentment. At the church, at Father Kersavage, at the entire universe. I couldn't change what happened to my dad. I'd have to live with it every day for the rest of my life. But damn it, I didn't have to be their Judas goat. So I'd fled Cambria as soon as I could drive, got a job, got a GED, got emancipated. Worked the system to get through college and medical school, fell in love, married a man from Cambria, and wound up right back where I'd started. How's that for irony? But you can never go home again. Living my own life seems to have given my family only more reason to resent my role in my father's death. Father Kersavage is now dead and buried. Alcoholic cirrhosis. And he was never anything like the priest who stood before me now. This priest, Father Vance, looked more like a pro basketball player than a priest. He wore jeans and a U2 t-shirt smeared with white paint. A jagged scar raked across the corner of his jaw and down the side of his neck, disappearing beneath his collar, while his hands had more scars across the knuckles. I imagined Father Kersavage would have given this priest the same condescending lectures he'd saddled me with. Penance. he called our little talks. Instructions on humility. The priest before me didn't look like he'd put up with that kind of bullshit. Not at all. He stared at Ryder, seeming to effortlessly read between the lines furrowing Ryder's face, before pulling him into a bone-crushing hug. Brief, manly, but telling. They knew each other fairly well. They looked about the same age, although Vance carried a few more pounds on him and had a few inches on Ryder's 6 feet. The men stepped into the sacristy, and I followed. "Hell," Vance made the epithet sound like an apology. "No way you'd send the goons to babysit me and come here looking like that unless it was something bad." Ryder said nothing, just nodded. Vance sucked in his breath, braced himself. "Is there someplace we can talk?" Ryder asked Vance. "If it's bad news, no place better to hear it." Vance took a seat in the front pew, and it looked like it would take a bulldozer to budge him. He folded his hands as if in prayer, but didn't bow his head. Instead, he looked at Ryder straight on. "Tell me." I liked the priest, liked his no-nonsense style, the way he didn't go all cold and remote, but still seemed to have human feelings and wasn't ashamed of them, not trying to be holier than thou. Ryder's face fissured with pain. The uniformed officer saw it and cleared his throat, looking away. "McInerney, why don't you go help Petrosky?" Ryder's voice was strong, his expression one of command. "She's in the alley coordinating the search for a missing girl." "Missing girl?" Vance said. "Ryder, what's going on?" McInerney left, his boots ringing against the marble floor. Ryder leaned his head back against the altar rail, arms crossed, frowning. Candles flickered on either side of him, shadowing his face more than illuminating. Vance arched an eyebrow, nodded to the crucifix hanging above him. Rude to turn your back on your savior. Ryder straightened, looking 2 decades younger for a flitting moment, his hand jerking up in a quick sign of the cross as he pivoted and took a seat beside Vance. "Sister Patrice is dead. Shot." Ryder's words were blunt, his tone compassionate. I could tell he'd done this before. He knew it was better to say the words in plain English, no sugarcoating or dancing around. "Patrice? No." The last word came out drawn and quartered, at first in confusion and disbelief, then denial, and finally despair. "No, not Patrice. Who?" "We don't know. We think it happened in the alley behind the church. Did you see anything?" "No." The priest's voice was choked. "No, I was downstairs painting, had the window open for ventilation and heard the shots. But I couldn't see anything with the rain. By the time I got upstairs and ran out to look, there was nobody there. I had no idea." He bowed his head, lips moving without sound, eyes closed. I watched him pray, amazed at the sudden calm that drifted over his grief-stricken features. No amount of praying had ever done that for me. Maybe I was doing it wrong, or it worked only for people who believed. Ryder gave him a moment. Vance crossed himself and looked back up. "Dr. Rossi?" Ryder nodded to where I stood behind a marble pillar, doing my best to stay out of sight of the crucifix. "Says there's a young girl, around 10, missing." "Esme. Patrice was going to see her. Her and her mom, Jess. Was she shot as well?" "We don't know. Who's Esme?" "Esme Willard. Lives with her mother in the tower. Apartment..." His face blanked, then morphed to frustration. "Damn it, I can't remember." "Did Sister Patrice have an office?" I asked. Both men stared at me, Ryder with approval and Vance with relief. Yes, she did. Come with me." He stepped toward me, then stopped, looking down and blinking his eyes clear. "I'm sorry. You are?" Ryder intervened. "This is Dr. Angela Rossi. She tried to save Sister Patrice." And failed, he didn't add. I was thankful for the omission. For some reason, I wanted Vance to like me. Killing a nun didn't seem like such a good starting place. Vance took my hand, folding his around it as if praying. How did you know Esme was missing? Not sure. I just know a 10-year-old black girl was with Patrice when she got shot. Patrice sent her into the tower to hide. Vance nodded as if that made perfect sense. He genuflected, then turned and kept walking. Ryder, however, grabbed my arm. How did you know she was there when Sister Patrice was shot? How did you know Sister Patrice was there at all? Whoops. Well, hell. It wasn't like I'd gotten messages from not quite dead people before. And I'm a terrible liar. Much better at knowing when others lie. I've had tons of practice in that. Everyone lies in the ER. Just a fact of life. Esme's mother was the last person called on Patrice's cell phone. I went with an edited version of the truth. You went through Sister Patrice's effects? That's tampering with evidence. It was on the floor of the trauma room. All I did was pick it up before someone stepped on it. Thankfully, we arrived at a side hallway lined with 2 wooden doors before he could ask anything more. Vance opened a door and gestured for us to go inside. Patrice and Sister Monique work out of this office. And Sister Monique is where? Ryder asked, his notebook at the ready. At the mother house for the holiday. Patrice drew the short straw, stayed behind to make sure I didn't starve to death, and to see to any emergencies. Vance picked up a photo from one of the desks. Here's Patrice and Esme. I held the picture, not sure if I should be relieved that I hadn't imagined it all, or terrified that somehow Patrice really had spoken to me as she lay dead, my hand on her heart. Decided to focus on finding the girl. I'd figure out the rest later. Ah, the power of denial. That's her. That's the girl. Ryder shot me a "how the hell could you know" look. Can you get me Esme's contact information? He asked Vance. And I'll need to take this, to make copies. Vance nodded, getting busy at Patrice's computer. As he waited for the machine to boot up, he asked, She made it to the hospital alive. I don't suppose anyone was able to give her last rites? Ryder sucked in his breath, but otherwise maintained his unemotional facade. I'm sure we both were remembering Patrice's ravaged body after I cracked her chest. His cell rang, leaving it to me to answer Vance's question. I'm sorry, I told him, fighting the urge to bounce my weight from one foot to the other like I was a kid back in catechism class. It happened too fast. Whatever Ryder was hearing, it wasn't good news. What do you mean you can't open it? I don't care if you have to wake Daniel Kingston. I don't care if you have to wake the mayor. We need to get that door open. Have the fire guys cut through it if you need to. He pocketed his phone. I have to go. Are you sure you can't think of any reason someone would want to hurt Sister Patrice or that little girl? Anything going on around here that might be tied into this? I noticed how his questions weren't as direct when they were aimed at Vance. Was that because he was trying to give the priest an out in case something had been divulged during a confession? Or because they were friends? Ryder didn't seem the kind of guy who would cut someone a break for old time's sake, not when murder was involved. And he'd known Patrice as well. No, he wasn't letting Vance off easy, I decided. If Ryder didn't get the information he needed, he'd be back for more. Vance seemed to understand that as well. He gave Ryder's questions serious thought, his fingers still at the keyboard, gaze unfocused. Finally, he shook his head in a motion that rumbled through his entire body. No, nothing. Vance returned to the computer. West Tower, apartment 304. That's where Esme lives. Ryder dialed a number. Get some men over to apartment 304, west wing of the tower. See if you can find me some witnesses on this girl's disappearance. Yeah, I'm on my way. He hung up once more, shoving the phone into his belt holster like it was a weapon. Thanks, Vance. I'll be back to talk with you more as soon as I can. "When can I see Patrice?" Vance asked. "It will be a while. I'll see what I can do." He started out the door, then stopped and held it open. "We'll need to check everything in this office and Sister Patrice's room. I'll send some men." There was an awkward pause. Then Vance stood and walked past Ryder. I followed. Ryder closed the door. "Can you see that no one goes in there?" he asked Vance. A smile barely surfaced on the priest's face. "Glad to see I'm not a suspect." The smile faded when Ryder didn't answer. He glanced at the door, then shrugged, as if realizing the futility of locking it. There would be more than one key. I wondered how deep the friendship between the two men ran, if Ryder was willing to risk evidence on it. Of course, if Vance had killed Patrice, he had plenty of time to destroy any evidence before he called 911. "I'll be back." Ryder took 2 steps down the hall, toward the massive front doors, then stopped at a Station of the Cross surrounded by candles. He glanced at the painting, then back at Vance. "I'm sorry for your loss." His words didn't sound empty, or like a last-minute thought. Vance nodded. "Find Esme," Vance said, echoing Patrice's last words. I shivered and hurried after Ryder. I needed to get out of this place where my every movement was followed by the spying eyes of a dead god. Ryder and I walked together to the front of the church. He opened the thick oak door leading to the vestibule for me, and I crossed over. The door closed with a sigh. No hollow thud, like you'd expect from such a tall, heavy, ancient door. Just a tired exhalation, carrying with it the grief of 1,000 lost souls. I placed my hand on the cold iron of the even larger exterior door, ready to push it open, when I realized Ryder was no longer at my side. I looked back. He stood, barely, slumped against the oak-paneled wall, his face crisscrossed by shadows. His eyes met mine. He said nothing. Didn't have to. I understood his grief, his pain. I'd carried them myself. Maybe not for Patrice or his friend the priest, but for other victims. I stepped toward him, settled my hand over his, and stood with him. That was it. No words, no sentiments, no tears. A simple, private pause. Breathing room before facing the outside world. His exhalation echoed in the small space, a plaintive note that spoke volumes. About the world, about the waste, about how weary he was. Fighting for justice when justice always came too late. Losing the fight more often than not. Returning to the battle every waking day. I heard him. Each unspoken word. Not like I had heard Patrice's words. No, this was more normal. One exhausted professional recognizing another. Comrades in arms. His gaze rested on mine, his face edged by the chiseled glare of the overhead light caught in its ornate cage, and I felt closer to him than I had to anyone since my dad died. Even closer than Jacob, when we were married. As if he knew every inch of me, inside and out. A scary thought. More scary? It didn't frighten me. Was it one more symptom? Another diversion from reality? Yet, Patrice's voice had been real. Was this feeling I had truth or delusion? I wanted to believe it was real, but I knew nothing about Ryder. Nothing at all to explain this sudden feeling of harmony, this certainty of rightness. For one frozen moment in time, we were closer than any two people could be. It felt very much like the moment when I had held Patrice's heart in my hand, poised between life and death, between surrender and denial, between action and consequence. Then it was gone. He blinked, released my hand. "I'd better get back to work," he said. His voice was rough, as if we had kissed, even though we'd barely even touched. I didn't move away from him, not because I was frozen, because I didn't want to leave. I wanted time to stop again, wanted to recreate that sense of belonging. A wicked wind blew a stray draft through the crack in the outside doors, leaving goosebumps in its wake. He flushed as I kept staring. Then he looked away. Embarrassed? Had I scared him off? Disappointed, I stepped back, turned to the door. His phone shrieked, bouncing echoes off the stone walls. "Ryder?" "Yeah, on my way." He hung up. They found another body. A woman. In the tower. A woman? Not a girl, he reassured me. Preliminary ID is a Jessalyn Willard. Esme's mother. 2 women and a child. Why would a killer target them? "Stay here with Vance, will you?" He pulled the heavy outside door open. "I hate for him to be alone." "I want to help find Esme. I'm not letting any civilians into those tunnels. You'd only be standing in the rain, doing nothing." Now he turned back, his body half hidden in the shadows of the overhang. "I'll call as soon as we find anything." My doubt must have been evident, because he met my eyes with a smile, brushing my arm with his hand. "I promise." He was gone, the thick door clicking shut behind him. I stood alone in silence. The high-ceilinged vestibule was an echo chamber, my own breathing suddenly bombarding me like cannon salvos from heaven. One door leading outside to the storm, one leading inside to sins I refused to confess. I hesitated between them, not sure which one led to the greater hell.
Chapter 10. Devon had to force himself to walk, not run, past the cops rapidly surrounding the tower. Just another black man out for a stroll in the rain with his dog. "No, that's not a gun. Take no notice, officer. Nothing to see here, nothing at all." Good thing the police were more interested in getting Tyree's boys under control. Good thing they were short-staffed because of the holiday. Good thing it was foggy and dark, since there was no fucking way he could control the waves of fury and panic roiling off him, colliding with the raindrops popping against his skin. His daughter. His goddamn daughter. Everything he'd done for her and Jess. His fingers twisted a corner of the photo he'd shoved into his pocket. Esme. She looked just like Jess. Except her eyes. She had Devon's eyes. All he'd ever hoped or dreamed for her was to have a life different than his. He couldn't stand the thought of her alone in the dark, running scared. Had she seen Jess get killed? Terrified. She must be terrified. And if the men who killed Jess found her before he did... For a moment he couldn't breathe. Couldn't even swallow his own spit. First time since that awful night with Jess in the tunnels, that fear overwhelmed him. A fear so deep it made the blood in his veins tremble. They'd been 2 kids, crazy in love. Crazy enough to break Tyree's rules and trespass on his territory in an effort to find a private place that was theirs alone. Only to have their night of pleasure turn into a horrifying inferno. Thanks to Tyree and his paranoia. He'd set a firebomb to protect one of his stashes, and Jess and Devon had triggered it. Devon's pace quickened at the memory of Jess's screams, the searing pain, flames dancing across his skin as he dragged her to safety. The damn dog decided it was a good time to take a piss. Devon about strangled the beast. Turned out for the best, because as the dog raised his leg against the storefront, a man dashed out of the church doors. Not just a man, a cop. The cop in charge, from the way the others ambushed him as soon as he approached the alley choked with patrol cars. "Good dog," Devon muttered. A fire truck pulled up, double parking, blocking the street, and he used its bulk as cover to approach St. Timothy's. "Dayut Betty," the Russians would say. "When you are given, take it." He jogged up the steps, the dog at his side. Never thought he'd be coming back here to St. Tim's, not in a million years. Pulling the heavy wooden door open, he let the dog enter first. He followed, bounding across the vestibule to reach the inside door before noticing the woman standing there. Not Patrice. Instead, a too skinny white girl with dark hair, 2 small tits, and a nice ass. Eyes dark, very dark. Serious, as if she might actually know something worth knowing. "Where's Patrice?" She said nothing, like one of the goddamn statues littering this place. He brushed past her, didn't have time for this shit, and ran into the church proper, yelling for Patrice. "She's not here," the woman said, following him. Before he could answer, a tall black man appeared, his hands fumbling as he adjusted a clerical collar and the final buttons of a black shirt. Holy shit, Marcus. Devin hadn't thought of Marcus Vance in years. But as soon as he saw the man, he remembered him. Remembered those beefy fists pummeling him when he was 12, being jumped into the Royales. Remembered the fight with rival drug dealers from Baltimore that left Marcus with the scar on his face. Marcus used to be Tyree's right-hand man, his enforcer. And now he was a fucking priest? Startled laughter escaped Devin. Laughter mixed with frustration, and confusion, and fear. Alice in freaking Wonderland, that's where he was. Where the hell's Patrice? Marcus came to a stop in front of him. Hands shoved into his back pockets, rocking on his heels, just like when they were both a decade younger. Marcus was in his late 30s now, but damn, he looked the same as Devin remembered, except the constant smarmy smirk, that had vanished. The smile that replaced it was sad, sorrowful, as if Marcus wished Devin had stayed away. "Hello, Devin. I asked you a question. Where's Patrice?" "Why do you want to know?" "I need to fucking know. She ran off with..." He almost said "my little girl" before stopping himself. "She ran off with Jess's girl, Esme." "Do you know where Esme is?" The woman from the foyer had moved into the doorway but stopped there, watching the two of them warily. Devin turned so he could keep them both in his sight. The dog had a thing for the woman, was yanking on his leash to go to her, so he dropped it, let the mutt do as he pleased. "No. That's why I need to find Patrice." Marcus and the woman exchanged a glance, and Devin knew the news was bad. "What happened?" Marcus touched Devin's arm. "Maybe you should sit down." "No. I don't have time to sit down. Jess is dead. Do you understand? Dead. Killed. Esme ran away. They said Patrice knows where she is. We need to find her." "Patrice is dead." This from the woman. Her tone was gentle, but the words still staggered him. He didn't sit, but reached for the back of the nearest pew to brace himself. "Esme?" "Patrice hid her from the people who killed her, sent her down into the tunnels." Marcus looked surprised at that, frowning at the woman. She continued, "The police are organizing a search." "The police won't find squat," Devin said, shaking his head, trying to rearrange the new facts in his brain. "Not down there. But I can." The woman finally took a step into the church proper, the dog following on her heels, nosing at her leg. "You know the tunnels?" "Practically lived down there when I was a kid getting chased by folks like him." Devin nodded at Marcus. "Runt." Marcus smiled as he used the old name. "If anyone can find Esme, he can," he told the woman. "And Ozzy." The dog perked his ears at his name and sat beside the woman's leg. She absently scratched his head. "This is Esme's dog?" "Her mom's. Just who the hell are you, anyway?" Devin asked, tired of being kept in the dark while seconds ticked past. "Devin Price?" Marcus made the introductions. "This is Dr. Angela Rossi. Works Good Sam's ER. She's the one who took care of Patrice." Devin gave a grunt of acknowledgement. He didn't have time for this shit. The police have the alley covered. I'll need to get in through the basement here. There's an entrance to the tunnels here? The doctor asked. She eyed Marcus with suspicion. Why didn't you tell Ryder? You never said Esme was in the tunnels. All the entrances are supposed to be locked, to keep kids from wandering down there. Marcus's frown deepened, and Devin knew the priest was remembering the night when Devin, lost everything, down in the tunnels. Patrice had a key, the doctor, Angela, continued. She used it to let Esme in. I don't need no goddamn key. Devin grabbed the dog's leash and pushed past Marcus when the priest didn't move out of his way fast enough. Man still kept in shape despite the priest collar, wolf in sheep's clothing. What the hell had happened around here after Devin left home? He jogged down the middle aisle, not bothering to pause at the altar, took a sharp left and circled around behind the altar to the staircase there. To his annoyance, both Marcus and Angela followed. He didn't need anyone tagging along, slowing him down. Who are you? Angela shouted. Why are you carrying a gun? It's all right, Marcus assured her. Devin would never hurt Esme. Devin shot a glance over his shoulder at Marcus. Did the priest know Esme was his? Had Jess told him? She and Cece were the only people besides Tyree who'd known, and it wouldn't have been hard for someone like Marcus to guess the truth. They reached the basement. Devin led the way past the boiler room, past several storage rooms, one covered in plastic and reeking of wet paint, then down another half-flight of stairs to a metal door. He jangled the doorknob. Locked. You sure she's in there? He asked the doctor. Yes. He handed her the dog's leash and dug out his wallet. Sliding free two thin strips of metal he kept hidden in the seams, he bent to the door. Hadn't done this in ages. He had others to do this kind of work now, but he hadn't lost his touch. You'd best call Tyree. Let him know the cops will be crawling through his space. No, we should call Ryder, Angela argued. The lock clicked open. Devin straightened and turned to face her. She didn't appear at all intimidated. Instead, she held her ground. The dog, traitor, wedged himself between the two of them, protecting her with his body. This was why he'd never liked dogs. Too noisy at all the wrong times, and they bartered their allegiance to anyone for a biscuit or pat on the head. A little girl's life depends on us, Angela said. We should help the police find her. I can find her faster than they can. There's places in there that won't show up on any map. Places that strangers stumbling into them could lead to folks getting hurt. You mean booby-trapped? If Tyree is still playing his same old games. He glanced to his side, where Marcus stood listening, considering, all Mr. Man-of-the-Cloth King Solomon-like. You tell me, Marcus. Should we send the cops in? No. He's right. I'll call Ryder, warn him. He patted Angela on the shoulder. It's the best way. The doctor didn't look too convinced. In fact, she looked downright suspicious of them both. Smart lady. If Patrice had had a key to the tunnels, it was a good bet she'd negotiated a truce with Tyree and was using them for her own purposes. We gonna surprise anyone nasty down there? He asked Marcus. Marcus didn't bother looking innocent. No. Patrice moved the last group out a few days ago. He sighed and turned to Angela. Wish you'd told me about the tunnels before. Patrice uses a few rooms off this end to hide people on the Underground Railroad. A few illegals, mainly women running from abusive partners. She wouldn't set booby traps for that. No, but Tyree would. He has several stashes down there. No telling what kind of security he has set up near them. You any idea where they are? Devin asked, swinging the door open. There was a bookcase on the other side with a bunch of flashlights lined up on it. He grabbed one, made sure it worked, and stuffed it in his coat pocket. then grabbed one more. Last thing he could risk was wandering in the dark. Not down there. No, I'm long out of that. Devon stepped over the threshold, aiming the light down the tunnel. The air was fresh here, smelled of laundry detergent and bleach. Patrice cleaning up after her guests. Farther in, it wouldn't be so pleasant. Call Tyree. Tell him Esme might be down here. He drew his breath in, surprised at how much effort it took. He'd been calmer staring down men aiming guns at him, but this time there was more than his life at stake. And the tunnels. Christ, he'd never, ever wanted to return to the tunnels, to that awful night 11 years ago. Jess's screams tore through his mind, followed by his own choked sobs as he tried in vain to help her. And the smell, that god-awful stench of burnt flesh. His stomach heaved at the memory. He stepped into the darkness, reached back for the dog's leash. Damn thing better be able to find Esme, fast. His heart stuttered at the thought of her down there, alone, in the dark. To his surprise, the doctor refused to relinquish the leash. Instead, she also grabbed a flashlight and followed him. I'm coming with you. Chapter 11. Ryder stumbled down the steps of St. Tim's, back out into the rain, cursing himself for a fool. Christ on a pogo. He'd lost it good. He couldn't explain what had come over him inside the church. Suddenly, there they were, shut up in the small, dark space, and Rossi had smelled so very good, and he was so very tired and lonely and he didn't even know what. Just that he was sick of this empty feeling that greeted him every morning and haunted him every night, and he had no idea how to fill the void. Until now. Rossi had filled it quite nicely, thank you. The way heat roiled off her, as if she was feverish. Or he was. That strong jaw, stubborn, as if he hadn't already figured that out for himself. What the hell was he thinking, letting a woman distract him? During a goddamn murder, make that double murder investigation. Dig a hole and bury him now. Maybe the brass was right. He was losing it. Make that lost it past tense. Sleet battered his head and neck, tiny snips of ice, making him wish he'd never left Rossi. Forget Rossi. Time to go look at another body. At least it wasn't the kid's. Petrosky waited for him at the bottom of the steps. They wove between the haphazard collection of vehicles. In the distance, he could see sparks from the firefighters cutting through the steel door down the alley. What have we got? Female occupant of the apartment, dead from multiple gunshot wounds, obvious forced entry, no signs of robbery. The fire crew chief spotted him and waved him over to a makeshift command center at the back hatch of their Tahoe. Has the deputy chief gotten here yet? Ryder asked Petrosky as they detoured over to the FD lieutenant. No, you're still ranking PD. Christ. Goddamn brass wouldn't let him call in mutual aid or do this thing right, but also couldn't be bothered enough to leave their turkey dinners and come out in the rain. You could bet, as soon as the press showed up, they'd be here, squawking to get their 5 minutes in the limelight. Ryder couldn't care less about the credit. He just wanted to find the girl, alive, and work his 2 dead bodies. Hard to do that when he was also coordinating a search of 7 flights of apartments, negotiating a truce with the gang that occupied them, and gaining entrance to the tunnels below. His head ached. He circled it with his hands, palms pressing against both sides of his skull, only to unleash a new wave of pain when he snagged one of Rossi's staples. Son of a bitch! The fire department lieutenant looked up and nodded, thought he was describing the situation. You got that right. You got a plan for the tunnel search? Ryder asked, peering over the firefighter's shoulder to a ragged stack of blueprints spread out in the cargo bay of the SUV. These maps are the best we have, the LT said. Not even sure you'd call them maps, really. More like wishful thinking. Why are so many areas blank? Ryder asked. Bad enough he had 2 homicides to cover, witnesses to question, but finding the kid took precedence. Couldn't do that without some decent intel. The LT rolled his eyes. Security. The tunnels were built as a big fallout shelter. Emergency evacuation center, they called it. Only part of it is under the tower. It spreads out over 5 blocks in every direction. It's a freaking city down there. You remember 3 Mile Island? This, he rapped his knuckles on the map, is where they evacuated the governor and the whole damn state government too. I know 2 people been down there in the last few years, and only one of them is still alive. Someone got killed down there? Nah, he died of a coronary fighting a 2-alarmer over on Congress. Who's the one alive? You're looking at him. We got sent down for a fire inspection after we pissed off the chief. Made it maybe 20 yards in before calling it quits. Place is a shithole, a fucking maze. Phones and radios won't work. The SWAT commander jogged up to join them. He glanced at the blueprints, shaking his head. Rain flicking off his helmet, splattering the map. Hope you're not planning any frontal assaults. Talk about your goddamn fatal funnel. No room to maneuver, no sight lines. We need better intel. No shit, Ryder thought. But he kept his voice clear of emotion. We've a missing 10-year-old girl, and she was last seen going into those tunnels. They connect to the tower, so we need to work both locations. My men have the tower covered, but we'll need backup on the perimeter, especially if the Royales get antsy. Plus, we've a homicide scene in the tower, so an extra presence there wouldn't hurt. I'll spread my guys out. Team up with yours until we have a plan of action ready to go. He spoke briefly to his second-in-command. Have them start a door-to-door on the 3rd floor where the body is. Work their way down, then back up again. But no one goes on the 7th floor until I have a chance to talk with Tyree Willard. Last thing we need is to start a war with the Royales. We knocking or kicking? The SWAT guy asked, wanting the rules of engagement and making it Ryder's responsibility if things went wrong. Kicking, but go easy on the furniture. We've exigent circumstances to look for the kid, nothing else. Of course, anything you see in plain sight... Got it. Let's go, he shouted to his men, waving them into action. Petrosky stirred at Ryder's side. You want me to go with them? No, stay with me. Monitor the radio while I try to sort out this mess. Ryder turned back to the fire lieutenant. This kid might be injured. We need to gain access to the tunnels and start searching. There has to be someone who knows them. The fire LT scratched his jaw. You remember the alligator guy? Burned down that warehouse down by the wharf? The one with the rabbits? Yeah, should have seen that place. Cages on cages of burnt-up rabbits. He was feeding them to the alligator he was keeping, he explained when Petrosky raised an eyebrow. One night, the alligator tried to sneak a snack, knocked down some cages onto a space heater, and whoomph! Charbroiled rabbit all around. But the gator lived. What's he have to do with my girl? Ryder interrupted. Point is, Gator Guy lived down in the tunnels for years before Kingston's men found him and forced him out. He could tell us all about them. He's in Rockview. The state penitentiary was 2 hours away. We can't wait that long. The LT shook his head. Nah, he only got 8 months, and with overcrowding, they kept him here. He's in county lockup. Good excuse to bypass the brass and get some mutual aid from the sheriff's department. Ryder got on his cell, explaining the situation to the ranking deputy on duty. As he hung up, the sparks from the tunnel door died down, and a triumphant cry went up from the firefighters gathered there. We're in! A crowd of uniforms surged toward the end of the alley. Ryder's phone rang. He answered it. Ryder here. It's me again. Vance sounded stressed. Listen, don't go into the tunnels. Tyree and his gang have them booby-trapped. It's not safe. Shit. Okay, thanks. He hung up and turned and yelled. Hold up, guys! Then he grabbed Petrosky's arm. You, go get Tyree Willard and haul his fat ass down here. Take backup with you. If he gives you any trouble, you give it right back. All I need is for him to be able to talk to me. You get it? Petrosky's eyes went wide at Ryder's menacing tone. He didn't care. He was so sick of Tyree and the Royales running this block like they were freaking kings, beyond the law. Not tonight, goddammit. Not with 2 bodies cooling and a little girl's life on the line. What are you waiting for? He snapped when Petrosky didn't move fast enough. Go! Now!
Flynn was half tempted to deal with Leo herself. A final solution. He was no good, worth less than mud scraped off his father's shoes. But she didn't. She couldn't. She owed Daniel everything. After she'd died and been reborn, she'd woken up in the ICU in a bed beside his. She'd gotten good news. She'd live. He'd received a death sentence. Terminal cancer. They'd bonded. The girl with no name and no past she was willing to claim, and the 67-year-old tycoon who'd needed someone he could trust with his secret. He'd taken her off the streets, given her a home. More than just the job, and money and opportunity. It was the trust. No, not trust. Faith. Daniel had asked her to do things verging on the impossible, and she did them, simply because he believed she could. Biggest adrenaline rush ever. Before Leo returned home in disgrace earlier this year, Daniel's missions had entailed corporate espionage and spying, helping him bring down competitors, ferreting out secrets he could use to solidify his power. It had been exciting, challenging, especially for a girl who hadn't even finished high school before Daniel provided her with an all-access pass to anything she wanted to learn. Daniel had taught her that knowledge was power. Nights alone in the empty mansion, before Leo spoiled it all, she would sit curled up on the floor, laptop surrounded by notepads and textbooks, and he would supervise her studies. Modern psychological warfare, cybersecurity, leadership tactics of Genghis Khan, economic game theory. No topic was off limits, as long as it kept Daniel amused and served to sharpen Flynn into a more effective weapon for him to wield. For Daniel, it was a way to keep the pain from his cancer treatments at bay. For Flynn, it was her ticket to a new life. Most people hated the tunnels, feared the anonymous creatures, human and inhuman, that wandered the blackness. Not Flynn. She enjoyed being able to blend in, becoming invisible as she stalked her prey. Leo. He used expensive night vision goggles to travel from the Kingston brownstone, hidden deep within the maze. None of the tunnels, the largest as wide as a single-lane street, the narrowest with space for only one person at a time to travel through, had working lights. Flynn avoided the pedestrian paths, instead climbing up past the multicolored pipes at ceiling height to the maintenance catwalk that ran between the pipes and the concrete roof. Below, the maze of rooms was enclosed by walls and thick metal doors, but up here, in the cramped space of the catwalks, she could move past walls and doors and access most of the underground compound. Unfortunately, Leo had turned her search for him into a game, moving his lair frequently while setting traps and false trails for Flynn. Everything was a game to Leo, including what he did to his victims. But now things were spiraling out of control. Best way out of this for everyone was if she snatched his current victim and paid the girl off with a one-way ticket out of town. No muss, no fuss. She'd done it before when she'd first discovered his laboratory, before Leo had moved his base of operations out of the brownstone and into the tunnels. He'd acted so superior after that, thinking she couldn't interrupt him or stop him down here where he operated under Tyree's protection. Worse than superior. Smug. He'd promised Flynn that someday, when her guard was down, he'd take her. Show her firsthand what games he and his guests enjoyed. In the meantime, He'd satisfied himself by leaving blood-stained clothing on her pillow, jewelry bent and twisted, melted by intense heat, the stink of burnt flesh clinging to it. Once, a lock of hair tied in a ribbon, a piece of scalp still attached. She didn't bother Daniel with Leo's lame attempts at psychological warfare, mainly because she didn't let Leo bother her, refused to let him get past her guard. But this was the last time, she swore to herself. She was done playing games. Chapter 12. This wasn't the smartest thing I've ever done, following a stranger into a subterranean labyrinth. But if Devon Price could lead me to Esme, what choice did I have? Wait for Ryder and his men to finish searching the tower, negotiate a truce with Tyree Willard, have him and his gang show them the hidden traps in the tunnels, all while investigating 2 crime scenes? I stepped forward, the tunnel's darkness seeping around me like walking into an inky pool, stones in my pockets. The dog followed at my knee. I was glad for someone I could trust in here. 2 against 1, better odds. I patted the dog as we walked. He tilted his nose up and licked my palm. Even that slimy companionship was comforting. I'd had worse things on my hands tonight than doggy spit. The man in front of me did indeed seem to know where he was going. At least, he didn't hesitate as we passed out of range of the last remnants of light escaping from the church. Then he made a sharp right-hand turn into complete darkness. I waved my flashlight. It was a bright LED model, yet seemed as ineffective as a child's toy when it came to piercing the blackness. The roof was high above us, at least 20 feet, but I couldn't see to the top through the maze of pipes suspended at ceiling height and the metal catwalk above them. Big pipes, little pipes, all color-coded, and letting out the occasional bang, hiss, or whoosh. Unsettling, especially since I had the feeling the noises weren't all coming from inside the pipes. What could be living down here? The air didn't smell dank or musty like a cellar. Rather, it had an acid bite to it, a chemical tinge. The walls were cinder block, painted white, and lined with metal shelves that extended from the floor up 12 feet overhead. The floors were gray concrete with color-coded lines, like they used to have in hospitals to direct patients and staff. The place must have been set up in pods or wards, because we'd pass a group of same-colored metal doors, then nothing, bare walls for 10, 20 yards. There should have been dust, cobwebs, but there weren't. Somehow, that scared me more than anything. Devon made another abrupt turn. "Nothing down here runs in a straight line," he muttered. "Do we have to worry about flooding?" I asked, mentally marking my path back to the church sanctuary. "No, they're not that kind of tunnels. Not like storm drains or sewer pipes. Ever been to Disney? Hear about the tunnels that connect all the attractions? There's a whole city underground there. Heck, they even have special cars they drive around in. This place was designed the same way. If this place is like underground Disney, why doesn't it have lights?" He chuckled. "If you're afraid of the dark, it's only gonna get worse." Just saying, finding Esme would be easier with the lights on. She's hiding from the men who shot Patrice, so she's not going to come out just because she sees our flashlights or hears our voices. He was silent for a moment. "How do you know so much? Did you see what happened to Patrice?" Yes. Images of Patrice's final moments raced through my mind, her voice repeating her last message, insistent, demanding. "Find the girl. Save the girl." "No, I'm just putting myself in Esme's shoes." It sounded lame, even to me. "If you're not a cop, who are you? Why are you carrying a gun? What do you care about Esme? Are you a relative?" His back ignored my questions. "Hey, I'm serious. Who the hell are you? One of Tyree's men?" I tugged on his jacket. It was designer silk, much too nice for a gang member. He shrugged his shoulders, freeing the fabric from my fingers. No, I don't work for Tyree. His pace didn't slow, but his words did, as if weighing each of them. Esme is very dear to me. Her mother was a good friend. So she'll recognize you, come out of hiding if she sees you. His step stuttered. She's never seen me, has no idea who I am. Great. First we have to find her in this maze, then we have to convince her to come with us. We turned another corner, and the dog pulled me up short, snarling as he bared his teeth. I felt the same way. The darkness before and behind us was oppressive enough, but now there was the unmistakable stench of burnt flesh. It was faint, as if something had happened here years ago, something bad. Devon halted as well, one hand back, warning me. Stay still. What is it? One of Tyree's places. He used to keep a meth lab here. His voice was hushed, tight, as if he didn't want to be overheard. Was there someone here to overhear? Why are you whispering? I'm not, he snapped. Hold still while I look around. One of the first things I teach new interns when they start to work in the ER is look twice, think twice, act once. This wasn't the first time I wished I'd taken my own advice. But taking actions while others are scratching their heads is the only way I know. It's gotten me into trouble, a lot of trouble. It's also saved me, or my patients, more times than I can count. Still, swallowing darkness, trapped in a maze with a stranger, and potential lethal IEDs, made me yearn for the relatively quiet chaos of the ER. Of course, if I was scared, how terrified would Esme be? Do you see anything? I asked Devon, swinging my light to focus on the door he'd stopped at. Originally painted a bright yellow, it was scorched and charred around the edges, as if flames had tried to escape. The dog stopped at my side, but didn't sit. Instead, he tensed, ready for action, his nose in the air, ears flattened. Bad memories. Devon's tone was blacker than the darkness surrounding us, so low I barely caught his words. He strode forward, and I had no choice but to follow. Staring at the back of his head was driving me nuts. I hated not being able to see ahead of us, felt claustrophobic, with my back exposed. Reminding me of the second thing I teach newcomers to the ER. Trust no one, assume nothing. Yet here I was, trusting this stranger and assuming I was sane enough to make the choices needed to save a girl's life. I checked my cell. No signal. I'd been hoping to call Ryder, get some good news, like they'd already found Esme and we could abandon this subterranean expedition, or at the very least, that they knew how to turn the lights on. Or maybe just to reassure myself that the outside world still existed. It had been only 12 minutes since we left the church. Felt like 12 hours. I definitely was not cut out for life underground. If the apocalypse happens, I'll ride it out topside instead of burrowing into the dark alongside the rats. The steam pipes overhead whispered their agreement, sounding eerily like voices. The dog let loose with a guttural noise that was almost below my hearing threshold and lunged against his lead. The hairs on my arms leapt to attention. Primitive fight-or-flight reflexes heightened all my senses. Do you hear that? I asked Devon. He had stopped, was listening. I don't think we're alone. The dog went silent, his teeth bared, lunging and about to yank my arm from its socket. It's not Esme, Devon whispered. Turn out your light. I clicked my flashlight off, and he did the same. Silently, we let the dog lead us through the darkness. Up ahead, there was a wide T-shaped junction. A dim glimmer of light slithered from the right-hand side. That leads to the hospital. Devon's voice was barely a breath in my ear. The left leads to the tower. The noise came again. It sounded like footsteps, but not that regular. More like shuffling. It was impossible to tell which direction they came from. The echoes sounded from all directions at once, even above us. Then came the sound of heavy breathing. Not strained, more like excited. Bad porno breathing. The dog's fur wrinkled beneath my palm like canine goosebumps. I tightened my grip on his collar. His head pivoted. First left, then right, then left again. "Which way?" I whispered as we reached the junction. About 30 feet down the tunnel on the right, light sliced across it, sharply angled as if a door had been left open. Shadows fled, twisted, inhuman shapes stretching toward that scratch of light. The tunnel to my left was completely black, just like the tunnel we'd come from. The sounds of breathing hushed. I imagined they were still there, only stifled. Someone holding their breath, watching, waiting to see which way we would go. The dog pulled left, into the darkness. Despite the fact that my hospital, safe haven that it had always been, was in the opposite direction, I was inclined to agree. The black was less frightening than the gray. We'd gone only a few steps when Ozzy jerked to a stop, turning back to nose my palm. Low, throbbing bass notes wormed their way into my marrow. "Warning, warning," the ponderous chord sang. I wanted to ask Devin if he heard it as well, but my body was frozen. Colors flooded my vision, firecracker bursts that shimmered into blackness. Shit, not again. I could feel everything. The dog pressed against my legs, offering me support. A whisper of air sighing against the back of my neck, as if a door was being closed behind me. The weight of the flashlight in my hand. Even more, I felt the strain of my muscles, locked into place around the flashlight's rubber grip. The spit gathering at the back of my throat. The cramp in one quadricep as my weight settled unevenly on that leg. Underneath it all, a slow crescendo of panic as I lost control of both my body and my mind. Time slowed in me, around me, except for my brain. That was on hyperdrive, whirling like a computer processing too much information, every sense at full alert. The path we'd taken from the church, details of the tunnel that I hadn't paid attention to, shelves filled with boxes labeled potassium iodide, plastic jugs of water, cartons of medical supplies with recent dates on the shipping labels, metal cases large enough to carry weapons, sporting heavy padlocks, cartons of MREs with expiration dates in the next decade. This place might have been built during the Cold War, but it was clear someone was preparing for a new war. And one more thing, the subtle citrus scent of a man's cologne. That explained the lack of dust, and the heavy breathing. You wouldn't leave a fortune in supplies unguarded. "What's wrong?" Devin's voice barely blipped onto my mental radar screen. I was too busy processing the barrage of information pounding through my brain. How was this happening? It was the same feeling I'd had when Patrice had poured her memory into my brain, yet I wasn't touching anyone. My mind continued to spin, scanning all the data my senses had gathered, even though I'd been conscious of only the tiniest percentage. Until now. Sights, sounds, smells thundered through me, accompanied by that weird subliminal music that made my bones ache. It was as if, for the first time in my life, I saw the world the way it really was, uncensored by my brain's internal editor. Devin shook me, waved his hand before my eyes, aimed his light at them. It hurt, but I couldn't blink. The dog pushed against me, harder now, as my muscles trembled with the effort to stay locked in a position that was totally unnatural. Then, with a rush of heat, my weight plummeted forward, into Devin's chest, and I was released. He caught me, spun me against the nearest set of shelves, and sat me down on a crate of bottled water. "What the hell was that?" Ozzy wasn't so rude with his concern. He settled for pushing his way below my arm, snuggling between my arm and chest and licking my face. "How long?" I asked. It felt like no more than a second to me, or maybe a decade, like being in a dream where time collapses and stretches simultaneously. "I don't know. 3 minutes or so?" Scared the shit out of me. Me too. I blinked hard and fast. My eyes felt dried, scratchy, but I didn't think my corneas were damaged. My muscles ached worse than after playing a marathon session with the band, burning with lactic acid. I was going to be sore in the morning. "What is it? Epilepsy or something?" "Or something." My mind whirled with a list of possible diagnoses: temporal lobe epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, aneurysm, tumor, encephalitis, and that was just the top 5. Louise was going to have a field day when I finally found the courage to tell her. "What should I do? You going to have another one? Do you need medicine?" The sudden string of questions seemed out of character for Devon, who until now had acted like the king of macho one-liners. I figured he was as freaked out as I was. "I don't know." I uttered the 3 dread words. My admission tasted like acid, burning my throat. "What do you mean you don't know? Has this happened before?" "Started tonight, while I was working on Patrice." I told him about freezing, mid-resurrection, her heart in my hand. It felt good to tell someone, safer to tell a stranger, plausible deniability if he ever repeated it, as if I was rehearsing for when I'd have to explain this all to Louise. "Shit." He stared at me for a long moment. "Is that what killed her?" Wish I knew. Tired of not having any answers, I struggled to my feet, using the shelf for support. Ozzy nudged me with his nose, as if trying to convince me standing wasn't a good idea. The head rush that followed agreed, but I ignored it. "We have to find Esme." "Didn't your vision or whatever show you where she is?" He sounded irritated. I understood. With a little girl's life at stake, if my episodes weren't helping us find her, that made me a liability. Devon pulled me alongside him, and we let the dog lead us. Devon had his gun out. He carried it casually, but alert, as if he was used to carrying a weapon. I wondered again about him. Apparently, he was having second thoughts about me as well. "What if you have another spell, whatever, and something happens?" "Leave me. Find Esme, get her out of here." We continued for several minutes. There were no more weird sounds of breathing, no disembodied footsteps. Somehow, that only made the darkness stretching in all directions all the more oppressing. "So what's wrong with you?" he asked. It sounded more like a request for information, like a patient filling out a triage form, rather than because he cared about me. Why should he? He didn't know me. I wasn't about to admit to ignorance, so I exercised my right to remain silent. "If you're sick, what are you doing working in the ER? Not very smart for a doctor." He was playing dumb to goad me, and it worked. "I told you, these spells didn't start until tonight. No one knows about them." "Don't you think they should?" "Then I'd have to stop practicing medicine. I couldn't be a doctor. All I'd be is a patient, human, just like the rest of us poor slobs." "It's not that." "Sure it is. When you're a patient, you're vulnerable. You lose control of your life, of everything." He glanced over his shoulder at me. "You're scared." Of course I was. Saying it out loud wouldn't make it any easier to swallow. "Is that why you don't tell people you're Esme's father? Because you're scared too?" Silence as we both slowed our steps. It wasn't just a guess. Somewhere in that last dizzying spate of information my brain had processed, it had overlaid an image of Devon's face with Esme's. They had to be closely related. I almost hoped I was wrong. There are treatments for things like temporal lobe epilepsy or hallucinations. but I'd never even heard of anything like what was happening to me. I wished we were back up on the surface where I could call Louise. To hell with the late hour or the holiday, and ask her opinion. He turned to me, the gun pointed casually in my direction, muzzle aimed down at the concrete floor. Then he surprised me and nodded, as if making up his mind about me. Yeah, she's mine. And yes, I'm scared shitless. If the wrong people find out, I could fill in the blanks. I won't tell. Does she know? He shrugged. No. It was the price we paid for her safety. 11 years I've been gone. I thought when Jess, her mom, called me, begged me to come home, hell, guess for a moment I was that 17-year-old kid again, wanting to play knight in shining armor. Stupid. You're from here? I remembered Father Vance saying Devin had known the tunnels as a child. We turned another corner, and he reached past me to tug Ozzy to a halt. Hold on a minute. We're under the tower, entering Tyree's territory. Right, Tyree, who liked to play with meth labs and booby traps. Surely he'd keep any traps farther away from the tower, I said. Like the one we found back near the church, in the room where the fire was. Took him too long to get there after his early warning system went off. He sounded like he'd thought about it. A lot. He'll keep things close to home now. I was sweeping the area with my light. I think you might be right. Less than a foot in front of Ozzy, a glint of fishing line filament crossed the tunnel at knee height. Sister Patrice's voice echoed through my mind, warning Esme to climb high. Now I understood what she meant. I hauled Ozzy back, but Devin didn't seem surprised. Good. I was worried he'd go all high-tech, get motion detectors or the like. He knelt, tracing the line with his light. It ran through an eye hook and behind a set of metal shelves. Devin peered between the boxes that lined the lower shelf, taking care not to move them. Then he pocketed his gun and pulled out a switchblade. He stretched his arm into the space behind the boxes. I backed off, holding my breath and the dog. Couldn't help but flinch when the fishing line snapped, whipping through the air. We were still there. I relaxed and joined Devin as he crawled out from under the shelving. In his hand, he held a sawed-off shotgun with a length of fishing line hanging from the trigger. Good thing Tyree hasn't changed his ways much. Good thing. He handed me the shotgun. You know how to use one of these? Yes. My little sister, Eve, a girly girl, hated tramping through the woods or the idea of hunting. So that left me and my dad, alone in the silence of the dawn, hunkered down in our stand. The best times were the long walks back to where the truck was parked, hauling a field-dressed deer or brace of birds more often than not. We'd talk then. About everything. Crazy things Mom would have rolled her eyes at. Like how every culture has the same mathematical base for its music, but it all sounds different. Same with food. Or about religions. Or stories about Dad's time in the army when he'd traveled all around the world. Well, really just to Panama and Germany, and someplace I couldn't pronounce in Turkey. But to a girl from Cambria, it seemed like he'd seen the world. I never asked him why he came back here. Maybe I should have. I checked the gun, made sure both barrels were loaded, and snapped it shut. Looping the dog's lead around my hand with the flashlight, I motioned for Devin to go on. We found 2 more booby traps, both easily dismantled. One, another shotgun. The second had several M80s wired together with some kind of detonator. That one pissed Devin off. All I could think of was how much damage an M80 could do to a girl Esme's size, and how easily a fire could be started down here. With the tunnels acting as chimneys, it would spread blocks in every direction, fast as lightning. The shuffling sounds and loud breathing returned. I was certain someone was following us, but every time I looked, the space around me was empty. Still, I felt better having a shotgun. Ozzy was getting as impatient as I was. It was hard to keep him in check, so I finally gave up on the leash and grabbed hold of his harness instead. I knew from his anxiety that we must be close to Esme. Devin stopped in the middle of another T intersection and placed his flashlight on one of the ubiquitous metal shelving units so that it shone down one tunnel. He pulled his second light out and waved it down the opposite tunnel. "Esme?" he called, stepping into the light so he could be seen. The shelving units were lined with boxes and plastic containers stacked on top of each other. Myriad places for a skinny kid to hide behind or between the crates. "Esme, you can come out now. It's safe." His words bounced off the walls, sounding more ominous than reassuring. I gave it a try. "Esme, I'm Dr. Rossi. I'm here with Ozzy. He misses you. Won't you please come out?" Ozzy yanked against my hand. He led us down the left-hand tunnel, where 3 sets of shelves filled with blankets had been pulled away from the walls and clumped together, creating a bottleneck we couldn't see past. Ozzy danced in front of the shelves, tail wagging, barking. "Esme, are you there?" I called. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" Devin let me do all the talking. I glanced back at him and realized he'd taken a defensive position behind me, gun drawn as he scanned the space behind us. Ozzy sat, his nose aimed up, tail thumping the floor. I looked up as well, aiming my light at the top of the shelves, just below the pipes. I squinted into the blackness, barely made out the metal catwalk suspended above the pipes. Then a blur of motion came from the top of the middle set of shelves. "Esme, is that you?" My light caught more movement as a shot sounded, followed by a girl's scream.
Chapter 13. Ryder wanted to pull his hair out by the roots. Would have if he hadn't been busy coordinating 30 men, if he'd had 2 seconds to breathe, and if his scalp hadn't been held together by office supplies. Damn staples. Itched like hell. He settled for pacing in front of the dark maw that was the entrance to the tunnels. Water sluiced off his overcoat, creating rivulets that ran inside his collar and between his lapels, soaking him inside and out. His trousers, heavy with the wet, sagged against his belt. Such was the glamorous life of a detective. CSU and major crimes had taken over the homicides, leaving him free. Finding that little girl was now his priority. Darkness beckoned from the door leading into the tunnels. He'd been lost in the black himself, too many times to count. Paktika had been riddled with tunnels and caves so deep and dark that even with modern night vision gear, some guys lost it down there. It had been Ryder's job to bring them back up into the light. Rainwater swirled over his shoe tops. Daggers of his old frostbite stabbed through his toes. Hospitality gift from the Taliban. He remembered the early days in Afghanistan. No support, endless duty, no relief, no frame of reference. Just slogging from one bottomless hole to the next, dropping wearily into the black, wondering what piece of yourself you'd leave behind this time. Soul-sucking bitch of a country. He'd brought all his men home, but he hadn't really brought any of them back whole. Most of his time there was a blur, except for the fear he'd had to swallow each and every time he'd entered the black. He'd kept count at first, but after the first dozen times, it hadn't seemed to matter. The fear became part of the routine, like double-checking his gear, taping down anything that jangled, triple-checking the batteries on his lights and NVG, clearing his weapons of the god-awful dust that crept into everything. The fear was always there. It never left. It simply became part of the weight they all carried. One more thing to be stowed and secured. The kid lost inside these tunnels didn't have Kevlar or NVG. She didn't have a team with her. She was all alone in the black. Maybe hurt. Maybe dead already. The thought weighed more than the memories. Petrosky appeared at the far end of the alley, hauling Tyree Willard along with her. Tyree's hands were cuffed behind his back, but otherwise, he looked none the worse. "Let me go. I know my rights." Ryder waited for them to come to him and released his scowl, exposing a few of his more raw emotions, the ones with fangs. Rights? You don't have any rights. Not when a little girl's life is at stake. You found Esme? Tyree lunged forward. Petrosky yanked him back. Impressive work, given Tyree's bulk. Is she okay? Where is she? What's she to you? She's my niece, you shithead. Where the hell is she? In there. Ryder pointed to the open door. Tyree sagged, just for a moment, then straightened. You got to let me in there, man. It's not safe for her, wander in the dark. He clean? Ryder asked. Petrosky nodded. Uncuff him. He grabbed Tyree's shirt by the collar, wadding it into a knot so tight it rocked the bigger man onto his heels. We're going in there together. We're going to find Esme and bring her out again. You will behave yourself and not give me any problems. Do you understand me? He didn't need to voice any threat. Tyree knew what the consequences were. Any problems from the gang leader, and only one of them would be leaving the Black alive. Told you, she's my niece. I just want her back. Should have thought of that before you booby-trapped the tunnels. No one's supposed to go down there except me and mine. Everyone knows that. Wait out here, Ryder ordered his men. No way in hell was he risking anyone else's life on Tyree's cooperation. Besides, if it was just him and the gang leader alone in the dark, Ryder had more room to maneuver beyond rules and protocol. Without witnesses. Ryder grabbed 2 flashlights from the firefighters, handed them both to Tyree. Best to keep the gangbangers' hands full. He had his own surefire light as well as his Glock. They crossed the threshold into the tunnels. He hadn't realized how loud the rain had been until the sound was snuffed out, along with the noise of men working, engines running, people shouting. Ryder's senses pinged at full alert, his adrenaline peaking to battle ready. His hormones thought he was back in Paktika, clearing yet another Taliban cave. His weight moved to the balls of his feet, hushing his footsteps and keeping him balanced against any attack. He used his light sparingly, leaving Tyree front and center, an easy target. Kept his gun aimed, trusting his other senses more than his vision, as Tyree's light sliced the blackness into sharp-edged slivers. There's no traps here, Tyree said, as close to an apology as he'd give. As long as she stayed near the door, she's okay. Esme, come out, girl! His voice crescendoed and died. She thought the men who killed Sister Patrice were after her, probably kept running. Shit, Patrice is dead too? Who the hell would want to kill her and Jess? I mean, a nun and a blind girl. That's cold. Ryder didn't have any answer. Still wasn't sure Tyree and his boys weren't the answer. He wasn't going to think about it until he got Esme out of here. They came to a side tunnel. Where's that go? Leads below the tower to the elevators. But I got them all locked off, except the one I use myself. What about the stairs? Locked up as well, making their search upstairs a complete waste of manpower. Shit. Ryder continued on, deeper into the dark. If he didn't find anything else to arrest Tyree for, he could always use vandalism and destruction of private property. If Daniel Kingston agreed to prosecute, which he might not, since that would make the real estate tycoon liable for fire code violations. Seemed that Tyree and Kingston both knew how to work the system to get the most bang for their buck, with the occupants of the tower paying the price. Tyree pulled up to a halt. Hang on. He knelt, examining a transparent line sagging loosely across the passageway at shin level. God damn it. Someone's been coming through here. He yanked the line, revealing a magnet securing it to the metal shelving that lined both sides of the hallway. Then he bent behind the stack of plastic water containers and reached his arm between the wall and the shelf. He emerged, holding a double-barreled, sawed-off shotgun. "Drop it," Ryder ordered, leveling his .40 caliber Glock at the gangbanger. Tyree broke open the shotgun and handed it to Ryder. "They removed the shells, left the line intact so I wouldn't know to look. Sons of bitches. Probably saved Esme's life," Ryder reminded him. Tyree grunted at that and continued down the passage. Ryder left the shotgun, didn't want his hands full, but mentally marked its location. Double barrel at close range could take the legs off a man, at least cripple him, which was the point. During the next 20 minutes, they found 3 more dismantled booby traps and had cleared 2 side passages before Ryder spotted light coming from ahead. The reverb of a voice shouting filled the blackness. He pushed Tyree faster. They arrived at the junction of 2 wide corridors. Tyree's light caught another black man in its glare. Standing in front of the man was Angela Rossi, holding a shotgun. A dog stood beside her, pulling hard against his leash. What the hell? Ryder didn't have time to finish his thought before a gunshot cracked through the dark, coming from behind him. A girl screamed. Rossi dropped her shotgun and rushed forward, arms outstretched, as a young girl fell from the darkness above them.
Chapter 14. Everything happened in a blazing blitzkrieg of action. First, seeing Esme, alive, climbing out of her hiding place on the top shelf to my right. Then a shot coming from behind us. Ozzy's howl, the gunshot reverberating as if the sound was ricocheting off the concrete surrounding us, and Devon's shout of anger and dismay collided. Esme fell forward, her body caught in a crossfire of flashlight beams. Before she could tumble off the shelf and into space, someone reached down from the darkness above Esme and grabbed her. Esme hung there for a moment, one foot caught on the top of the shelving unit, the rest of her body dangling by an unseen person above her, gloved hand gripping her arm. Another shot splintered her cry of panic. Then she was gone, vanished into the shadows above the pipes. It wasn't until I was halfway up the nearest set of shelves, scrambling from one handhold to the next, that I registered the third gunshot, or heard the shouting. Adrenaline must have blocked my hearing for a few moments, because then, all of a sudden, below me there were men yelling at each other, their voices a shockwave hitting me, punctuated by Ozzy's barking. "Lower your weapon," a man shouted. "Ryder." I glanced down for a split moment. His gun was aimed at Devon. Had Ryder fired the shots aimed at Esme? No, that made no sense. But the shots had come from that direction. Another man, tall, bulky, carrying 2 lights, stood to one side. "Now!" "I didn't do anything," Devon protested, crouching to set his gun on the floor and stepping away from it. "You're the one who shot her." "Wasn't me." Ryder's tone was tight with adrenaline. He kept his gun aimed at Devon, but had shifted position so that he could cover both Devon and the corridor behind us, where the shots had come from. "On your knees. Hands behind your head." I was almost to the top of the shelving unit, close enough to see, in the scattered light of the flashlight clutched between my teeth, that Esme wasn't anywhere to be found on the shelves. "Where is she, Angela?" Devon shouted from where he lay face down on the floor. "Shut up." Ryder cuffed his hands behind his back. I clawed my way onto the top of the shelving unit, tumbling a few boxes to the ground, glad this unit was securely anchored to the wall. I wasn't at all sure that the freestanding shelves Esme had hidden on could have taken my weight climbing them. "She isn't here, but there's a catwalk above the pipes." "Rossi, get down here," Ryder called. He had Devon and the other man both on their stomachs, in cuffs, and was standing with his back to me, pointing his gun into the darkness. I couldn't see any blood on the shelves where Esme had been, That was the good news. The bad news was that I also couldn't see which way whoever had taken her had gone. Between the creaks and clanks of the pipes and the noise of the men below, I couldn't hear any footsteps or any sounds of Esme crying. Had she known the person who had taken her? Saved her, really. Risked their life to rescue Esme. That gave me hope. Still, I was half tempted to try to follow. Holding on to a pipe for balance, I stood. The catwalk was at my waist. I could have easily climbed onto it. I touched it, felt faint vibrations, but couldn't tell which direction they came from. Ryder shouted my name again. I aimed my light down the catwalk in both directions and saw only shadows. With a shooter out there in the dark and no idea which way Esme had gone, it was foolish to try to follow, so I reluctantly climbed back down. Ryder stood like a soldier, his face closed down, gaze searching for unseen enemies in the shadows. "What the hell were you thinking?" Ozzy came to my defense, aiming a snarl in Ryder's direction. "We need to get out of here now," Ryder said. "No, we can't leave her," Devon argued. "Shut up." Ryder's voice lashed out at Devon, even as his light whipped through the darkness where the shots had come from. "We have 2 targets now, Esme and the shooter. We need to get more manpower, coordinate a search, get the lights turned on, do this thing right." I didn't want to leave Esme behind, but I knew he was right. My only glimmer of hope came from the fact that whoever had taken Esme had been protecting her from the shooter. "We're too exposed here. We need to move." Ryder motioned to Devon and the other man to get back on their feet. "Tyree, on your feet. You too. What's your name?" "Price. Devon Price." "Let's go." Ryder ushered the 2 men to march in front of him, his gun still trained on them. I retrieved Ozzy's leash and joined him. Ozzy tugged, didn't want to come at first, but then, with a whimper, he obeyed. Ryder frowned and gestured for us to move faster. "I've no cell coverage here, and the radio doesn't work either. It's a good 20 minutes back the way we came. We need to hurry. Get the perimeter shut down before they can escape." "We're closer to Good Sam than the tower," Devon said. "He's right," the man named Tyree said. "That tunnel," he jerked his chin to indicate the junction we'd passed a few yards back, "goes down to Good Sam's basement, near the heating plant. It's the fastest way out." I finally put 2 and 2 together and realized Tyree was the drug dealer Father Vance had warned us about. Up close, he was even bigger. Bulky. My first thought was steroids, which made me wonder what other drugs he was doing. I was glad he was in front of me. I didn't like the idea of having him in the shadows behind me. Ryder's mouth twisted, and I knew he was worried about the drug dealer leading us into a possible ambush, but he nodded. "Show us." Then he turned to me, seemed to sense that something was wrong. "You okay?" he asked, his voice a low whisper. Of course. I appreciated his concern, but I wasn't about to lower my guard enough to admit that, no, I was very much not okay. Didn't want to admit that even to myself. My nerves jangled with adrenaline, and I kept stumbling in the dark. Thankfully, no one noticed. "I'm fine. Who's the big guy?" "Tyree Willard, leader of the Royals, the gang that runs the tower. Esme's uncle." "Who's your new buddy?" "Your friend the priest introduced us. Devon knows Esme and her family. Ozzy is her mom's guide dog, and Devon thought he could lead us to her." "You came down here alone with a perfect stranger?" I ignored the rebuke coloring his words. After all, he had a point. It hadn't actually been a well-thought-out plan. Wouldn't even really call it a plan at all. I couldn't just sit around praying like Father Vance. Any idea who was shooting at us? He grimaced and shook his head, falling silent once more. Intensity radiated off him as we traveled through the dark corridors. Ozzy galloped ahead of me, straining at the full length of his lead, barking twice at each intersection as we crossed, as if warning anyone to leave us alone. I couldn't hear any more footsteps or the creepy, heavy breathing, but still couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Ozzy's lead went slack as he suddenly circled back to me, ears at full alert. He twisted his body lengthwise against my legs, blocking my path. I was getting ready to admonish him and tug him aside when a barrage of music, discordant brass and percussion, blinded me. This time, I knew what was coming. The music tugged and pulled at me as if it had a physical presence, demanding my attention. I could see the men as they walked away, moving so slowly they looked like astronauts on the moon. Ozzy was caught lowering his head to nuzzle my knee. An old-fashioned movie, flicking one frame at a time in infinite slow motion. Above the clang of the music, I heard everything. The creak of his leather collar, the jingle of the ring that held his leash, the whoosh of atoms displaced by his movement. I stood frozen, able to hear and see it all, as if I was everywhere at once, absorbing every molecule surrounding us. In my mind's eye, I could plot the course through the maze of dark tunnels, all the way back through the twists and turns to the church. I heard footsteps and voices in the far distance, could smell the familiar scent of disinfectant coming from not too far away. Smelled something else. Closer. Candle wax, blood, burnt flesh, and something sickly sweet. Too sweet. I'd smelled it before. With a rush, my vision exploded into a whirl of images as my mind sped back through memories, searching. That smell. We'd seen an uptick in assault victims coming into the ER and advocacy center over the past few months, the most recent just 4 days ago. All women, drugged, kept several days, raped, and tortured. In my mind's eye, the me from 3 months ago raised the first victim's ragged t-shirt, ready to place it in an evidence bag, when the sickly sweet stench of the liquid saturating it overwhelmed me. We'd tested her and the shirt for drugs, and had found traces of paramethoxamine, PXA, a street drug known as Death Head, because dying was preferable than overdosing on it. It's in the same chemical family as ketamine, but longer lasting, with much worse side effects. Instead of pain relief, PXA actually increases pain sensation, and instead of a euphoric high, produces a dysphoric, dissociative state. Think the worst LSD trip imaginable, only you're unable to move your body. The first woman, and 3 more who followed, all ended up in the psych ward, catatonic, their minds so clouded they couldn't care for themselves or distinguish reality from the imaginary hell their perpetrator had created. It was that smell that filled my mind now. I wanted to gag, to hold my breath, but my body was frozen and beyond my control. All I could do was endure, fight past the stench. The others were still doing their slow-motion walk. Ozzy's head had barely made it all the way around, mouth open, but no sound coming yet, his whimper frozen mid-air, and my mind kept soaring, freewheeling through time and space, all of my senses exploding on overload. As I was buffeted by all the sensory information, I fought to find something to anchor me as this psychic tornado ripped through my reality. I clung to the stench of the PXA, focused my entire being on it, ignoring the maelstrom of other sights and sounds hurling themselves at me. Where had it come from? A dark corridor we'd just passed. It had no shelves, only blackness at the end, lined with large metal doors, unlike the others, wide, thick, fitted with airtight gaskets, walk-in refrigerators and freezers. I could hear air circulating through a fan above the last door at the end of the row. And a whimper, a child's whimper, forlorn, despairing. It broke my heart. With a fever rush so dizzying I thought I would vomit, I was back again. Muscles cramped, eyes dry, drool hanging from my mouth. I staggered forward and wiped my mouth. Ozzy finished his spin around, coming full circle. The men were only a few feet ahead of us, oblivious. The entire time I was trapped in my fugue state, which had seemed like hours, though my burning muscles screamed weeks. Only a few seconds had passed in the real world. Disorientation hit me with a wave of red spots swimming before my eyes. I blinked and cleared them. This way. My flashlight shook as I pointed away from the tunnel leading toward Good Sam and down one to our left, leading deeper into the maze. Tyree and Devin halted, looked to Ryder, who stared at me like I was crazy. If he only knew. "Can't you hear it?" I asked. "Listen." Ozzy heard it. He dashed down the tunnel, his leash slipping from my trembling grip, and vanished into the darkness. "I don't hear nothing," Tyree said. "I don't eat." "Wait, what was that?" Devin said. Ryder was silent, moving backward, keeping the two men in range of his gun, heading toward where I heard the child's whimpering. He frowned, glanced at me, then looked at his two prisoners. It was obvious he was torn between securing them, getting me out of there, and the faint sounds coming from the end of the tunnel. For me, it was an easy decision. I started down the tunnel, following Ozzy and my instincts, leaving the men behind. Ozzy waited for me at the end of the corridor, scratching at a heavy door. It was a walk-in refrigerator, large, like the kind they held sides of beef in, or bodies. The door was ajar and surrounded by a thick rubber gasket that was torn and frayed, crumbling between my fingers. This was how I could hear the child's crying despite the thick walls. There was a heavy padlock hanging from the door latch. Why leave it unlocked? To invite us in, or let the child trapped inside out? The men reached me just as I hauled the door open. A wave of odors poured out. A pungent combination of candle wax, burnt flesh, urine, feces, unwashed bodies, that sickly sweet scent of PXA, blood, and terror. Ryder shone his light inside, alongside mine. The flashlight beams skipped around the room. It hadn't been only one child sobbing. Young children huddled together in a ball so tight, I couldn't tell if they were boys or girls. The oldest, maybe 8, the youngest, 3 or 4. All races, Hispanic, black, white, Asian. The noise they made wasn't a cry. It was the keening of wild animals caught in a trap. The light caught them, and they screamed, skittering away from us into the depths of the refrigerator, clinging to the shadows for protection. They all wore dingy white t-shirts that came down past their knees, clinging to their moving bodies like foam on ocean waves. I took a step inside, following them, but Ryder pinned me with his arm. "Me first." "They may be hurt." Of course they were hurt. What was I saying? "Wait." He stood inside the door and systematically aimed the light to all corners, as if slicing an imaginary pie. Crucifixes, dozens of them, covered the walls as well as full-length mirrors, painted in bright colors, as if they were stained glass windows. The light swept across the floor littered with water buckets, rotting food, blankets bunched up into a nest, before finally coming to rest on the glint of chains. Ryder hesitated, his light spearing a naked teenage girl, wrists and ankles secured by manacles, with another length of chain joining them behind her back, leaving her essentially hogtied, lying face down. I stepped forward again, but he grabbed my arm, holding me back while he completed his search. As I chased the younger children with my light, I held my breath and counted. 7 little ones, in addition to the girl chained up and motionless on the floor. Devin pushed past us. "Esme!" His voice shook as it careened from one metal wall to the next. No answer. "She's not here," I told him. Ryder hauled Devin back by his handcuffs and shoved him against the wall alongside Tyree. Tyree's expression had grown stony, and he stared at his feet, avoiding any chance glimpse inside the room. I wondered how much he knew about what was going on down here. Maybe those booby traps back in the tunnels hadn't been designed to keep people out, so much as to assure that no one escaped. Holding my light down at my side so that it wouldn't blind the children, I tried to prioritize. The little ones gave out a collective squeal of fright when I stepped inside the doorway. They ducked, their heads down, huddled together in a ball of terror. I approached the unconscious girl slowly. Ozzy was bolder than I was. He dropped to the ground, slunk on all fours to the girl, licked her neck. When he got no response, he looked to me, tail dragging, then to her, and began to echo the children's moaning with his own primal warble. The hair on my arms stood up, ready to fight or flee. "I'm going to need some help." "Let me," Devin said from the doorway. Ryder frowned, considering all the angles. We'd gone way off the map of protocols, rules, or regulations, but he didn't seem as worried about getting in trouble as he was for my safety and the children's. "It's okay," I told Ryder. "Uncuff him." Ryder sucked in his cheeks, then nodded, holstering his gun so he could unlock Devin's handcuffs. "You try anything." "She's safe with me," Devin said. Ryder stared him down, but he didn't flinch. Devin joined me in the dim light and helped me roll the girl onto her side so I could assess her. "She okay?" Ryder asked. He stood at the doorway, gun drawn on Tyree, protecting his crime scene, protecting his prisoner, protecting all of us against whoever else stalked the darkness. "She's breathing." Devin slid his lockpicks free and began working on freeing the girl from her restraints. Ryder saw what he was doing, gave him a look, but then nodded. Guy talk for, "I'll let you slide this time." "Why didn't they run?" Devin asked. "The door's open." I glanced over my shoulder at the children watching us warily from the farthest corner. How long had they lived here in the dark? Same reason why they haven't come to us for help. The people who did this to them were people they trusted. Now they don't trust anything. Or anyone. The girl's eyes stared straight ahead, unblinking. Her hair was matted with sweat, blood, and dirt. I brushed it away from her face. Patches of it had been ripped from her scalp, leaving oozing sores behind. Ozzy licked my hand, as if letting me know he hadn't forgotten about me. Music hit me like a tidal wave. A piano filled with melancholy, grief-stricken, making my heart weep. My mind felt like it was being spun around by an unseen dance partner, images colliding, sounds flashing, smells and tastes and colors all whirled together. Nothing coherent, nothing except pain and despair. It was coming from the girl. No words, not like Patrice, but impressions kaleidoscoping together. She had been injected with something, and from then on, everything was a blur. Faces surrounded her, warped like Dolly's melting clock. She'd been forced to kneel, her back lashed, burning. Something branded into her flesh. Electrical shocks, searing through the most sensitive areas of her body. More pain and atrocities pummeled my mind. So much that it was hard to tell where the pain was coming from. It seemed to dance along her nerve endings in a never-ending stream of anguish. Finally, thrown into the darkness, chained up, drugged, and left to die.
Chapter 15. As Devin knelt over the girl, guiding the lockpicks with a light touch, he glanced around. This place, he'd never been here before, but something about it felt so familiar. A lost memory danced out of reach, then was banished once more as he focused on Esme. She wasn't among the ragtag group of children. Was that a good thing or bad? Did it mean she was already dead? No. Whoever had saved her from falling from the shelves had risked getting shot. They must want her alive. He had to keep hold of that hope. One lock snapped open, and Devin started in on the final one. God, the smell. It had been a long time since he'd done any grunt work, been forced to endure a stench like this. "Hold it!" The cop, Ryder, shouted from outside the door. A thud came from the hallway. Fool that Tyree was, sounded like he'd tried to run. "You knew, didn't you?" Ryder's voice sliced through the darkness. Devin glanced over just in time to see the cop shove Tyree into the wall, the handcuffed man stumbling. Tyree wheeled around, his eyes dark with fury, the muscles in his forehead drawing together into two knots the size of walnuts. "Answer me!" Ryder wasn't shouting, not yet. Devin had the feeling the cop was the kind of man who seldom had to shout to get what he wanted. "Fuck you! You think 'cause I live in this shithole, 'cause I run with a bunch of punks I'm an animal? That I'd hurt little kids?" Tyree. Such a consummate actor. He actually believed his own bullshit. Because Devin knew for a fact that the answer to all of the above was an unequivocal yes. Like you give a shit. Ryder obviously wasn't buying Tyree's innocent act. "I saw the look on your face. You knew something was going on. Who did this?" Tyree shrugged his massive shoulders. "You want anything? Talk to my lawyer." The cop tilted his head, looking at Tyree as if Tyree was nothing more than a paper target. Easy to shoot, easy to forget. Devin had seen that look before. He held his breath, thinking he might not have to worry about Tyree for much longer. The cop blinked. The tiny movement seemed to take more effort than lifting a 2-ton weight, lowered his weapon, shook his shoulders free of tension. He glanced inside the room, met Devin's gaze without flinching, then turned to focus on the darkness down the hallway behind them. Devin found himself exhaling in disappointment. Tyree was responsible for this, and so much more, including Jess's death, Devin was certain. That it might have been nice to have him taken care of, once and for all. Especially at the hands of a cop, with Devin able to watch without taking the rap. Yes, that would have been nice. Nicer still would be Devin doing the job himself. Face to face, eye to eye. Jess deserved that much. As soon as he had Esme back, he promised himself. He popped the final lock and turned to Angela, expecting at least a smile or nod. Instead, she sat frozen, eyes unblinking, one hand caught in the girl's hair. Shit, not again. Ozzy made a whining noise, his nose pressed against Angela's arm, as if he knew she was having another of her fits. Devin didn't know what to do. She was breathing. Should he move her? Put his wallet between her teeth so she didn't choke? Maybe he shouldn't try to wake her. Didn't that kill sleepwalkers? That's what she most resembled, minus the walking, of course. Her muscles were bunched up, tense like she was awake, but paralyzed. Last place on earth she should be was stuck down here, especially not with men with guns wandering the tunnels. Last thing he should have done was let her tag along with him. "Angela, come on back now," he whispered. She'd helped him. He'd kept her secret. For now, at least. He touched her hand, gently removed it from the girl's hair before she could jerk or fall and hurt the girl. Angela shuddered as if electricity had jolted her. Blinking rapidly, she looked around, fear tugging at her features, mouth open, ready to scream. She scrambled away from him, but then snapped her mouth closed, her gaze becoming focused once more. She waved him off, chest heaving as she gasped for air. Bent over double, body racked with spasms, he thought she was puking, but nothing came out. "Are you okay?" Doctor or not, she wasn't going to be much help to anyone if she kept getting these spells or seizures. She shook herself and dared to push back up to a sitting position, steering clear of touching the girl again. I was with her, she gasped. Tears slid down her cheeks, but he didn't think she even noticed them. Inside her, I felt everything that happened to her. Devin stared at her. Now it was with his mouth hanging open. Give him the dirty double dealings of the Russians any day, because he had no idea what the hell to do with this psycho-crazy bullshit. You guys okay in there? Ryder didn't try to mask his impatience. They were sitting ducks down here at the end of this fatal funnel. The pipes overhead gave out an occasional moan that made the hairs on his neck jump to attention. There was no movement in his field of vision, but who knew what lurked beyond the shadows, or above them on the catwalks? Not like he could recon, not without abandoning Rossi and the children. Most he could do was check the doors lining the corridor within the limited vision of their light. All padlocked, no sounds coming from within. What if there were more kids behind them? No time for what-ifs. Had to work with what he had here and now. Work this problem, move on to the next. Jesus, he was sick of these tunnels. Wanted to get the hell above ground again. Get back to finding that little girl. And the punks who took her. And the ones who'd left these kids here. Animals. He glanced inside. Rossi sat cross-legged in front of the dog and the younger kids. The little ones pushed behind the dog's bulk, using him as a shield, making themselves as small as possible. Hey there, she said in a soft, low voice, pretending to be talking to the dog. My name's Angela. What's yours? Ozzy? That's a funny name for a dog. The dog helped out by wagging his tail and licking her cheek, showing the kids she wasn't a threat. A timid pair of eyes met Rossi's in the dim light, instantly fled again. Ryder leaned his weight forward, tempted to go in, but knew he'd only spook the kids further. Someone had to keep guard. Price emerged from the room, carrying the unconscious girl in his arms. Up close, Ryder could see she was only 16 or so, Asian. She was limp, arms and legs dangling loose, eyes wide open, staring at nothing. Any of you guys want to go home? Rossi asked the other children in a sing-song voice. She hummed softly, her body moving to the rhythm, head nodding, until the kids began to mirror her. Heads nodding, shoulders hunching, a few sobs, 2 more hit and skip glances. Rossi tried another tactic. Who's hungry? Anyone? One, the tallest, slowly raised his hand. Emboldened by his example, the rest did, the youngest one last, looking to the others first. Okay, you want to come with me and get something to eat? What do you want? Silence, except for the shuffling of bare feet. The dog now sat at her side, facing the kids, but they didn't run away. Progress. McDonald's, came a hoarse whisper. Ryder couldn't tell from which kid. Pizza, came another. Ice cream, a girl, one of the smallest, sang out. Anyone else vote for ice cream? Rossi asked. Me. Now they were all looking at Rossi, hands raised again. She stood up without using her hands, one smooth, graceful movement. The children grabbed onto her. She entrusted the dog's leash to the oldest ones and shepherded them out into the hall. Let's go. Ryder grabbed Tyree's arm, his hand barely fitting halfway around, and spun him back down the hall that ended up beneath Good Sam. They led the way, followed by Price with the girl and Rossi playing the Pied Piper. The air grew warmer, and a rushing noise filled his ears as they reached the end of the corridor. To their right was a set of metal double doors. The noise came from beyond them. It was growing louder, a steam locomotive stoking its fires. Ryder tried the doors. They opened. He blinked against the sudden light. Only a few fluorescent bulbs lined Good Sam's basement corridor, but compared to the darkness they'd been in, it was as blinding as staring into the sun during an eclipse. The kids clamped their heads over their eyes, peering through slits made by their fingers. He holstered his gun, exchanging it for his cell phone, calling Petrosky. "I want Daniel Kingston on scene by the time I get back," he ordered. "Lock down any exits from the tunnels and get the lights on down there. No one gets in and no one gets out." "Kingston's here," she said, her voice almost drowned out by the rain. "The brass are kissing his ass, apologizing, and none too happy with you. He's threatening to bring charges." "For what? We had exigent circumstances. They don't fucking care, Ryder. Kingston's pissed off we barged onto his private property, and they need someone to blame. Guess who's front and center?" Ryder didn't give a shit about Kingston or his bruised ego. Once the word about the kids got out, all that would be secondary. Shit, the press. He couldn't risk them hearing. "Lock down all the exits from the tunnels," he repeated. They reached the hospital's elevator bank, and he pushed Tyree inside the first one that arrived, held the door for the others. "Meet me over at Good Sam's ER. Bring a CSU team. I've got a crime scene that needs babysitting." "What did you find down there?" She sounded half excited and half scared, as if he'd successfully returned from an expedition to the South Pole. "Albino alligators?" He flashed on the vision of the children alone in the dark. The press was going to feast on this like maggots on a rotting corpse. But Petrosky knew how to keep things clamped down, give him time to do his job without the media interfering. "Just hurry."
Chapter 16. I was used to being pulled in conflicting directions by the needs of my patients, but not literally. The bright lights and noises and people in the ER scared the little kids, and they tugged at me from behind. One of the youngest had stopped, buried her face against my thigh, gripping my legs in a death hold so that I couldn't move. Carmen, the ER nurse I'd grabbed when we came out of the elevator, looked over in dismay. "I don't have beds." Her gaze said so much more, but like any good nurse, she didn't voice her real emotions in front of patients. "I don't think we can separate them anyway. Not yet," I said. Devin gently deposited the unconscious teenage girl onto a gurney, parked outside an exam room. "Carmen, take the girl into a room. She'll need a full assault workup, talk screen. I think she's been given PXA. Thankfully, Sherry, one of my advocacy center nurses, was working the ER tonight. The girl was in good hands. "Devin, help me take these little guys into the center's observation area." He'd been looking toward the stairwell, and I knew he wanted to get back into the tunnels, continue his search for Esme. "The police are closing the tunnels, and whoever took Esme saved her from the shooter," I reminded him. "There's nothing you can do for her right now." It took him a moment to nod in agreement. "Which way?" He peeled the little one away from my legs, scooping her up into his arms. She squealed, at first in fright, but then in laughter, when he made a squinchy face and blew a raspberry. Then she broke my heart by squelching her laughter with a fist, shoved against her mouth, and cringing as if waiting to be punished for the joyful noise that had escaped her. With Ozzy's help, we herded the kids down a side corridor and pushed through the double doors to the advocacy center. The center has 2 fully equipped sexual assault examination rooms, plus a large interview room that resembles a dentist's office waiting area, with vinyl love seats, a low table perfect for kids to sit and draw at, tubs of age-appropriate toys. Of course, most dentist offices don't also boast a one-way glass wall, video cameras, and anatomically correct dolls. The kids tumbled into the room, but then withdrew into their huddle again, taking Ozzy with them. The sudden silence, broken only by their sniffling, was heart-wrenching. Some of the older ones tugged at the hems of their t-shirts, obviously embarrassed at being half-dressed. Despite its casual decor, the room was too bright, too formal. They shied away from the furniture, not touching anything. Again, I wondered what had happened to them. How long had they been imprisoned underground? Not long enough to suffer nutritionally. They looked skinny and hungry, but not dehydrated, and there'd been evidence of food containers in the room where they'd been kept prisoner. I'd spotted a few flashlights as well, but it was obvious that they'd spent a lot of time in the dark. Did they feel safer hiding in the shadows? Or was it a simple matter that the flashlights had died? There were no obvious physical injuries. In fact, they appeared to be in good health. Their t-shirts weren't torn or terribly soiled, and it was obvious that they'd bathed recently. Someone had cared for them, even as they'd been locked away from the world. But abuse didn't have to be physical. I was far more worried about the psychological impact of their captivity. Other than the few words I'd coaxed from them to get them out of their prison, they hadn't made anything more than guttural sounds of confusion and fear. Devin deposited the little girl he carried onto her feet, and she ran to join the others, the larger ones separating for a brief moment to let her sidle between them, placing her at the center with the other smallest ones. A herd, protecting its weak. He reached to open the door, and they began keening as if in pain. "I don't think they want you to go." He looked at his hand, still on the doorknob, looked at the mass of children standing in the center of the room, swaying as if they shared a heartbeat. Then he glanced at me. Pain and fear and frustration gathered on his face. "Esme." "Ryder's doing everything he can. If you go back down there alone, you might end up making things worse. Get shot by the police during their search, or by whoever shot at us." His exhalations circled the room, and his shoulders slumped. "It's been too much time anyway. They'll be long gone." "Maybe these guys can help. They might know something if we can get them talking." He didn't look convinced, but he nodded and pulled his hand away from the door. The kids relaxed, and the air in the room felt calmer, as if an electrical current had been shut off. None of us at the center work full-time here. No way could our funding accommodate that luxury. In addition to Sherry, I have 3 other ER nurses also certified as sexual assault forensic examiners, a local psychologist who volunteers her time, an ever-changing assortment of volunteers from the DA's Victims Assistance Office, and 2 social workers, neither of whom were on call for the holiday. Which meant, until Sherry finished with our nameless assault victim and the on-call social worker arrived, it was just me. And Devin. I was glad he'd stayed. Not just for the second pair of hands, but the kids seemed to respond to him. Right now, anything that kept them feeling safe and secure was the best thing for them. I opened 2 bins of toys and scattered them onto the floor. Then I sat down myself and began bouncing one of the rubber balls. Devin took the hint and sat across from me, looking a bit goofy as he awkwardly folded his legs beneath him, tugging at the knees of his designer slacks. We played catch, exaggerating our smiles and encouraging each other. He hesitated when I began to sing "Row, row, row your boat" in time to the balls bouncing, but then joined in, adding to the harmony. A few minutes later, we had a threesome, then 5, until finally all the children were playing, passing the ball back and forth, singing the simple yet calming tune. I found another ball, this one the size of a kickball, and began rolling it between our loose group, keeping the rhythm and the kids focused. "My name is Angela," I sang, punctuating my words by using the ball like a bongo drum. "Angela Rossi." I passed the ball to Devin. "My name is Devin," he chanted, catching on fast. "Devin Price." He rolled the ball to the oldest appearing kid, a skinny black boy who looked to be around 8 or 9. The boy caught the ball, hesitated, and for a second I thought he was going to freeze. But he began bouncing the ball between his palms, slid a look at me without ever raising his face, and said, "My name is Andre, Andre Brown? I smiled at him. How old are you, Andre? Still bouncing the ball, he replied. I'm Andre, and I'm 8. He looked at me for approval, and I nodded. Good job. Who's next? Devin leaned forward. Do you know a girl named Esme? Esme Willard? Urgency spilled into his voice. Have you seen her? I glared at him while Andre pulled away, dropping the ball and hiding his face in his hands as if waiting to be hit. Before I could say anything, Devin realized his mistake, and to my surprise, lowered his body so he crouched below Andre's eye level. He touched the boy's knee. Hey, Andre, he said in a low, man-to-man voice. Sorry, man. You did good. Real good. Andre peeked between his fingers, said nothing. Neither did the other kids watching, waiting for his lead. Come on, man, Devin coaxed, still keeping his head low, giving Andre the position of power. He scooped the ball up and rolled it against Andre's legs. We can't play the game without you. So far, you're winning. Andre blinked, and his hands came down. The tension in the room eased. He didn't smile, not a normal kid smile, more like a shy glint of the sun caught behind a storm cloud. I'm the winner? He bounced the ball, regaining his rhythm. Cool. Crisis averted. Devin sat up. I arched an eyebrow at him. He shrugged and turned his focus on the kids. Lesson learned, I hoped.
After handing Tyree over to patrol officers and giving Petrosky the details about their new crime scene, emphasizing the need for both officer safety and secrecy, Ryder followed Rossi to the advocacy center and settled into the observation room, turning it into a command post. He started with the SWAT commander, figuring he could better persuade Kingston to grant them permission to search the tunnels, but he also alerted his own commander, who in turn reached out to the deputy chief for more manpower, including the bomb squad, and the DA's office for a warrant. Unfortunately, they had too little time. In fact, odds were it was already too late to stop whoever had taken Esme from escaping from the tunnels. Too much ground to cover. And it was far too dangerous to send troops down there with Tyree's IEDs littering the area. Tyree could have helped, but had chosen to invoke his right to remain silent. Ryder expected nothing less from the gangbanger. Self-preservation came before saving his own niece. As he juggled the phone calls, coordinating the Amber Alert and search for Esme, as well as a missing persons database search with the NCIC for the other victims they'd found in the tunnels, he watched Rossi and Price handle the kids. Damn, she was good. He already knew Rossi was a skilled physician. The way she'd cut open Patrice, even a grunt like him knew that had taken guts and brains. But watching her with the kids, he was stunned. Never should have razzed her about that dying old lady when they first met. It was obvious Rossi wasn't the kind of doctor who thought the best medicine came through pills and objectivity. No, she threw herself into her cases with passion, risking everything. The observation room had a computer. There was little he could do until they were cleared to enter the tunnels or until he had IDs on the kids, so he gave in to temptation and did a quick Google search on Rossi. To his surprise, the first item that popped up was a page filled with videos. Music videos. Intrigued, he clicked on one. It was obviously shot in a club or bar. Shadowed in murky lights filtered by cigarette smoke was Rossi, playing a violin. As she stroked the bow across the strings, a movement that sent her head arching back, flinging her hair past her face, exposing her neck, Ryder felt a stirring in his groin. Jesus, who knew a violin could be so sexy? She coaxed a long, complicated phrase from the instrument, her face twisted in anguish, sweat dripping from her chin, eyes squeezed shut. The shot pulled back to reveal the crowd. They were as mesmerized as Ryder. The entire room, jammed with spectators, paused between breaths. It reminded Ryder of the moment right before Patrice died, that sense of anticipation, of wanting something more but unable to reach it. The note filled the air, circled through and above and around them, setting nerve endings on edge, then shuddered and died. There was the smallest of pauses, a primordial silence. Finally, Rossi jerked her chin forward and down, her body following, and life began anew. Music erupted from the violin, toe-tapping, hip-swaying, hand-clapping music that was irresistible. The crowd breathed again, and others in the band began to join in, all men. One playing a round Irish drum, an accordion player, and Jacob Vorsanger puffing on a tin whistle that looked like something a kid would find in their Christmas stocking. Jealousy flared through Ryder at the sight of Vorsanger up there beside Rossi, sharing something so powerful and intimate. Maybe the lawyer was bigger competition than Ryder had imagined. He frowned and clicked the computer off, despite the fact that he wanted to watch more. He had a job to do, no need for distractions. Like that moment he and Rossi had shared in the church, what the hell had he been thinking? Rossi's voice, coming from the speaker connected to the room beyond the observation window, grabbed his attention. She'd gotten one of the kids to tell her his name. As Ryder listened, he made sure the DVR was recording, grabbed his notebook, and began taking notes. Only the two older ones gave both a first and last name. Not much help there. He called the precinct and waited for the computer tech to search the NCMEC and NCIC databases. Rossi asked the kids about their pets and school, avoiding the topic of what happened in the tunnels, easing into it. Kids were tricky. You couldn't push too hard or fast, had to let them tell things their way. The tech came back on the line. Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Ryder drew a question mark on the page of his notebook, his pen impaling the dot at the bottom. You telling me we have 7 kids and no one reported them missing? Yes, sir. What do you want me to do? Get me their family contact information. I can't. Not with last names like Brown and Taylor. Not without something more like a date of birth or address. We don't have any databases of underage children, and it's not like they're in the DMV. Shit. He hung up and stood. The oldest kids may know their addresses. Maybe all the kids knew each other. Maybe that's how they all came to be abducted? Glancing to confirm that the red recording light was on, he wouldn't miss anything. He left. One sure way to get anyone talking was to give them what they wanted. Rossi had promised the kids ice cream, so he'd deliver on the promise. On the way to the cafeteria, he checked in with the troops. Still no cooperation from Tyree, which meant they were crippled, forced to clear the tunnels inch by inch. It was going to be hours before he'd be able to get anywhere near his crime scene. Jane Doe hadn't regained consciousness, according to the ER nurses. No sightings of Esme out on the street, at least none reported. Par for the course in this neighborhood, where 7 kids could go missing with no one noticing. His only hope was to get the kids talking, which meant letting Rossi work her magic. A few minutes later, he was juggling 2 trays laden with bowls of soft serve from the cafeteria's machine and knocking on the door to the room where the children were. Price answered, taking the trays from him. I need home addresses, Ryder told the other man in a low tone, and the details of their abduction. Price frowned. They're just kids. Haven't they been through enough already? You want the animals who did this roaming free on the streets? Price's face twisted with fury. Any word on Esme? And why the hell did Price care so much? According to what little Ryder had been able to find through a quick NCIC search, the man lived in Philly. No wants, no warrants, and wasn't related to Esme. He'd reached out to Philly PD for more, but hadn't heard back yet. No, we're working on it. The kids know anything? Haven't gotten there. Every time Angela pushes closer, they shut down. It's always hard with kids. Just give her my message, okay? Yeah, thanks. Price closed the door again, and Ryder returned to the dark space behind the one-way glass. While the kids squealed with delight and dove into the ice cream, he used the DVR to watch what he'd missed while he was gone. Nothing helpful. Rossi was doing a good job getting the kids to open up, but still, they shied away from anything that got too close to what had happened to them. Ryder wondered at that. Why hadn't any of them asked for their parents? And the older ones, you'd think they'd be volunteering more info. They were old enough to be excited about helping the police. At least his niece and nephew would have been. But not these kids. Rossi kept trying. The older two said they both lived in the tower. When she asked if anyone else lived there, the others all nodded. 7 kids missing, and no one had reported it. All from the tower. What the hell was going on there?
Chapter 17. The ice cream wasn't helping. The kids mentally retreated every time I got close to asking about their captivity. The most I got was one of the youngest saying she didn't want to go to church no more. I'd passed the point of exhaustion hours ago, typical for me these past few months. I couldn't sleep more than a few minutes at a time, my body ricocheting between primed and hyper alert, running on adrenaline and complete shutdown. I felt almost there now. Maybe not physically drained, but emotionally. After the on-call social worker finally arrived, I left to check on my other patient, the unconscious girl we'd found. Despite the awful things I see at the advocacy center, I usually enjoy the work there. It's different from the ER in so many ways. Quiet, intense, focused. Everything at the center is controlled. The chaos already finished. One patient at a time. How luxurious it is to give one patient my full and undivided attention for as long as it takes. There is something just as rewarding in that as there is in juggling several dozen cases from a multi-car pileup on the turnpike. I had just stepped through the double doors leading to the ER when it hit me again. After tonight, I might not be able to do either job. Hard to trust an ER doc with uncontrollable tremors and abrupt onset catatonia. Harder still to trust her testimony on the witness stand when she was hearing voices of not quite dead people in her head. Oh, hell. I was so screwed. As if to drive the point home, I tripped, over nothing, stumbling into the wall, banging my elbow. Anger and fear tangling like live wires in my gut. I pushed open the door to the critical care treatment room. The sight of my Jane Doe, still unconscious, eyes staring unblinking at the ceiling tiles, now coated with ointment to protect her corneas, doused me in a wave of guilt that drowned out my self-pity. If Jane Doe was going to be my last case, she was sure as hell getting everything I had to give. Sherry Bartholomew, one of my sexual assault nurse examiners, stood at the counter beside the sink. Evidence of repeated sexual assault, she told me as she finished labeling her specimens for the rape kit. Physical assault as well. Similar pattern of injuries to the 2 cases we had last month. The ones drugged with PXA. She nodded. Anything new? Yeah, but it's not good news. I think she might be our first PXA overdose. Her kidneys are shutting down. They're planning to start hemodialysis as soon as they have the bed ready in the ICU. Liver function isn't so hot either. Our other PXA assault cases had all been conscious, although confused, when they were found. While they hadn't suffered any major organ damage, their brains had been scrambled. So far, it seemed permanent. All 4 women were still in the psych ward, none with any sign of improvement. Why had he given Jane Doe more? He obviously was an expert chemist to be synthesizing the PXA and titrating its effects over the days, weeks he'd kept his victims. What had changed? He didn't clean her up as thoroughly as the others, Sherry told me. I found traces of secretions. A spark of hope sprang to light. Finally, real evidence, which meant real DNA that might be in the system, or at least match to a suspect, if we ever found a suspect. We hadn't found any obvious DNA evidence on the other victims. They'd all been thoroughly washed before being dumped. But their rape kits were pending, so there was still a chance they might reveal traces of DNA. The brand, on her chest, it's more clear than the others, Sherry continued. Not as swollen or inflamed. Here, I printed a copy for you. She handed me an image that looked similar to those satellite images from outer space that almost look like letters or designs when they're really river deltas and mountain ranges. Still, it was a step in the right direction. Do me a favor and follow up on the other victims' rape kits, I told her. See if they found any DNA we can use as a comparison. If there was, at least we could determine if it was the same perpetrator and if he acted alone. I was surprised the lab hadn't already gotten back to us with results. It was one of my few accomplishments in this era of budget cuts that I'd been able to coordinate our evidence evaluation with the crime lab so that active sexual assault cases went to the top of the queue, second only to homicides. The techs had resisted at first, complaining that they'd get blamed for any delays in processing other evidence, but quickly found that by doing our cases first, they often cleared several cases at once, helping to ease their backlog. Unfortunate, but true. Most rapists don't stop at one assault or one victim. While we waited for the ICU transport team, I did a quick examination of Jane Doe, taking care not to touch her again. Sherry was right. She fit the pattern of our other victims. Restraint abrasions, evidence of electrical burns, ligature marks on her neck, parallel lines of being lashed, and the hallmark all the victims had borne, an oddly patterned, circular burn just above her left breast, over her heart, 1.5 centimeters in diameter. Sherry finished sealing her evidence and signed it over to the waiting police officer. Ryder didn't officially start with the advocacy team until Monday, but he was going to have his hands full already. Ready to help me examine our other victims? I asked Sherry, after the ICU team had wheeled Jane Doe away. The kids? What's the plan? First, we'll collect their clothing, photograph and document any gross injuries. That's probably all we'll be able to do tonight. I explained the tricky situation and the primitive group dynamics the kids exhibited. No way they'll tolerate being separated. We should start with the oldest, show the younger ones that there's nothing that hurts. Right. Make a game out of it. We'll give them PJs to change into, let them have fun getting their picture taken. She winced when I said the word fun, but nodded in understanding. It was a fine line, trying to collect evidence and assess injuries without psychologically damaging the kids more than they already had been. What if they want to wash up? Tricky. I didn't want to lose any possible skin evidence if any of these kids had been sexually assaulted. Hoped they hadn't, but given the girls' exam, I couldn't rule that out. We'll play that by ear. We stopped to grab some kid and toddler-sized pajamas and put a call into pediatrics, asking for a few nurses to help. Then, we returned to the advocacy center and got to work.
Ryder watched as Rossi and a nurse talked to each child, persuading them to change their clothes and get their picture taken, while Price entertained the rest and the social worker took notes between phone calls, trying to figure out where to place the kids on a holiday. At first, the children balked, grabbing at their t-shirts like they would never let go. But a few quiet words and a smile from Rossi, and they'd pull the t-shirt over their heads, drop it into the paper bag the nurse held, stretch their arms up and twirl around as the nurse took photos with a digital camera before climbing into the new pajamas Rossi offered them. Despite Rossi's best efforts to turn the proceedings into a game, none of the kids smiled, or fully relaxed. Not until they were back with the others, able to throw themselves into the group and distance themselves from the adults. The last little girl, about 5 or 6, broke Ryder's heart when she kept repeating over and over as she let Rossi examine her and redress her, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Rossi sat back on her haunches, blinking rapidly, watching the girl rejoin the others. The girl didn't say anything more, instead simply sat beside the dog, arms curled around her knees, rocking, as the kids around her devoured second helpings of ice cream. Price, of all people, saved the day, plopping down on the floor in front of the girl with a bowl of ice cream. He held it between them, offering it without saying anything, and waited. The girl didn't move until her gaze flicked up to search his face, and spotted the spoon hanging from his nose. Soon, he had her eating ice cream, even let her smear some on his chin, and had coaxed her into giving him a hint of a smile. Rossi stood at that and left. A minute later, she sat beside Ryder in the small, dark observation room, face buried in her hands. She wasn't crying. He figured she was years past tears, just like he was. "You're doing a good job," he told her after a few minutes of silence, except for the occasional shy giggle from the kids as Price showed them how to let the dog lick ice cream from their palms. She shrugged, her shoulders heaving as if throwing off a burden. "You are. People respond to you. It's a gift." "Yeah, some gift. Damaged kids, dying old ladies, victims. No wonder I do so well with men. You do just fine with me. And I'm not a victim, not damaged, or wounded." "Aren't you, Ryder? Aren't we all?" She paused, gestured past him to the kids devouring their ice cream. "I mean, otherwise, why would we be doing this job, poking into the dark corners of the soul that normal people run away from? The stuff of nightmares. That's what we live with every day. There's got to be something wrong with us, right?" "You mean like we feel a connection to the violence we see every day?" "I mean, like, somewhere inside, deep inside, hidden away. Don't you ever wonder what it would be like to just let go? Break all the rules, run amok like the psychopaths you hunt?" Hard to say anything when he'd asked himself the same question and had no answer. He remained silent, wondering if she had seen him when he almost lost it with Tyree, if she knew how close he had come to killing the bastard. "Any news on Esme?" she asked. Her expression was bleak, and he knew she knew he would have told her immediately if he had. "I've got as many people on it as possible. Even have the crew in dispatch calling all the local businesses near any exits from the tunnels, requesting surveillance tape if they have it." "On Thanksgiving night?" "It's a little girl. But you're right. For most, we won't have anything until morning. Other than an Amber Alert. Not much use without a vehicle or description of who took her. There's nothing we can do until we can get into the tunnels. My guys are working on that, but it's going to take time." "Devin's right. Czar, whoever took her is long gone. He obviously knew his way around down there. Wouldn't have risked getting caught by staying in the tunnels." She sighed, the sound heavy. "Give me another place to look and I'm there." His phone rang. Before he answered it, he reached across the space between them and squeezed her arm, wished he could give her more. "Ryder here." He stood, turned to Rossi. "It's Philly PD about our mutual friend." He nodded to Price, his designer suit now smeared with ice cream. "I have to take it. He stepped outside. The hall was silent, as quiet as a hospital got outside the morgue. But somehow the sights and sounds, all those kids, Rossi, clung to him even as he raised the phone and listened to the voice on the other end of the line. He placed one palm flat against the floor to the observation area, kept his voice businesslike, just the facts, but found himself unable to totally pull away from the emotions in the room beyond. His job would be so much easier if he didn't feel anything. Maybe he'd even be a better cop, divorcing his emotions, but he had so little left. He just couldn't bring himself to bury what remained. Hoped like hell that wasn't a huge mistake.
Flynn was confused. She despised being confused. Over the past 3 years, she deliberately pared down her life to the bare essentials. No room for indecision. No room for confusion. Black and white. She knew what to do, and she did it. She was in control. Until tonight. She'd lost track of Leo, but then had stumbled across the girl hiding on the top row of shelving. She'd assumed Leo had screwed up and let the girl escape. Snuck up close, ready to grab her, and was surprised to see she was young, even for Leo. Had hesitated, was about to sit back and watch, see who the new people on the scene were. One of them was definitely a cop, and Tyree she recognized, but she had no idea who the other guy was. The woman she knew, would never forget her face. The doctor from Good Samaritan who had saved her life, started her on this path. What the hell was she doing here, so far below ground, in the dark? Walking her dog? Then the really weird shit started. The girl, Esme, Dr. Rossi had called her, climbed out from her hiding place, and someone hidden in the shadows on the other side of the tunnel started shooting at them. Shooting at the girl. No way he'd seen Flynn. What was she supposed to do? Let the girl get killed? Flynn caught the girl's look of terror, and it echoed in her own memories. No way could she trust Tyree, or any cops who were with him. She might have been tempted to trust Dr. Rossi, if the doctor had been alone, but the man with her had a gun. Who knew whose side he was on? Bullets flying towards them. She'd grab the girl and run. Now that she had time to think about it, she regretted acting so impulsively. She had a girl on her hands, just a little kid, stunned into silence when Flynn showed her her gun. Strangers crawling through the tunnels, a cop with them, which meant more cops coming soon, plus Leo on the loose. Was he the shooter? If so, could she risk going back to the brownstone? And then there was Daniel Kingston, waiting for her to save his son's ass. Once again. Fucking hell of a mess. She didn't swear, not out loud, not often. Daniel didn't approve, and she'd left that street crassness behind. But sometimes, there were just no other words to do justice to the chaos that swarmed her when the world got too much to handle. It was like a beast let out of control, rampaging through her body, ready to kill. No, that was the old her. 3 years ago, and blood on her hands. She could control the beast, beat it at its own game, use the strength without letting it use her. She could. She would. Her thoughts fell into the rhythm of her silent footsteps, calming her as she moved along the catwalk, the girl slung over her shoulder. Good thing the kid was skinny, but what the hell to do with her? Chapter 18. The kids were still eating, graduating to chicken nuggets and fries, and pediatrics had freed up a nurse to watch them. The social worker had been able to negotiate a truce with Children's Services. Given how traumatized the children were and their need for further observation and psychological evaluations, we'd been given permission to keep them overnight. So far, we'd been able to keep news of them out of the press, but I knew that wouldn't last long. Thankfully, the advocacy center is self-contained, so we could keep them safe here. Ryder went to arrange for a police officer to stand guard outside the advocacy center's entrance, while I asked an orderly to bring blankets and pillows. There was no way we'd be able to separate them tonight. They probably wouldn't sleep anyway. Other children I'd cared for after being isolated for prolonged periods had the same hyper-energized buzz these kids exhibited. Between their day-night cycles being disrupted and the adrenaline pumping through their systems, not to mention the sugar high, it would be a while before they crashed and slept. But the kids were safe. For tonight. It rankled that that was as good as I could make things. In fact, once we unraveled the tangle of custody issues, found out who was behind all this, and the news broke, tonight might be the best memory they made for a long time. The kids all said solemn goodbyes to Ozzy, giving him hugs he patiently sat through. I don't think they even noticed Devin and I leaving with him. Reluctantly, I closed the door behind us and turned down the hall leading back to the ER. "Come on, Ryder's waiting for us." Devin shot me a look. "I have to get back out there. Look for Esme. Can't you just pretend I slipped away and you didn't notice?" Do I look like the kind of woman who wouldn't notice a man and a dog wandering through her ER? He sighed and addressed Ozzy. "That's what I get for letting her come with me." "Letting me? I should have made you give me directions and gone alone." "Alone? You'd be lost, or worse." He stopped, his face clouding, and I knew we were both thinking of Tyree's booby traps. Those would have been a nasty surprise. "Still, I work better alone." "So do I." We crossed into the ER. "Is Ryder going to lock you up?" "The gun's clean, and I don't have any warrants. But the cops won't get anywhere with Tyree." "You will?" I remembered the animosity between Tyree and Devin when they'd met in the tunnels. Besides, he's Esme's uncle. If he knew anything, he would have already either told someone or sent one of his men to get her himself. He bounced back and forth, glanced over his shoulder at the doors to the advocacy center. "I was hoping those kids might know something." He blew his breath out. "I don't even know where to start." "Ryder's doing everything he can." Devin's expression turned skeptical. "He's a good guy. Don't underestimate him." As if my words had conjured him, Ryder appeared down the hall, coming from the security office. He nodded to Devin, stopped, and waited, giving us a few more moments of privacy. "You'll take care of the dog?" Devin handed me Ozzy's leash. What the hell was I going to do with a dog? Ozzy raised his head and nosed my palm until I scratched between his ears. Devin shook his head, as if abandoning a lost cause. "Or maybe he'll take care of you. He seems pretty clued into these fits of yours." I'd noticed that as well. Some dogs can sense things like seizures, are used as companions for patients. Patient. There was that ugly word again. Devin read my mind. "You are going to have a doctor check you out, right?" My glare had no effect on him. "You could have gotten us both killed if you had one of those spells at the wrong time." "You going to tell Esme you're her father when we find her?" I countered. He scrutinized the bulletin board on the wall beside us as he locked his emotions away. "I saw you with those kids. You'd make a good father." "Can't tell her. Might get her hurt. If she's still..." He drew in a breath, turned back to me, all business now. "If for any reason I'm not around, I mean, if something, anything, I won't stop looking. I promise." He nodded, sealing our bargain. "Guess that means you better get yourself a clean bill of health. For Esme's sake." I hated to admit that was highly unlikely. Whatever was behind my symptoms, it was escalating in strange and mysterious ways. We joined Ryder at the end of the corridor, near the ambulance bay entrance, beside the security office. "I checked you out, Price," Ryder said. "Philly PD says I should lock you up first chance I get." Devin met Ryder's challenge head on, extending his wrists for handcuffs. "Got something to lock me up for? Go ahead." It wasn't animosity that crackled between the two men, but it wasn't friendship either, more a leery, mutual respect. "Wish I did. You're free to go." "My gun?" Ryder arched an eyebrow, as if surprised that Devin would push things. "You can get it back as soon as ballistics is done with it." Devin considered that, nodded. "Thanks for your help down there, Price." They didn't shake hands, barely made eye contact, but it seemed to be enough. Devin started toward the exit, then turned and looked over his shoulder. "Take care, Doc." Sounded like he meant it. I waited while Ryder escorted Devin to the doors, watching him walk away, as if his glare would be enough to hustle Devin past the city limits and out of his jurisdiction. By the time he turned back to face me, I'd bullied my exhausted psyche back into my usual facade of professionalism, or at least a pretense of it. Had to admit, though, it was a bit reassuring to see the expression on Ryder's face before he knew I was looking. Haggard, with a hint of despair, echoing my own feelings. Who did this, Ryder? Why lock up those kids? I wish I knew. He sank against the wall beside me, the dog sitting between us. According to Petrosky, things over at the tower have deteriorated into a block party/riot. Tyree's lawyer got him released. The chief wants my head for calling out the troops without his permission, but that's not keeping him from smiling for the cameras. Does the press know about the children? Not yet. So far they think it's all about finding Esme and investigating a double homicide. I'm keeping it that way as long as possible. Top things off, Daniel Kingston wants my badge. That man, he rolled his eyes, makes Donald Trump look like a choir boy. Why would he care? He owns the tower and the tunnel complex beneath it. Was livid we were trespassing, at least until the camera crew showed up. Then he was all sunshine and rainbows, concerned for Esme's well-being. The anger coloring his voice surprised me. Daniel Kingston's money and charitable contributions are about the only thing holding this town together. Yeah, like that banker Potter in It's a Wonderful Life. He wants this city for himself, his personal fiefdom. Never knew a conspiracy nut who liked It's a Wonderful Life. I'm not a conspiracy nut, just someone who's seen too much. I know that feeling. You must be exhausted. You're not working today, are you? No. I glanced at the clock. 1:20. I wanted to meet Louise as soon as she got into work. I had to know what was going on in my screwed-up brain, for better or worse. Want me to call someone to take you to your car? Ryder asked. I shook my head. No thanks. I'll walk. Ozzy recognized the magic word and nosed my knee. Ryder's frown was there and gone in a flash, replaced by a smile that made his face seem young and his eyes seem old. Should have figured. The worst 3 blocks in the city, and you want to walk them at 1:30 in the morning. After those tunnels, they don't seem so bad. And the rain stopped. We strolled through the sliding doors and back outside into the night. Okay, maybe a police escort wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. He chuckled, but didn't take my arm. Instead, he positioned himself on my right side, keeping his gun hand free. I switched the leash to my left hand, and now Ozzy guarded me from the other side. Couldn't ask for better protection. Or company. Ryder's gait matched mine, even though I walk very fast. When we were married, Jacob, despite his longer legs, was always rushing to catch up with me, which pretty much sums up our marriage as well. 2 people in love, but totally out of sync. I couldn't help looking over at Ryder, wondering what went on behind his cop-neutral facade. Hoped maybe I'd have time to find out, after I got a clean bill of health from Louise. I know you're probably exhausted. But I'll need you to give us a statement, Ryder said, finally breaking the silence. His arm brushed against mine, but other than that, it was business as usual. He was a cop on his way back to a crime scene, and I was a witness. I need to know everything you saw down there. Devin can tell you more. I need to hear it from someone I can trust. An expression flitted across his face, shadowed by the green glow of a traffic light, giving me the feeling he didn't use that last word very often. His life and job were very like my own. Trust no one, assume nothing. I told him everything, from meeting Devin and learning that Father Vance was a former gang member. He nodded, like he'd already known that. To Ozzy leading us to Esme. Only things I left out were my little spells and Devin's relationship to Esme. Felt guilty as hell about it. Ryder trusted me, but I wasn't trusting him, even though I wanted to. But some truths weren't mine to share, and others were simply too risky. I knew how easily lawyers could destroy a case by labeling a witness unreliable. Until I knew more about my condition, the less he knew, the less compromised his case would be. The closer we got to St. Tim's and the tower, the more distant he grew. The red and blue flashing lights filled the sky from 2 blocks away. How much trouble are you in? I was certain that Ryder's entering the tunnels with Tyree was totally against regulations, not to mention pissing off Daniel Kingston, the most powerful man in Cambria. Same as usual. They'll give me a lecture on getting emotionally involved. Again. His tone was wry. They already busted me for major crimes to sex and juvie. Only thing lower down the rung is traffic. That rankled. I'd fallen into my position at the advocacy center after working several nasty cases where the system had broken down, so I decided to take the system on and fix it. I'm proud of the work we do there, not just for the victims, but for all the crimes we prevent, getting predators off the streets. I stopped. If I really was sick, incapacitated, about to lose my job, I wanted only the best people there to take over for me. Ozzy sank to his haunches, watching as Ryder took 2 more steps before realizing I wasn't following, and turned back. What? I know what cops say about working with the advocacy center. I've heard the jokes. If you don't want the job, I'll find someone else. His mouth opened, then he clamped it shut, trying hard not to say something. He stared at me, red and blue lights flashing behind him. Then he nodded, just one quick jerk of his chin, up and down, making a decision about me. Want to know why I got sent down to sex crimes? He answered without waiting for me to say anything. When I worked major crimes, they called me a hotshot, on the fast track, until he gave a one-shouldered shrug. There was this case, and suddenly, it just all didn't seem to mean anything anymore. Yeah, it's great nailing a homicide, but most of them are either no-brainers or stone-cold whodunits that you'll never solve because no one dares to come forward. Not like working with your kind of victims. I studied his face, searching for permission. Tell me about the case. He drew in a breath, but immediately released it, as if the air tasted bad. I was interviewing this shithead. We had him on possession, but the DA made a deal in exchange for testimony on a shooter we were looking for. Let him walk. Whole time he just kept on smiling at me, like he knew something I didn't. Anyway, we arrest the shooter, then a few days later go to take our star witness, aka the shithead, in for a deposition. We get to his squat and find this girl, 11 years old, living there all alone. And she's mad at us, fighting and cursing and scratching. Says we drove him away, and he left her behind because she was getting too big. But he took her little sister. He trailed off. Didn't need to finish. I could fill in the gaps well enough. You find her? Feds did. Outside of D.C. Body dumped at a rest stop off the interstate. Guy had taken them both from his girlfriend. Probably the only reason he hooked up with her to start with. Been raping them for years. Never found the shithead. Guess I kinda lost it with the ADA who'd pushed the deal. He caught my look. No, it wasn't Vorsanger. Your ex is a pretty decent ADA. Listens to us peons, even if his boss doesn't. Anyway, insubordination, my boss called it. But I'm glad. Maybe working sex crimes, I can stop some of this shit before there's a body. Before there's another dead little girl. You know that's not necessarily true. I know. Doesn't mean I can't hope. Some days that's all I got. He looked up, stretched his mouth into a fake smile, saw I wasn't buying it, and relaxed. Anyways, I'm where I want to be. You've got my A game. I started walking again, a bit more slowly. Good to know. Anything I can do to help with your bosses? Don't worry about it. I get them results. They're not going to do more than throw paper into my jacket. I wondered at that. Most of the detectives we'd had at the advocacy center, while devoted to the victims whose cases they worked, still had ambitions. Saw their time in sex crimes as a stepping stone to greater things. Usually, they were on their way up, to major crimes or another promotion, not on their way down, like Ryder. You talk like this is the end of the road for you, career-wise. He looked away, his gaze caught by the emergency vehicles crowding the street. Maybe so. It's not a bad ending. Not if we get the job done. My sentiments exactly. We arrived at my car at the edge of the tangle of official vehicles. I want to help. He scowled at that. You've done enough already. Take Ozzy. Maybe he can lead you to Esme, or at least track her once you've got the tunnels clear and can go back in. He took the leash I handed him. Ozzy looked from me to Ryder, tail wagging. No complaints. Thanks. That's a good idea. He lingered, both of us wanting to say more, neither having any idea what to say. I fished out my keys. You'll call me if you hear anything. I didn't say please, but I knew he heard it. Of course. Take care of Ozzy. I will. Wanting to linger, but running out of reasons, I risked touching his arm. You'll find her. I know you will. He looked away, didn't seem as certain. Just like me in the ER, never making promises I couldn't keep.
Chapter 19. Ryder joined the men at the back of the fire lieutenant's SUV. Figured it was better to hold off on showing his face to any higher-ups, hoping the brass and media would get tired and go away, let him work in peace. When in doubt, regroup, recon, reacquire the target. He now had victims scattered over 4 crime scenes, 7 of them with families to locate, notify, and interview. 1 still a Jane Doe, and 1 of them a critical missing juvenile, which took priority over everything. Despite all this, or maybe as a respite to it, his skin tingled with the memory of Rossi's touch. It'd been a long time since any woman had had that effect on him. He was a little scared to think about it too much, even more frightened to actually acknowledge any feelings other than simple attraction. Remaining comfortably numb was a far safer strategy. "What are you smiling about?" The fire LT snapped, sluicing rainwater from his Tyvek maps with the side of his hand. "Just enjoying a good clusterfuck." Ryder gestured to the chaos behind them. "Got that right." He reached down to pat Ozzy on the head. "Nice dog." "Where we at?" "Good news is that Gator guy came through." He nodded to a man sitting in the back seat wearing a DOC jumpsuit and sipping coffee from between manacled hands. Ryder nodded back to him and the guard beside him. "Thanks for joining the party." "No problem." the guard grunted, looking bored. Gator Guy, the name on his jumpsuit was Jessup, squirmed around in his seat so he faced Ryder and the LT. You tell him about the power, right? You guys can't turn the juice on, not unless you want to see it all blown sky high. What's he talking about? The electricity, the LT sighed. The tunnels were originally wired in the 50s. 1952, Jessup put in. Good, solid work. Not like that cheap 70s shit that came later. When they built the tower, Ryder said. Right. Jessup talked like he owned the tower instead of Daniel Kingston. But that chicken shit wiring over at the tower needed patched and repaired, cobbled together basically. So finally, they hooked into the tunnel's infrastructure. But then folks like Jessup came along and jumped onto the grid on their own. The LT chimed in. Hey man, my plants needed their sunshine, you know. You grew pot down there? Ryder asked. Back in the day, before I got chased out by the gangbangers and the rich guy's security goons. Jessup shook his head, half reminiscing, half regret. You wouldn't believe the shit I saw down there. Sometimes I wasn't even high. That why you got an alligator when you moved your operation? Hell yeah. Lizzie was the best security money could buy, until she got peckish for a midnight snack and burned down my place. Of course, he brightened. Any evidence of hydroponic activity got burned as well, so all's I got is a Class D. Easy time. Tell me about the exits from the tunnels. Ryder wanted to calculate where he should be searching for Esme, which direction her abductor might have taken. That's the bad news, the LT said. Not only can we not turn on the lights down there, not without kaboom. Jessup raised his hands with a whoosh that made his coffee jump. Jessup also gave us intel on 5 unofficial exits not on the map. He gestured with his pen. Here, here, and here. The other 2 are the church basement and the sewer line that runs right under this street. Ryder followed on the map. Access the sewers, and you can go anywhere in the city. Bingo. Which meant it was too late. Whoever had taken Esme could be free of the tunnels and on the other side of the city by now. The SWAT team leader ambled over, coffee sandwiched between hands encased in Nomex shooting gloves. Ryder looked at it longingly. Ryder, you made it back in one piece. Might not last long. Deputy Chief's looking for you. The brass could wait. How much ground have you guys covered? Now that Tyree is back and cooperating, the uniforms are progressing with the door-to-door in the tower. Ryder grunted. He'd bet the major crimes guys were happy about that. Made working their homicides easier. But he was certain Esme wouldn't be found in the tower. The knot in his stomach writhed. A tangled nest of vipers burying their fangs. He'd lost her. Failure tensed his shoulder blades. How's it going in the tunnels? Tyree give you what you need? The SWAT guy nodded. Intel on his IEDs. But his group wasn't the only one using the tunnels. Besides that room where you found those kids, we found more evidence of some kind of satanic voodoo cult or something. I'm telling you, there's some freaky shit down there. Ryder thought of the children's prison, covered in crucifixes and mirrors. Tell me about it. It's slow going. We were only able to clear your new crime scene and the area immediately surrounding it before we got pulled. Pulled? Who pulled you? Why? Any trace of Esme was growing colder by the minute. Are you kidding me? I did. We're not equipped. No lights, shit everywhere. Place is a fucking death trap. And with those damn catwalks, we have to create a perimeter, clear them of any possible snipers, secure the high ground. Only then can we start to clear the rooms below. And once those are secured, We have to leave men behind on the catwalks to guard our flanks. You got an extra 100 men hiding in your back pocket?" Ryder glanced across the crowd. The deputy chief stood beneath a hastily erected awning, safe from the rain. Beside him was Daniel Kingston. Both men wore tuxedos, were chatting, obviously comfortable with each other. "You gave the order, not Kingston?" "Kingston? What's he got to do with anything? I gave the chief my tactical assessment, and he agreed. Orders are to wait until morning when we can team up with the county bomb squad and the Stadies, get the dogs down there sniffing. Even with their help, we'll be going inch by inch. Might have the place cleared by Christmas if we're lucky." "What about using thermal imaging? At least make sure there's no one else trapped down there?" His stomach twisted at the thought of finding another room with little kids imprisoned in it. "Way ahead of you," the fire guy answered. "We tried both our units and yours. Nothing works. That place was built to literally withstand a nuclear holocaust. No way our gear is getting through those walls." Ryder rubbed his temples, trying to ease the headache squeezing his brain. Esme was long gone. Still, he couldn't help but hope. It was his greatest weakness. Probably would get him killed someday if he wasn't careful, but he just couldn't help it. Extinguish that tiny flicker of hope that kept him warm enough to sleep at night, and he'd be no different from the walking dead he'd seen during the war. Men with dead eyes, dead hearts, just waiting for the rest of their bodies to catch up and die as well.
When Ryder walked away, I leaned against the Subaru, trying to figure out what the hell had happened to my life. I hadn't had a perfect life, but between the ER and the advocacy center, it was a full one. I kept busy, thought I was doing well. Now it seemed my life had devolved into a cosmic joke, one I didn't know the punchline to. I stood there, surrounded by too many questions, including, how the hell was I getting home? It was clear I couldn't drive, not until I could prevent my mind from spinning away beyond my control. Good thing I was only half a mile or so to Jimmy's place, my uncle's bar, above which I rented an apartment. But still I stood there, doing nothing. As I sifted through the night's events, trying to arrange them into some kind of sense, I couldn't stop staring at the church across the street, remembering the scent of candle wax, the crucifixes surrounding the children's prison. I wondered if my newfangled hypersensory fugue spells could be put to good use. Maybe I could figure out a way to trigger one, on command, somehow force my mind to make the subliminal connections it had while I was down in the tunnels when a fugue led me to the children. After all, if you're losing your mind, might as well make the best of it, right? Which is exactly why doctors make the worst patients. Not because we know too much, but because we can rationalize and deny just about any symptom. We're the ultimate control freaks, and we decide when something is wrong and how to fix it. Or so we'd like to believe. So instead of finding a safe bed to crawl into, or a nice padded cell, instead of walking to my uncle's bar and snagging Jacob for a marathon night of steamy sex, I left the car and trudged back up the steps of St. Tim's. Pausing at the top step, palpitations making my body sway, sweat trickling down my spine, I stared at the sea of red and blue and white lights that fanned out on the far side of the church. It was easy to pick Ryder out of the crowd of testosterone. His posture was that of a man going into battle, and he didn't seem too happy about it. Wishing him luck, I turned to fight my own war and grabbed the ice-cold handle of the church's door, half hoping Vance had locked it behind me. I tugged. Bad luck. It opened. I entered the vestibule, couldn't help remembering how intense my connection with Ryder had been, here, in the ER, out on the street. It felt dangerous. He felt dangerous. Not like he could hurt me. Rather, if I didn't take care, I might hurt him. One more crazy, tangled flavor to add to the night's Molotov cocktail. The church was dark, except for the light over the altar, a sunbeam from heaven, smiling down on Jesus nailed to the cross. I slid into a pew, not kneeling. I wasn't here to pray. And sat. Just sat. One blessed, quiet moment. Everyone has their breaking point, no matter if you're a tough cop with years on the job, a swelled ego surgeon, a seasoned nurse, a brave-hearted firefighter, or a tired ER doc who'd lost track of the last time she'd slept. Sooner or later, we all break. Crash and burn. Shatter. I was there, finally, as close to rock bottom as I'd ever been. I slumped in the wooden pew, my emotions churning into an exhausted frenzy. My head felt like a bowling ball that had hit the gutter too many times, while my hand was twitching in time to the flight of the bumblebee. Add a little drool, and I'd look like a refugee from the psych ward, which was maybe where I belonged. I sat there, eyes closed, desperate for sleep. Instead, all I got was a whirlwind of fear dragging me down. How sick was I? What new symptom would appear next? Would it hurt? Was I going to die? As soon as they found Esme, I'd call Louise, get myself checked out, tell her about all the crazy shit going on in my head. As soon as they found Esme. If they found Esme. If they found her alive. If she was still alive. That was it. I hit bottom. No strength to push off and resurface, to breathe any hope into those ifs. I sat there, lips trembling like I was a 12-year-old girl again, alone in the dark and rain, my dad's blood on my hands, drowning in fear and uncertainty, two emotions I despised. In the ER, with a patient's life at stake, I could ignore them, shove my ego aside, ask for help. Now, like it or not, I was the patient. Fingers trembling, I dialed Louise. To hell with it being the middle of the night. To hell with waiting until tomorrow. To hell with my own stubborn pride. If I was going to help find Esme, I needed to first find out what was wrong with me, and learn how I could use it, like I had in the tunnels, when it led me to the kids and Jane Doe. 5 rings. 6. I was ready to hang up when Louise's voice came through, chipper and oh so confident. "This is Dr. Louise Mehta. I'm looking forward to returning your call. Please leave a message." Tempted. I was so very tempted to hit the end button. Instead, I pulled the phone closer to my lips and whispered my confession. "It's me. Sorry, I know it's late. But something's happened to me. I'm not sure what. I need your help." Shit, how to even begin to explain it all. "Look, I know this sounds crazy, but it happened, I swear. I was in a trauma resuscitation. This nun got shot, had her heart in my hands, when I froze. Not like scared, like catatonic. Maybe a partial complex seizure? I'm not sure." I swallowed a hysterical laugh. The number of things I wasn't sure about were quickly building into a tsunami of ignorance. Anyway, I heard things I couldn't possibly know. But she knew. I heard her voice. In my head, Louise. No one else heard it. Just me. And her memories. I saw, felt. I can't explain it. It was like I was there, with her, when it all happened. Tears choked my voice. I swallowed, once and again, glanced at the saints surrounding me, safely ensconced in their stained glass as they looked down at me. The phone felt heavy in my hand. "Anyway, call me. Thanks." I hung up, feeling both humbled and humiliated. Not because I'd asked Louise for help. I could trust her, and she'd never judge. Humbled, because I'd finally realized just how much bigger what was happening to me was, compared to what I, as a physician, was equipped to handle. I told Louise about only one symptom, and hadn't even been able to adequately describe it. And there were so many more. The insomnia, the restless agitation, the night sweats and hot flashes, the muscle tremors, the anxious paranoia, although that might be more of a result, less of a symptom. Who knew? Anymore. I couldn't even decide what was a real symptom. And the humiliation? That was pride. How could I sit here, in this church of all places, pouring out my heart to Louise, when I'd never been able to confess or ask forgiveness from my own family? My father was dead because of me. My mother in pain every time she glanced my way, none of them understanding my life. Yet I was powerless to leave. I needed them to... what? Punish me? Accept me? Forgive me? How could I ask for any of that when I couldn't forgive myself? Despair wrapped its cold fingers around my heart and squeezed. What if whatever was wrong with me wasn't treatable? What if I was dying? The music and bright lights found me, of course. No outrunning them, it seemed. Organ music this time. Bach. No time warp or freaky, hypersensory acid trip accompanied it. Just a memory. The tang of betadine. Ryder, his arms pumping up and down on a naked woman's chest. Sister Patrice's heart in my hand. A soggy bag of blood. Dead. Or almost dead. Like the rest of her. Except for her voice in my head. I forgive you. Find the girl. Save the girl.
Chapter 20. Devon took the long way back to the tower from Good Sam. He needed to think without seeing Daniel Kingston's monstrosity looming over him, taunting him. It had been a mistake, coming back here. That hadn't really hit home until he was in that room with those kids, saw the hell they'd gone through. They were all from the tower, he was certain. Tyree had known. He was certain of that as well. Wouldn't be surprised if somehow Daniel Kingston himself wasn't involved. The man enjoyed exerting his power over the people forced to live in his tower. Just look at what he'd done to Devon's mother. It wasn't like Devon was an angel himself. He'd seen things. Hell, he'd done things. But the thought of something happening to his little girl, the thought of someone touching her, hurting her, Devon gagged, turned into the narrow space between two shuttered storefronts, his weight lurching forward as he emptied his stomach. He stood there, inhaling the sour stench of vomit and, for the first time in years, found himself truly and utterly disgusted. It was a feeling he'd thought he'd outgrown, left behind when he fled the tower. That was before he made that little girl laugh. A noise so pure, so filled with joy that it split his heart wide open. He'd never heard his own daughter laugh. For over a decade he'd nurtured the fantasy of playing hero and rescuing Jess and Esme. Now he realized there was a damn good reason he'd never actually done it. Tyree's threats were just an excuse, as were Jess's refusals to leave the tower. He was no kind of man to ever be a father or a partner. First time anyone ever needed anything from him, other than running away when he was told to, and he'd failed. Failed to save Jess, failed to find Esme, with absolutely no idea where to even start looking. It would be so easy to call Harold to bring the car, escape again, return to his life in Philly. Reality was, he was never going to be a father to Esme. He understood that now. But he couldn't get the music of that laugh out of his mind. It was addicting. He wanted to hear it again and again. He should call Harold, go back home, give up on the fantasy. The bricks he leaned against scraped his scarred palms, and he didn't care. Embraced the pain. If he stayed, there was going to be a whole lot more pain, he was certain. If he stayed, he might just hear that laugh again, this time coming from his daughter.
After Leo had gained access to Flynn's private quarters at the brownstone, she'd established safe houses scattered around the city, since she had no idea how long his cat and mouse game would go on. If Leo had his way, he'd made it perfectly clear that it could go on as long as she could stay out of his hands and alive. She decided the best course of action was to be prepared for anything, which was fine by her. That had been pretty much her philosophy ever since Dr. Rossi saved her life 3 years ago. So she carried Esme, not to the gates of the Kingston estate, but rather to the park across the street and around to the rear of the boarded-up carousel, out of sight of anyone. She lowered Esme, a finger to her lips as a warning. The girl huddled on the ground, seemed to realize Flynn was her savior, not a bad guy. Good choice, seeing as how Flynn had risked her life for the girl when the bullets were flying. Flynn recognized the girl as the daughter of the blind woman, Tyree's sister, Jessalyn Willard. For some reason, Daniel Kingston was obsessed with Jess, with an almost paternalistic, protective attitude. Flynn had decided Jess was one of the reasons why Leo had chosen the tower as his latest hunting grounds. As if by hurting other women who came from there, he was hurting Daniel. Or maybe it was Tyree whom Leo was trying to hurt. It was so damn hard to tell, all these secrets woven around her like tangled fishing line, able to cut to the bone if you made the wrong move. She didn't care about Leo or Tyree. It was Daniel she wanted to spare. If she could shoulder this burden for him, protect the Kingston name, and find a way to stop Leo without bringing his activities to the attention of the authorities, then Daniel's final days would be peaceful. After that, all bets were off. But she'd be damned if she'd let Leo hurt any more women, because this wasn't a game. Not to Flynn. She checked her phone. The motion-activated cameras she'd placed above the carousel door hadn't been triggered. Not one to leave anything to chance, she kept watch on the phone screen as she moved forward to the door. The cameras both came on, revealing her back and frontal view in split screen. Still not satisfied, she went through her careful routine, checking her other security measures before unlocking the city-issued padlock, securing the door. No signs that Leo had found her safe haven. She slid the heavy door open and ushered the girl through, closing it before risking the lights. "Thank you for being so quiet, Esme," Flynn said, in a voice she gathered from her own past, way back when she'd rocked her baby sister to sleep. It was obvious Esme was in shock. Flynn reminded herself to take things slow, but she needed to know who was after the girl. Was it Leo? Esme was much younger than his usual victims. "It was a big help. Are you okay? No one hurt you, did they?" The girl didn't answer, just looked around as if searching for danger. The lights were slowly coming on. First, the strands surrounding the mirrored inner workings of the carousel, then the ones along the outer perimeter, and finally, as if by magic, one row after another, the old-fashioned incandescent bulbs over the animals. Esme opened her mouth wide and gasped when she saw her surroundings. Flynn couldn't hide her smile. The place took her the same way, every time. Mirrors and lovingly applied bright enamels, hand-carved animals, horses, lions, tigers, unicorns, even a dragon waiting to be tamed. They combined to create a fantasy land, unlike any that a girl raised in the tower had ever seen. Esme reached a hand out, as if afraid she'd break the spell, and stroked the mane of a golden gilded lion. "Can you make it go round?" Her voice was a whisper, but it echoed through the dark like a gunshot, bringing Flynn back to the urgent reality. A reality where someone wanted this girl dead. No, it's been broken a long time. Esme's chin sank in disappointment. But we can sit here. She guided the girl to a bench supported by 2 griffins, their wings forming seats. And you can tell me what happened tonight. Why were you in the tunnels? And who was shooting at you? She didn't add. Didn't have to. The girl knew the score. She was only 9 or 10, but growing up in the tower was like dog years, especially with a man like Tyree as your uncle. Esme looked up at Flynn, blinking fast, as if holding back tears. Still saying nothing. Flynn may have saved her life, but obviously that didn't mean she'd trust her with the truth. Smart kid. Flynn couldn't resist her urge to shelter the girl with an arm around her shoulders. Your Uncle Tyree was down in the tunnels, looking for you. Do you want me to call him so he can take you home? Esme shook her head no, looked scared. Made sense. The kid had hidden from Tyree down in the tunnels. I can ask the police to... At the mention of the police, Esme grew panicked, squirming in Flynn's embrace as if she wanted to run away. Flynn squeezed her tight. Okay, no police. Esme calmed. Do you want me to call your mommy? Flynn tried again. Although last thing she wanted was to venture back out on the streets with a little girl marked as a target. No. The girl had been running away from the tower, with someone trying to kill her. Flynn couldn't take her home, so better not to promise her that. Then it occurred to Flynn. What if the mother, the blind woman, Jess, was in danger as well? How the hell was she going to get her and protect them both? Let her know you're all right. That did it. Esme fell apart, grabbing Flynn as if Flynn was a lifeline, curling her small body into Flynn's as she cried, tears and primal moans of grief pouring out. Flynn didn't know what to do, other than to hold her and rock her. She didn't lie, tell the girl it would be all right. It most obviously was not. A few long minutes, and the girl's moans calmed. Flynn dared to try again. What happened, Esme? They killed my mommy. The words emerged as a wail. Esme bunched her fists to her mouth, trying to deny the truth. And Sister Patrice, that's a sin, a bad sin. Killing a nun. They're gonna go to H-E-L-L. They sure are, sweetheart. Who killed your mom and Sister Patrice? Terror filled the girl's face, and she pulled away, now shaking her head, her palms smothering her lips and any words that might sneak past. They're coming. Esme spread her fingers just far enough to let the words escape. To kill me.
Chapter 21. Ryder took Ozzy with him as he made his way through the crowd to plead his case with the deputy chief. He hoped to persuade him to resume the search in the tunnels, even if on a limited scale. Only local media had arrived so far. He was surprised to see them still on scene. A body found in the tower wasn't news, not here in Cambria. But add in a dead nun and a missing girl, and it was enough to get them out on a holiday. No one was talking about the other kids they'd found in the tunnels. Good. That gave them a bit of breathing room while Rossi's team worked to find their families. But sooner or later, the story would break. Some CSU guy or a SWAT team member, or maybe one of the fire guys, someone would want to play hero and grab some time in the spotlight. Always happened. Daniel Kingston and the deputy chief still stood beneath the canopy, and now the son, Leo Kingston, had joined them. The kid... Somehow it was hard to think of Leo as an adult when he stood beside his father, who possessed a gravitas that made him seem larger than life. Had had a few run-ins with the law. mainly possession charges. Nothing his father couldn't buy his way out of with well-placed campaign contributions. In fact, Ryder was surprised it wasn't Kingston's voice that came out of the mayor's mouth any time he opened it. Father and son. Ryder had never met either man before, but as soon as he laid eyes on them, he knew they were wrong. Nothing he could prove, nothing he could even explain if pressed. Just a subliminal pinging, like the radar a bat used to fly in the dark, waking primal protective instincts in the far recesses of his brain. The father spotted him first, the son a millisecond behind. Both turned polished, too friendly smiles his way, exposing their teeth, eyes meeting Ryder's without hesitation. Eyes that glittered with their own agendas. Definitely wrong. Sociopath, psychopath, narcissist. Whatever the current medical term, here were two perfect specimens. If Ryder wanted those tunnels reopened, he'd have to play nice. He strode forward, plastered a smile on his face, and reached out a hand to the father. Mr. Kingston, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for your assistance. A flicker in Kingston's gaze. Had Ryder laid it on too thick? But Kingston took his hand, nodding indulgently, as if granting Ryder a royal boon. Of course. Always happy to help, Detective. The deputy chief stepped in. This is Detective Matthew Ryder, the man I was telling you about. The hero who braved the tunnel complex despite warnings posted at every entrance and the fact that he was trespassing on private property. Leo Kingston put in, his smile more a sneer. A girl's life was at risk. Ryder didn't shake Leo's hand. Instead merely stood there, meeting Leo's gaze, forcing himself to relax. Up close, Leo looked like a petulant teenager, all smoothed edges and crease-free. Leo, his father said, a caution. I'm sure Detective Ryder had no idea of the repercussions of his actions, the deputy chief put in, especially the cost to the city. Cambria had walked the knife edge of fiscal disaster for years. What the hell did that have to do with saving a girl's life? The deputy chief answered for him, gesturing to the uniformed men swarming around the alley, St. Tim's, and the tower. This overtime will break us. We might need to furlough a good portion of our manpower if we don't shut it down, fast. Ah, now he understood. The brass wanted it to be Ryder's call. Either way, he'd be to blame. For shutting things down too soon, failing to find Esme in time, or for bankrupting the city, forcing pay cuts and furloughs, leaving the city without adequate protection during the holiday season. His smile now genuine, he turned back to Daniel Kingston. I don't think we can shut down operations now, sir. Not with thousands of citizens at risk from the dangerous incendiary devices we've discovered on Mr. Kingston's property. I'm sure he'll agree that the price of us cleaning up for him now is much, much less than the price he'd pay if something went wrong and innocent people were hurt. Kingston's eyebrows revealed his irritation, although his smile never wavered. Of course. I'll pay any necessary cleanup costs incurred by the city, he conceded. The deputy chief nodded and beamed. Ryder half expected the man to drop a curtsy or genuflect. In that case, Ryder said, I'll tell the men to resume operations down in the tunnels immediately. Even with the safety restrictions, we could start the work until more resources arrive. Kingston bristled, communicating his displeasure without saying a word. The deputy chief spoke up. That's not your decision to make, Ryder. We'll continue our work in the tower for now, but the operations in the tunnels will have to wait until we can better ensure officer safety. Officer safety, his ass. There was something down there Kingston didn't want anyone to find. Ryder was certain of it. He was about to protest when Leo stepped forward, inserting himself between his father and the chief. "I'm sure neither of you were aware that Detective Ryder forced a civilian, Mr. Tyree Willard, to accompany him down into the tunnels, despite the danger," Leo said, talking like he was Tyree's lawyer. "Or that Detective Ryder then unlawfully restrained the civilian and assaulted him. Surely this was about more than a little shove." "Detective Ryder, is this true?" the deputy chief demanded. Ryder wasn't about to lie, not even to save his job, and he sure as hell wasn't going to explain his actions to these assholes. "Yes, sir." Perhaps it would be best for all concerned if Detective Ryder confined his investigation to a less active role, such as interviewing witnesses. After all, we wouldn't want the city to have to deal with any liability issues, Daniel Kingston said after giving his son a look Ryder wished he could interpret. Part disgust, part suspicion, and part fear? Was it Daniel Kingston who didn't want Ryder back in those tunnels, or his son? Every instinct that had kept him alive during 3 tours in Afghanistan was now screaming at high alert. Ozzy, standing beside him, made a low sound, his fur rippling, corrugated by an unseen wind. Ryder said nothing, instead focused on the non-verbal interplay going on around him. The deputy chief, as usual, was clueless to anything except saving his own ass. "Detective Ryder, you'll start your new assignment with the Advocacy Center effective immediately, which means that you no longer have any business on this crime scene." He gestured to Petrosky, who stood nearby. "Please escort Detective Ryder and his dog." He gave Ozzy a dirty little look that the dog returned by baring his teeth. "Beyond the barricades." Ryder gave them a nod, turned smartly on his heel, and left, Ozzy at his side. He trusted the dog to guard his back more than anyone else there. "The tower is your primary beat?" Ryder asked Petrosky as they worked their way through the throng to his car. "Yep, community policing and all that. Why?" "Any strange activity lately? Kids gone missing?" "Missing? No. We had a few runaways right after school started, but none since. Too cold at night. Brings them to their senses, and they head back home." So not only were the 7 kids not reported as missing, there was no unusual talk about them. Ryder glanced up at the tower. His gait wobbled the slightest bit, as if instead of being safely home in Pennsylvania, he had one foot still back in Paktika. What's the deal with Leo Kingston and Tyree Willard? Why would the son of the most powerful man in the city give a shit about a low-rent pimp and drug dealer? Petrosky shrugged, but her posture tensed and her pace picked up, like she didn't want to be answering questions. Or maybe she just didn't want to be associated with the detective whose career was taking a sudden meteoric fall from grace. "Leo has a few possession busts, meth and cocaine, scores from Tyree, and Tyree and the old man have always been tight." "What do you mean?" "Other than the gangbangers, most of the residents in the tower are single moms and their kids. Story goes, back in the day, we're talking 20, 30 years ago, Daniel Kingston liked to make sure they knew their place so that nobody gave him any trouble." Ryder stopped, not sure he understood. Waited. Petrosky didn't turn back, but she did slow down. "Kingston used to come visit. Anyone who gave him grief, didn't pay the extra rent he charged for protection, tried to organize folks into protesting the conditions. Anyone he thought was a troublemaker, he'd visit their family, personally. Especially liked to spend time with the women. Would pick one, make a special example of her to keep the rest in line." "What's that got to do with Tyree?" "Story goes, Kingston hand-picked Tyree to lead the Royales. It's been over 20 years since the old man has been back, but he still keeps a tight grip on things over there. Sentimental reasons, I guess." I thought Tyree ran the tower. She shrugged. Tyree might run the place, but it's Kingston who owns it, in every sense of the word. Maybe it was Tyree who'd gotten the search shut down and persuaded the Kingstons to get Ryder kicked off his own crime scene. Tyree had damn good reason to keep Ryder out of those tunnels, at least until he had time to finish covering his tracks and moving his drug operations. Did that mean he knew where Esme was and was hiding her until he could deal with her mother's killer? Petrosky left Ryder at his car. He turned back, staring up at the tower, lights scattered across its gloomy countenance, most of them on the top floor and roof. Tyree Willard's domain. Ryder squinted through the dark as a curtain of fog flowed across the tower's lights, obscuring them, burying their secrets in its haze.
Chapter 22. A hand touched my shoulder, and I opened my eyes, half expecting to see Ryder or Father Vance. But it was Devon Price. He stood with his back to the altar, the crucifix hanging directly over his left shoulder, aimed at his heart. "You okay?" he asked. "Having another one of your spells?" I cringed. He was much more comfortable with my problem than I was. "No." I could tell he saw through my lie, but was kind enough to allow me the dignity of denial. "Any word on Esme?" "No." He sank into the pew beside me. "Figured it was best to start at the beginning. Was on my way back to the tower when I saw you come in here and had an idea." "What?" I asked, wondering at his vagueness. The Devon I'd come to know was nothing if not direct. Part of why I liked him. "Will it help find Esme?" "I hope so." He slid from the pew, and I followed. Funny how we both bobbed and caught ourselves halfway through the sign of the cross as we left